Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751 Tyrannical. Qin Wentian immediately sensed the moment Jiutian made her move. A strange cold light flashed in his black eyes, as if carrying a ray of killing intent. "You are looking for death?" With a cold snort, Qin Wentian suddenly burst out with a 1,000-foot sword light. In just a moment, thousands of sharp swords roared in the sky and flew in all directions. They did not attack Jiutian, but stopped in the void. A destructive sword-killing power bloomed. There was a faintly dazzling sword-like curtain in the void. The chains came madly and hit the light curtain. A crisp sound of click was heard, and the light curtain was broken. Jiutian bloomed with stars and celestial phenomena. She stood in the void and stared at Qin Wentian with her white lotus magic weapon. "You don't want to drink a toast, but you dare to refuse." Jiutian's words were sharp, revealing a proud and domineering spirit. It seemed that if she wanted to trade the Sky Demon Oracle with Qin Wentian must agree. The cold arrogance on that beautiful face made Qin Wentian's eyes more demonic. Although Jiutian was beautiful, she was vicious and overbearing. She wanted to exchange, and if he disagreed, he would just do it. Qin Wentian also truly experienced the law of the jungle in the fairyland. Jiutian, she was the proud daughter of the Golden Armor sect. How could he refuse the deal? "You are a defeated general, but you dare to show off your power. You have nothing but a skin, you are simply shameless." Qin Wentian hit back at Jiutian mercilessly. As soon as these words came out, Jiutian's expression was full of murderous coldness. There was a terrible sound of rattling, the iron chain rushed to the sky, the stars shone on the whole world, and the endless chains across the sky made people feel like they were in a prison, as if they couldn't fly away. "I thought that although you were disrespectful, your crime was not punishable by death. I would let you live if I just took your heavenly demon oracle bone. But I didn't expect you to dare to humiliate me. In this case, this place today is where you will be buried." Jiutian was filled with cold murderous intent, and she was merciless. As soon as she finished speaking, the endless chains turned into a real prison of heaven, sealing off this piece of heaven and earth. She was filled with murderous intent, wanting to take Qin Wentian's life and kill him here. Qin Wentian's eyes were also full of murderous intent. This was the first time he had a strong murderous intent since coming to the immortal realm. Before, in the Qin family, Qin Feng and Qin Qing were all simple-minded and kind-hearted, forming a very sharp contrast with Jiutian in front of him. It was probably because Jiutian was from a famous family and was gifted, so she felt superior by nature. After taking the initiative to trade with him and being rejected, she immediately developed a murderous intent, because in her eyes, Qin Wentian was not worthy of rejecting her. Hulala. Terrible sounds continued to be heard. After the star chain celestial phenomenon turned the world into a prison, thousands of chains turned into white light and killed Qin Wentian. The terrifying speed was enough to penetrate everything. It was too fast, so fast that the naked eye could not keep up with the speed of the chains. "Burying your bones here is ridiculous. You are not worthy." Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and at the same time, a voice spread directly in the void and entered Jiutian's eardrum. Then she felt a strong repressive force blooming, as if fatally oppressing her body, permeating every corner of this space. Qin Wentian's starry sky phenomenon bloomed, which was the fourth celestial phenomenon, a starry sky phenomenon with supreme suppressive power. At this moment, Qin Wentian appeared in the middle of the endless chains, but no chain could break through the defense around his body and lock his body. At this moment, he was like a fairy or demon, standing proudly in the sky, with a huge body, surrounded by thousands of feet of brilliant light, and a huge golden body appeared behind him. Every ray of light that burst out from it seemed to have an extremely powerful suppressive force. "Kill!" Jiutian frowned slightly and shouted loudly. She stepped towards Qin Wentian, and the chains attacked frantically, but the halo on Qin Wentian was more dazzling. Endless room light flowed on the surface of his body, as if there were golden figures hanging down from around his body, and each figure was like a fairy or demon. "I am not worthy." Qin Wentian stared at Jiutian. At this moment, he no longer had the slightest intention of being low-key and introverted, but was sharp and arrogant. People from afar had already arrived, standing there watching the battle between the two. Their hearts were surging. Qin Wentian was so strong, It turned out that he had such a strong fighting power without the blessing of the formation, even Zhao Yuan had no advantage in front of him. At this moment of the battle, Zhao Yuan naturally felt the strength of Qin Wentian's fighting power. Her beautiful eyes showed a strange color, and the murderous aura between her eyebrows became more intense. She saw him take out a bright white bead and crush it directly. Suddenly, a powerful talisman light directly enveloped her body, and her power became more powerful, sweeping towards the entire starry sky. The chains seemed to be more crystal clear and more terrifying. The endless chains trembled in the void, and madly attacked Qin Wentian. Even if you use external forces, do you think you can move me? Qin Wentian shouted, and the talisman light on his body became stronger, as if he was a real fairy, a real demon, and a god of war. In the void, terrifying golden bodies fell down, distributed in all directions. At this moment, the world seemed to be suppressed below, unable to move. The chains stopped again, and became slow. Zhao Yuan's body became extremely heavy. She looked up at the starry sky, which was blooming with endless brilliance, and the terrifying golden bodies fell down, suppressing the world and the terrifying starry sky that had been suppressed for eternity. I am not worthy. Qin Wentian flickered in the void. The chains were suppressed and could not get close to Qin Wentian's body. How could he attack? Zhao Yuan never dreamed that facing a person in the second level of the celestial realm, he would be so restrained, as if he was suppressed by the other party. Poor, pathetic woman, she doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, and she still thinks she is unparalleled in the world. Qin Wentian glanced at the other party indifferently. As the stars and celestial phenomena continued to fall, in addition to suppression, there was also a destructive force blooming in this world. Zhao Yuan felt more and more unable to resist. Her face turned pale. Qin Wentian's stars and celestial phenomena would become stronger and stronger. This suppression of stars and celestial phenomena was simply super scary. How did she comprehend it? Buzz! The light flashed again, and Zhao Yuan seemed to take out the magic weapon again, but almost at the same time, Qin Wentian snorted coldly, his mind moved slightly, and suddenly endless golden bodies suppressed down, located on the 8 sides of Zhao Yuan. Her arms were stiff there, and the terrible bodies seemed to be chanting the supreme power. Qin Wentian was still walking over. He seemed to be the center of all the suppressing forces, he seemed to be the real god who dominated everything. Behind him was an extremely huge phantom, suppressing the world and the sky. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted, and the moment he uttered the word, everyone watching from afar felt terrified. Kill, Zhao Yuan, the proud daughter of the Golden Armor sect, he said to kill and he would kill. If she angered him, he would be merciless, just like he showed in the boundary array. His decisiveness was simply terrifying, fearless. Zhao Yuan wanted him to bury her bones here, so what kind of face could he talk about, and he didn't care whether she was the proud daughter of the Golden Armor sect. You dare! Zhao Yuan shouted. Why would Qin Wentian not dare? The powerful destructive suppression force had already attacked and suppressed Zhao Yuan. At this moment Zhao Yuan groaned, her face turned pale, and she spit out blood, but the power that crushed everything continued to advance, basically going for her life. This boy is so decisive, he is not a good person. The crowd trembled secretly, they didn't expect him to be so strong. Those who wanted to seize the heavenly demon oracle bone were a little shaken, especially those with weaker cultivation, who directly gave up such an idea. Die? Qin Wentian saw that Zhao Yuan was still struggling, and he stepped forward like a god, stepping towards Zhao Yuan, with a stronger force to kill her. Those golden bodies were like flowing light, but at this moment, a terrifying white light bloomed from Zhao Yuan's body, and turned into a terrifying fairy light curtain, covering Zhao Yuan's body. This light curtain fatally turned into a human figure, which was the figure of an old man with golden eyes, with eyes that were terrifyingly sharp, staring at Qin Wentian. Master! Zhao Yuan lowered her head and called out. It turned out that the phantom that appeared was the immortal thought left by her master, the great elder of the Golden Armor sect. The immortal thoughts of the immortal realm strongmen have unpredictable powers. Who dares to kill my disciple? The eyes of the great elder of the Golden Armor sect were fascinating, as if they could penetrate everything, staring at Qin Wentian. Although it was just an immortal thought, in front of this ray of immortal thought, Qin Wentian still felt the real pressure of the immortal, which was another level of power. He felt cold sweat instantly, but his eyes were still sharp, staring forward. Your disciple is incompetent, but still wants to kill me to seize the treasure. Do you think I should kill her? Qin Wentian said bluntly. causing the great elder of the Golden Armor sect to snort again. He shouted coldly, "How dare you speak wildly in front of me? Didn't your elders teach you how to be a man?" After that, a stronger pressure rushed towards Qin Wentian, almost crushing Qin Wentian. There are many kinds of immortal thoughts of the strong in the Xiante realm. In the fairyland, many immortals will leave immortal thoughts for their descendants to protect themselves, just like the immortal thoughts left by Zhao Yuan's master in front of her. If a strong person in the Xiante realm wants to kill Zhao Yuan, this wisp of immortal thought will certainly not work at all, but with this immortal thought, the other party can know who killed Zhao Yuan. Therefore, if you kill a descendant of a big figure in the fairyland, you must be careful, because the other party must have the immortal thoughts of the elders left on him, which also makes the level of the fairyland more strict. No one dares to mess with people with powerful backgrounds. Qin Wentian's eyes were ugly, staring at the other party. This immortal thought could overwhelm him. His realm was too low. When Qin Wentian wanted to borrow the treasure to leave, a figure suddenly came from a distance. This person was dressed in white and had an extraordinary temperament. Qin Wentian felt him as soon as he came. He glanced at the other party and a smile flashed in his eyes. Senior Bai Wuya really did not lie to him. He left the immortal thought on him and came to find him immediately after he set foot in the fairyland. Now, Bai Wuya has come to keep the appointment. Chapter 752, Heavenly Talisman Realm. Bai Wuya, dressed in white, came and appeared beside Qin Wentian. His aura was ordinary and calm, without any ripples. The people around him could clearly feel his extraordinary temperament, but they could not feel his strength. He could stand out among the crowd, but he looked like an ordinary person. Bai Wuya glanced at the immortal shadow in the incarnation of the immortal thought, as if he could penetrate the other party with one glance. "Who are you?" The great elder of the Jinjia sect, who was also Zhao Yuan's master, stared at Bai Wuya, and there seemed to be a bit of vigilance in his eyes. Bai Wuya gave him a special feeling. "Get out." Bai Wuya uttered a word, which made the eyes of the people around him freeze there. Get out? Although this person has an extraordinary temperament, doesn't he know who this person is? This shadow is a strong man in the Xiante realm, the great elder of the Jinjia sect, but the immortal thought is here. This person who appeared dared to yell at the great elder of the Jinjia sect to get out? Even Zhao Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, staring coldly at Bai Wuya who appeared opposite, asking her master to get out? He was simply ungrateful and didn't know what was good for him. However, no one knew that the moment Bai Wuya said get out, the immortal thoughts of the great elder of the Golden Armor sect began to tremble wildly, with unstable fluctuations. Get out, get out, get out. This word trembled wildly in his eardrums and was transmitted through the void. Thousands of miles away from here, in a towering hall of the Golden Armor sect, an old man with a sharp mind sat there. His eyes were all golden, but at this moment, his ruddy face suddenly turned pale, and a terrifying fluctuation directly penetrated his immortal thoughts and was transmitted to the original body. Boom! His mind shook violently, and then he closed his eyes. In his powerful immortal thoughts, a figure in white seemed to appear. This figure in white stood there casually, and his eyes seemed to see through his soul. A terrifying breath flowed through his body, making him feel cold all over, and his soul seemed to tremble. Not good. This strong man was the great elder of the Golden Armor sect, Zhao Yuan's master. At this time, his original body was in the Golden Armor sect, trembling all over. The figure that appeared in his mind was lingering, as if the other party could see through his immortal thoughts and penetrate to the place where his original body was and see his existence. The great elder of the Golden Armor sect had never seen such a terrifying existence. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would probably be as simple as pinching an ant to death. Zhao Yuan, the great elder of the Golden Armor sect, was a little angry. Who did this girl offend that attracted such a strong man? Thinking of this, the great elder of the Golden Armor sect felt cold all over. His original body stood still at this moment, and the figure in his mind still did not leave. At this moment, he was just a pathetic weakling, waiting for the other party's judgment. Under such circumstances, how could the great elder of the Golden Armor sect not be angry and vent his anger on Zhao Yuan? Although Zhao Yuan was her disciple, so what? A disciple was still a disciple. If he wanted to save his life, he could abandon thousands of disciples without blinking an eye. But at this moment, Zhao Yuan had implicated him and put him in an extremely dangerous situation. How could he not be angry? Since it is not easy for you to practice, I will spare your life. Get out. A voice resounded directly in his mind. Then, in the mind of the great elder of the Golden Armor sect, the figure in white disappeared. The great elder of the Golden Armor sect was still pale. It was not until this moment that he breathed a sigh of relief and found that his whole body was soaked. He was a powerful man in the immortal stage, but he was so scared that his legs were a little weak. How strong is this person? The great elder of the Golden Armor sect thought to himself. After entering the immortal stage, it is really a step to immortality. Every step is as difficult as ascending to heaven. To build a level of immortal stage, even he can only stay at the level of immortal stage. He can't imagine how strong the existence of the young man in white is. At this time, where Qin Wentian was, the immortal thoughts of the great elder of the Golden Armor sect had been directly shattered and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Jiutian's eyes froze there, her face slightly pale, looking at the white figure in front of her and Qin Wentian. The master's immortal thoughts were actually shattered. The other party didn't do anything at all, and the immortal thoughts disappeared directly. What happened? Just when Zhao Yuan was worried, Bai Wuya didn't even look at her. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Do you want to leave now? Let's go." Qin Wentian glanced at Zhao Yuan indifferently and responded. The two did not communicate too much. Okay. Bai Wuya waved his hand, and he and Qin Wentian disappeared from the spot. In the battle space, only Zhao Yuan was left standing there. Just now, the master's immortal thoughts disappeared, and Qin Wentian was clearly able to kill her, but Qin Wentian just glanced at her indifferently. He didn't say anything, and didn't even humiliate her with words, but she saw a strong sense of perseverance and contempt in Qin Wentian's eyes, as if she, the proud daughter of the Golden Armor sect, was nothing in his eyes, worthless, and he killed her if he wanted to, and let her go if he didn't want to, and he was too lazy to take her life. Such indifference and disregard were undoubtedly the most cruel humiliation. The young man didn't care whether to kill Zhao Yuan or not. What happened just now? Many people around didn't understand what happened. Why did the immortal thoughts of the great elder of the Golden Armor sect disappear? After the young man in white appeared, he shouted, "Get lost," and didn't attack. The immortal thoughts then dissipated into nothingness. They couldn't be sure what happened just now. Han Luo, Ziyu and the others frowned. They didn't understand it either. Not to mention them, even Zhao Yuan, the person involved, didn't understand it. But in any case, the heavenly demon oracle bone had been taken away by Qin Wentian. That young man in white might be very powerful, and he might also be in the realm of the immortal stage. Han Luo said in his heart. The speed he went there just now, his extraordinary temperament, and his calm attitude made Han Luo feel that he was a powerful being in the realm of the immortal stage, otherwise he wouldn't dare to scold the great elder of the Golden Armor sect. The great elder of the Golden Armor sect was guarding Zhao Yuan with his immortal thoughts. The young man in white couldn't possibly not know that it was an immortal thought. Since he knew it, he dared to spit out calmly, which undoubtedly proved that he and the great elder of the Golden Armor sect were at the same level, and he might even be stronger, with the second or third level of the immortal stage. He didn't dare to think higher. After all, this was just Wu Iao City, a small city on the endless and vast land of Yuntao. To have a cast a single level of the immortal stage was already extremely powerful, and he was a giant. People who were too strong only existed in legends. As for the existence of the Immortal King, he is the most powerful person in the whole Yuntao. Even in the 13 states of Dongshen, he is a super strong person. He has a place in the immortal realm. He can be a distinguished guest wherever he goes. These people have no way of knowing the truth of this matter, but after this incident, Zhao Yuan returned to the Jinjia sect. She was confined by the leader of the Jinjia sect for 3 months. From then on, her status in the Jinjia sect plummeted. The great elder of the Jinjia sect was very distant to her and never taught her how to refine weapons, let alone personally refine immortal-level magic weapons in front of her. Of course, this is a matter for the future. Bai Wuya took Qin Wentian away directly. Not long after, they came to an uninhabited place in the sky. This place was shrouded in clouds and mist, and few people went there. Bai Wuya's immortal thoughts swept over it, and there was no human figure in the surrounding area. He stopped at this time. Brother Wuya, is the Xianfu realm in the 13 states of Dongshen? Qin Wentian asked. Bai Wuya shook his head, and Qin Wentian asked curiously, where is it in the fairyland? The heavenly talisman realm is everywhere. Bai Wuya said calmly, and there seemed to be a hint of pride in his words. Qin Wentian could not understand this. The heavenly talisman realm is everywhere? Don't believe it. Bai Wuya looked at Qin Wentian and smiled calmly. It's just that I don't understand what my senior brother means. Qin Wentian said. You will understand when you see it. Bai Wuya smiled and said nothing more. Then he uttered a sound from his mouth. These sounds were like mantras, constantly floating into the void, and unexpectedly gathered into an invisible force, blooming in the void with a wisp of strange energy. The power of the magic formula uttered from Bai Wuya's mouth continued to gather in the void, and unexpectedly intertwined into a wonderful pattern, and then penetrated into the space. A shocking scene appeared. In front of Qin Wentian's eyes, there appeared an alternative space. That space seemed to be independent of other spaces and formed its own world. There were actually some pictures in it, like a corner of a strange world. Qin Wentian's eyes were completely fixed there. The formula Bai Wuya uttered seemed to open a door to an independent world. Let's go. The voice stopped. Bai Wuya stopped chanting the formula, waved his hand, and took Qin Wentian to walk towards the space with a strange picture, and walk directly into the independent space. He was able to walk directly into it, and then disappeared in this space. Then, the picture disappeared, the power of the formula disappeared into thin air, the space gradually closed, and the clouds and mist lingered in the air. Everything returned to normal and returned to peace. However, Qin Wentian's shock was far from subsiding at this time. Just as he imagined, what he saw just now was indeed a corner of a world in a certain world. This world is the Xianfu world. The Xianfu world is a world of its own. As Bai Wuya said, the Xianfu world is everywhere. No matter where he is, he can connect to the Xianfu world through the formula and then step into the Xianfu world. In the Xianfu world, Qin Wentian was standing on a green ancient peak, looking at the world that appeared in front of him, and his heart was in turmoil. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor controls the 13 states of the Eastern Saint. However, he probably cannot own a world like this, right? He becomes a disciple of the Heavenly Talisman Realm Master, who will be a stronger being than the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Chapter 753, Become a Disciple. This is the Heavenly Talisman Realm. It is amazing that one can enter it directly from the Immortal Realm. Qin Wentian sighed. He was indeed shocked. Such a method was simply unparalleled. It is the Heavenly Talisman Realm. Otherwise, do you think that the first condition for the Heavenly Talisman Realm to recruit disciples is to have a purple gold star soul, and the fifth star soul must be a purple gold star soul? Bai Wuya smiled and said, moreover, it is also necessary to have a disciple of the Heavenly Talisman Realm Immortal King to guide. People below the Immortal King are not qualified to guide disciples into the Heavenly Talisman Realm. It happened that I passed by and went to see when Dongsheng was recruiting disciples that day, and I met you. Moreover, the Heavenly Talisman Realm has a harsh condition, that is, once you become a disciple of the Heavenly Talisman Realm, you are not allowed to become a disciple of any other sect in the Immortal Realm. If you are not really powerful, how dare you have such confidence? Bai Wuya's voice was filled with a hint of pride. Qin Wentian nodded. Brother, when I enter the Heavenly Talisman Realm in the future, can I also use the formula to directly activate it? Yes, but there is one thing. You are not allowed to bring any outsiders into the Heavenly Talisman Realm. Another thing is that when you enter the Heavenly Talisman Realm, you must be alone. If you are really seen by someone, you must not mention the existence of the Heavenly Talisman Realm when you are outside. The Heavenly Talisman Realm attaches great importance to confidentiality and has monitoring immortals. If you enter and leave the Heavenly Talisman Realm at will, or mention it to outsiders in the outside world, once it is discovered, the monitoring immortal will expel you from the Heavenly Talisman Realm, erase your memory, or even kill you. Bai Wuya solemnly instructed. I understand. Qin Wentian nodded. This horror is the special feature of the Heavenly Talisman Realm. It is mysterious and unpredictable. As for why it is so, it is not something Qin Wentian can know. Come on, follow me to meet the master of the Xianfu Realm. Although the master is not here, the master can sense your initiation ceremony. He will formally accept you as his disciple. From now on, when you meet other fellow disciples in the fairyland, you will immediately be able to sense their existence and know that they are from the same sect. Bai Wuya took Qin Wentian to stroll forward. The Xianfu realm was very large and extremely vast, with green mountains and clear waters. The environment was very good, like an oasis. The sky was azure blue and looked extremely clean, without a trace of dust. White clouds floated in the air, and the air was very fresh, which made Qin Wentian feel bright. It feels like the whole world is brighter and full of the breath of life. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, revealing an intoxicated expression. In the lake below, there were fish swimming in it, which was clearly visible. The water was transparent, and the reflection of the green trees next to it in the lake was very beautiful. Well, the Xianfu realm is indeed a fairyland on Earth. Of course, it is not only the Xianfu realm. Many places where immortal emperors live are all fairylands on Earth, which are very beautiful. Of course, everyone has different preferences. Some immortal emperors have a grand style, and their immortal palaces will be majestic. Some immortal emperors have a light and elegant style, and the environment of the immortal palace will also be the style he likes. Bai Wuya said, Master should like a leisurely and comfortable life, while not losing the grandeur and beauty. When you see the Xianfu palace in front, you will understand. Some expectations. Qin Wentian said with a smile. The two of them were very fast. In the Xianfu realm, Qin Wentian saw many palaces and attics, which seemed to be places where others lived. These are the residences of your senior brothers and sisters. How is the environment? Bai Wuya said with a smile. They all know how to enjoy it. Qin Wentian glanced at a house in front of a waterfall not far away. The environment was so beautiful. It was right above the waterfall, surrounded by mist, like a fairyland. You can build a palace of your own in the Xianfu realm. It will belong to you alone. You can come to the Xianfu realm to practice in the future. Bai Wuya said. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. This Xianfu realm is a world of its own. If he encounters a powerful enemy in the fairyland in the future, Xianfu realm can even become a place of refuge. Of course, he did not say this idea out loud, otherwise senior brother Bai Wuya would despise him for thinking of taking refuge. Haha, Bai Wuya, is this the junior brother you brought here? A voice came at this time, but only the voice was seen but not the person. Qin Wentian only saw a figure flashing, and a halo appeared. In front of him, an old man with a graceful temperament appeared. His realm was unfathomable, and he was looking at Qin Wentian with a smile. Yes, Qin Wentian, I brought him here and am taking him to become a disciple. Bai Wuya nodded. Not bad. The old man nodded slightly, then looked at Qin Wentian and said, Do your best. As a fellow disciple of Xianfu realm, you can come to me if you have any problems in the future. As soon as the man finished speaking, he disappeared again. He came and went without a trace. Qin Wentian didn't even see how the other party walked. This senior brother is very kind. Qin Wentian smiled, and Bai Wuya smiled knowingly. Although they were all from the same sect of Xianfu realm was different from other forces and had its own particularity. It was very good that such a strong man could come out and say hello to you. After all, the other party was likely to be a person of the same level as Bai Wuya. If such a person were placed in the fairyland world, his status would be much higher than Qin Wentian's. The gap was too big. Qin Wentian didn't even have the chance to meet him, let alone come out and say hello to him and tell him that he could find him if he had anything. Indeed. Bai Wuya smiled without comment. The two continued to move forward. They also met two people on the way. One of them nodded to Qin Wentian and Bai Wuya, and the other one took a look and passed by without stopping. Not long after, the 9-dragon waterfall appeared in front of Qin Wentian. The 9 dragons circled, soaring into the sky, with their heads raised to the sky, holding a terrifying statue that was 10,000 feet high. Ordinary people couldn't see the top even if they raised their heads. The 9 dragons were all like real dragons, majestic and lifelike, as if they had the breath of life fluctuating. The statue had its feet on the dragon head and looked forward. Just one look at it would make people feel deeply shocked. Is this the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman realm? Qin Wentian's heart trembled. The statue was thousands of feet tall. One of his palms was huge, hundreds of feet in size. On his right hand, he was dragging an extremely huge palace. This huge palace, when put together, still looked very small. Qin Wentian, this is the master of the Heavenly Talisman realm. Kneel down and bow 3 times, and call your disciple to pay homage to the master of the Heavenly Talisman realm. The master will be able to sense your presence. Go. Bai Wuya said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission, while his body retreated to the distance, quietly looking at Qin Wentian here. Qin Wentian gradually recovered from his shock, looked at the statue, walked forward, knelt on the cushion in front of the statue, and then counted out 3 times. Disciple Qin Wentian, I pay my respects to my master, the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman realm. Qin Wentian spoke slowly, his voice solemn. From now on, he was considered a disciple of the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm. His voice went forward, and there was a faint response. A ray of light appeared on Jiulong, and then spread to the huge and boundless statue. In an instant, the extremely huge statue seemed to move slowly, and its eyes became bright, looking at Qin Wentian below. To become a disciple of the Heavenly Talisman Realm, you must abide by the rules of the Heavenly Talisman Realm. Are you willing? A voice seemed to come down from the sky, and Qin Wentian said respectfully, since the disciple has come to become a disciple, it is of course voluntary. Okay, Qin Wentian, from now on, you are a disciple of my Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm, and you can enter the Heavenly Talisman Palace and read the Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book. The voice came down again, calling Qin Wentian's name directly, which made Qin Wentian sigh in his heart. It seems that this statue can really show its spirit. He knelt down to worship his master, and the other party immediately knew that it showed its spirit here. After the voice fell, a beam of light shot directly into Qin Wentian's body, covering Qin Wentian's body. In just a moment, Qin Wentian seemed to have a ray of light waves all over his body, and at the same time, something else appeared in his mind. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, sensed for a moment, and then bowed to the statue again, saying, "Disciple thanks Master." Well, get up. This is the ceremony of paying respect to the Master. You don't need to kneel down to see me in the future. The Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm said, and then the halo on him gradually dissipated, and the huge statue suddenly calmed down. Qin Wentian slowly stood up and bowed to the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm again. For the first time, he truly felt that supreme power and real majesty. Even if there was no oppressive force on him, that majesty came from the soul. Qin Wentian had also seen the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, but the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was still oppressive outside, and did not give him the same feeling as the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm. Master has left. Bai Wuya walked up and said to Qin Wentian. Well. Qin Wentian raised his head and looked at the huge palace held in the hands of the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm, the Heavenly Talisman Palace. Enter the Heavenly Talisman Palace and you can see the Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book. This is what the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm said to him just now. Go, I'll wait for you outside. Bai Wuya said to Qin Wentian. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Wentian bowed slightly to Bai Wuya this time, with a hint of gratitude in his heart. He and Bai Wuya should have been strangers, but they only met once. Bai Wuya, the Immortal King, was not arrogant at all. He led him into the Heavenly Talisman Realm, and treated him like this without any arrogance. At the banquet of Dongsheng that day, Bai Wuya was cold and aloof in front of those Immortal Kings. This was probably his special and extraordinary thing. He was proud and confident in front of the Immortal Kings, but he was so friendly in front of him, a junior. This kind of temperament and bearing was not comparable to ordinary people. Qin Wentian was naturally very grateful in his heart. I led you into the door, and naturally hope that you will achieve something. Why thank me? Bai Wuya patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder. Qin Wentian smiled and said nothing. Then he saw his figure flashing and went towards the Void Heavenly Talisman Palace. As if sensing Qin Wentian's approach, the dazzling palace door in front of the Xianfu Palace opened by itself, and then Qin Wentian stepped into it. Chapter 754, Heavenly Talisman Book. 1,000-foot-high statue and a huge hand of several hundred feet, holding up the vast palace, Qin Wentian walked into it and disappeared directly. Xianfu Palace, the palace in the hands of the master of Xianfu Realm. In the hall, Qin Wentian stood there, with the golden light all over the sky, constantly falling on him. Qin Wentian looked up at the void, and saw that there, the entire palace was a picture scroll, all of which were bright rune lights, shining in front of his eyes. Xianfu Palace. Qin Wentian looked up at the sky and saw 3 big words. A stream of light was directly imprinted into Qin Wentian's mind. Qin Wentian immediately closed his eyes and stood there, as if he had entered a state of meditation. This is the Xianfu Collection. The Xianfu Collection is not like other exercises. It is practiced step by step. There are only some introductions. The rest depends on yourself to comprehend. How much you can comprehend depends entirely on your own understanding. After some time, Qin Wentian opened his eyes again and slowly walked into the Xianfu Palace, feeling this mysterious picture scroll. This flowing scroll is somewhat like what Emperor Xianzi had comprehended in the Suzaku Immortal Palace, but it is even more mysterious, profound and extensive. The pattern is the initiator of the rules of heaven and earth, and the source of power. A voice resounded in Qin Wentian's mind. At that moment, A lot of information flowed into his mind, all of which were the understanding of the pattern by the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm and the introduction to the Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book. The Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book believes that the pattern is the root of power. The reason why martial life cultivators can practice is naturally the power of the stars. The power of the stars is the source of all practice. However, if you only have the power of the stars, you can strengthen your body and strengthen your physique, but how to attack? Why do magical powers, skills, various spells, and numerous means come into being? It is because there is a mysterious power that can bloom the power of the stars and turn it into a tyrannical attack. Very few people will explore what this mysterious power is, because there is no way to explore it, and no one can explain it. It can only be said that this is a rule, an inherent rule between heaven and earth. The Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book clearly explains this rule. He believes that this rule needs to be triggered. Once the power of the stars touches the pattern, it can trigger this rule and give birth to power. The Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book believes that the power of the stars and the pattern are the root of all power and the source. They trigger the inherent rules between heaven and earth, thus giving birth to power, moving mountains and seas, and destroying the world. The stronger the source of these two powers, the power of the stars and the pattern, the more terrible the rule power triggered by them will be. Therefore, there are realms of cultivation and levels of divine patterns. What a strong perception! Qin Wentian was really shocked. Although he had already felt this vaguely, he had no way to explain it. He had never met anyone who really analyzed it until this time when he came to the Heavenly Talisman Palace. Qin Wentian believed in the perception of the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm, not because the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm was powerful. True conviction can only come from inner recognition, and he did fully recognize it. Why is the magic weapon called a magic weapon? Because the magic weapon has the power of the divine pattern. The level of the magic weapon is fundamentally determined by the divine pattern. So is it useful to put a magic weapon there without anyone to control it? It is useless at all. Someone needs to infiltrate the power of the stars into it, activate the divine pattern, and trigger the power of the magic weapon. In other words, only when the power of the stars and the divine pattern meet can the inherent rule power between heaven and earth be triggered, thus giving birth to a powerful attack. Where does the power of the magical power come from? If the magical power is disassembled, it seems that it is still inseparable from the divine pattern. The blooming of the magical power is of course the power of the stars. The power that blooms does not only depend on the power of the stars. Otherwise, why would the same magical power, used by people of the same realm, have different powers? Because of different comprehension and different application. Qin Wentian had thought about this problem several times before. Because of the existence of the refining God Atlas, he started thinking about it a long time ago. With the help of the refining God Atlas, he condensed the divine essence in his body. He only needed to bloom the divine essence directly, and it could exert its power. Why? Because the divine essence itself is already composed of divine patterns and the power of the stars. Once it blooms from the body and appears between heaven and earth, it immediately triggers the rules between heaven and earth, and then bursts out with power. Thinking about it at this moment, Qin Wentian feels even more profound about the divine refining Atlas, which was left to him by his father. In addition to the divine refining Atlas, there is also the immortal demon body refining technique, which is also the body refining immortal method left to him by his father, and has the same effect as the divine refining Atlas. The introduction to the Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book also explains the magical power. He believes that everyone has the ability to create rules, but this ability is different, because the magical power is created by the martial monks. They use their own perceptions to constantly try, so as to trigger the power of the rules with their own means and create magical powers. However, people are stupid. Most people's creation of magical powers is limited to the improvement and strengthening of previous magical powers. They create on the basis of their predecessors. Very few people can really create their own rules completely. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian felt ashamed. He had never thought about the problem carefully before, but now it seems to be true. Even though he has reached the celestial realm, he can improve some weak magical powers to make them stronger. He can even say that he can attack with his hand as a magical power, but that is based on the foundation of his predecessors. Can he create a new magical power now? Even if it is a very weak magical power. He found that it seemed difficult for him to do it. According to the Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book, whether it is refining or martial arts, they are one and the same, inseparable, and their essence is to trigger the rules between heaven and earth. The Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book is to explore this kind of real power, and to comprehend and use it at the same time, so that when you practice any power, you can directly see the essence and become more powerful. Qin Wentian suddenly thought at this time that he used to comprehend magical powers easily, practice faster than others, and exert stronger power. Is there any credit for the Refining God Atlas? Because of the existence of the Refining God Atlas, he has been exploring the essence of power without knowing it. It's really profound. Qin Wentian thought to himself. The Heavenly Talisman Book peeks into the essence of power and allows you to comprehend it. The more you comprehend, the deeper your understanding of power will be. Such experience is extremely precious to martial arts practitioners. The Heavenly Talisman Book also explains other rules and powers between heaven and earth, such as true meaning, but the more important thing is still at the level of patterns. In the Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book, the so-called divine patterns in the world have different titles. Divine patterns should be the ultimate realm of patterns. Low-level patterns cannot be called divine patterns at all, but can only be called rune patterns. The 6th level rune patterns can be called immortal patterns, which can be used to refine immortal level divine weapons. After a long time of comprehension, Qin Wentian looked up at the flowing scroll in the void again, and seemed to have a new understanding. He could more deeply appreciate the vastness and breadth of it. He even seemed to be able to glimpse some powerful power from it. This Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book is a collection of many powers. The premise is that you must be able to comprehend it. Once you can comprehend it, it is your power. Soon, Qin Wentian was completely trapped in it and couldn't extricate himself. For the first time, his previous insights seemed to have found a source. This feeling was so wonderful. He felt like he was suddenly enlightened and found a brand new door. The master of the Xianfu realm who could open up a world was so amazing. Qin Wentian already had a deep respect for his master whom he had never met. Outside the Xianfu palace, Bai Wuai stood quietly on the ground, standing there casually, as if he had become one with the world. This stand lasted for 3 months. For 3 whole months, Qin Wentian had not come out of the Xianfu palace. At this moment, a figure flashed and landed here in an instant. He walked outside the Xianfu palace and found that the door of the Xianfu palace was still not opened. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and then he looked down at Bai Wuai and said, "Bai Wuai, this little junior brother hasn't come out yet." Bai Wuai nodded slightly, without responding. "Do you think he is just playing around in there?" The man said jokingly, "When you first came here, I remember you stayed in there for 2 months. How could this junior brother who is at the 2nd level of the celestial realm comprehend it in 3 months? Individual aptitudes are different. Back then, 2 months was my limit. I couldn't comprehend anything more from it. Now that junior brother Qin hasn't come out for 3 months, we should be happy for him." Bai Wuai said calmly. "Haha, you can say that. I'm just afraid that he obviously can't comprehend it, but he still stays in there and won't come out." The man smiled and said, "I have been observing the Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book for 100 years, and I have comprehended a super strong fairy power from it. I feel that it is almost done. Now it's good that you bring a little guy to occupy the Heavenly Talisman Palace. No wonder you often come to the Heavenly Talisman Palace over the years. It turns out that you have comprehended something." Bai Wuai looked up at the man in the void. This man is a fair-skinned middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He has been observing the Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book for 100 years and has comprehended something, just to comprehend a fairy power from it. If Qin Wentian knew about this, he would be extremely shocked, because with his current ability, although he has comprehended it for 3 months and has seen many powerful magical powers from the Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book, he can't see any traces of fairy magic at all. Of course, this is because his practice is not deep enough. The stronger the comprehension of the Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book, the deeper the comprehension. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755 Zhao Yuan's Determination. The reason why Qin Wentian did not leave the Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book was not because he had too much to explore the magical powers contained in the Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book. He spent more time and energy to comprehend the patterns that touch the rules of heaven and earth, and comprehend them from the root. Every pattern, even the low-level runes, can trigger the power of rules to launch an attack. Runes also have many manifestations, hidden in the sword light, hidden in the palm print, and even hidden in a look. Qin Wentian has practiced many magical powers up to now, but he has never comprehended them from the root. Now, when he looks at the Heavenly Talisman treasure book, he can peek into the process of each magical power triggering the power of rules. For example, at this moment, Qin Wentian was sitting cross-legged. His perception was in that mysterious and vast scroll, as if only the inside was left. This scroll of the Heavenly Talisman collection was all-encompassing, vast as the abyss, unfathomable, and possessed infinite changes. At this moment, he was paying attention to one of the changes, which was the power of a giant elephant. Endless talisman lights shone, transforming into a terrifying leg attack. This leg attack was like a demon elephant stepping on the sky. Its sturdy hooves could suppress the world and had infinite power. The evolution process of this magical power kept changing in Qin Wentian's perception, and it could be clearly seen and imprinted in his mind. A brilliant light shone on Qin Wentian's body, and then he was seen soaring into the air, as if he was in the all-encompassing Heavenly Talisman collection scroll. His footsteps casually stomped into the air, rumbling sounds rolled, and the world trembled. A huge and boundless giant elephant's hoof stomped down. If someone was under Qin Wentian, he would probably be trampled to death directly. Amazing. With such practice, powerful magical powers can be easily obtained. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and closed his eyes again, floating directly in the air, wandering in the all-encompassing world of Xianfu collection. Time passed slowly. Bai Wuya was still waiting quietly outside the Xianfu palace, and another strong man was even more depressed. He had a sudden inspiration this time, and he was eager to step into the Xianfu palace because of his enlightenment, but the Xianfu palace had its own rules. Only one person could enter it to practice at a time. Now that Qin Wentian occupied the Xianfu palace, he could only wait outside. In Wu'aiao City, it has been more than 100 days since Qin Wentian participated in the gambling battle of Zhexianzhu. During this period, the gambling battle of Zhexianzhu has never stopped, once every 7 days. However, if we talk about the fluctuations caused, none of them exceeded the one Qin Wentian participated in. The gambling battle that day has spread out. On that day, Zhexianzhu used the heavenly demon oracle bone as a bet to let all the strong men participate in the gambling battle. Ziyu, Hanluo, Zhao Yuan and other most dazzling Xianjiao figures in Wu'aiao City all participated in this gambling war. However, none of them got the heavenly demon oracle bone. In the end, the heavenly demon oracle bone did not fall into the hands of a strong man who was proficient in divine patterns, but was taken away by a handsome young man in the second level of the celestial phenomenon. This young man had a mysterious origin and his name was unknown. His cultivation was one of the weakest among the strong men who participated in the gambling war. After taking the heavenly demon oracle bone, he wanted to leave directly, but Zhao Yuan refused and wanted to take it forcefully. The two of them clashed and fought a big battle. Zhao Yuan, the proud girl of the fourth level of the celestial phenomenon, was defeated. Zhao Yuan, as a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Golden Armor sect and a genius of the sect, was defeated by a Eudalion, which caused quite a stir. In particular, the immortal thoughts of her master, the Grand Elder of the Golden Armor sect, appeared. However, a figure in white also appeared beside the mysterious young man. With a word roll, the immortal thoughts of the Grand Elder of the Golden Armor sect disappeared. Then the two left without even trying to kill Zhao Yuan, as if they were disdainful of it. Later, Ziyu and Han Luo also looked for the mysterious young man, but they did not find him. Qin Feng and Qin Qing of the Qin family in Wu'aiao City were looking for Qin Wentian. Since Qin Wentian left the Qin family last time, he has never appeared again. They were very anxious. At this time, Qin Feng's uncle and Qin Feng had another serious conflict in the Qin family. After Qin Feng drove his uncle away, his face was very bad. He said to Qin Qing, let's go tell Grandpa, he is getting more and more excessive. It's useless. He didn't do anything to us. Tell Grandpa, at most Grandpa will be angry for a while. Qin Qing shook his head, his face was a little red, and it seemed that he was also angry. Just now, Qin Feng's uncle came here to tell them that a super big man would come to Wu'aiao City recently. The city lord's mansion was preparing to welcome him and recruit beautiful women from Wu'aiao City to sign up for participation. Maybe she would have the hope of being selected. As long as she could become a member of the maid and come into contact with people of that level, she would be brilliant and prosperous if she was favored by any person. Qin Feng and Qin Qing were furious when they knew each other's thoughts. What did this bastard think of Qin Qing? He seemed to want to find a way to get Qin Qing out of the Qin family, and he completely treated Qin Qing as a job. It's so hateful. Qin Feng said hatefully. Forget it. Qin Qing shook her head and said, have you heard from Brother Qin? Why hasn't he come back for so long? Did something really happen? No, Brother Qin should be still strong enough, nothing will happen. Qin Feng shook his head and said, I hope so. Qin Qing frowned. In fact, she knew that Qin Feng was also worried. After knowing each other for a while, they had already regarded Qin Wentian as a relative and friend. Moreover, they had been together for a while. They knew that if Qin Wentian really wanted to leave, he would definitely say hello to them. This time he disappeared without a word. They were really worried that something bad had happened. After all, in the fairyland, falling is a common thing. If you offend someone you shouldn't offend, you may suffer a catastrophe. At this time, the Lord's mansion of Wu Aiao City was as majestic and domineering as a palace. It was difficult for the dominant forces in the particle world of the lower world to have such a majestic and vast building complex. In a hall, the female city lord and her husband were both there. The female city lord was a beautiful woman, wearing a fox fur robe, with a wonderful figure, bright eyes, and great charm. The female city lord's name was Bu Yanyu. Next to her, there was a very burly man with a dignified appearance, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and golden hair. His burly figure seemed to be full of explosive power. This man was the overlord of the particle world. His original body was a demon beast. Now he has stepped into the fairyland and has become a demon fairy named Zishi. There were many people in the hall, including Ziyu, the son of the city lord. There are still 7 days before they arrive. Can you prepare for the reception? Bu Yanyu asked the people below. Report to the city lord, it's already being prepared. A person below responded. Well, this opportunity is rare, you must seize it well, Ziyu. If you can get along well with them, you will have the opportunity to soar to the sky and go further in the future, so you need to prepare well. Bu Yanyu said to her son Ziyu. Well, we have already prepared everything we should, but the last time the sky demon oracle bone was lost and was taken away by an unknown person. It was hateful. A cold light flashed in Ziyu's eyes. He prepared the sky demon oracle bone for those who were coming and prepared a gift for one of the important people. He got the news long in advance and started preparing, but failed that time. Don't mention the past. You can't find anyone. What is going to happen is the key. Are you choosing the beauties? The blonde evil lion's voice was loud. As soon as he opened his mouth, the whole hall was full of echoes. Well, I am preparing, but I don't know if it will work. Ziyu said calmly. How many men in the world don't love beauties? Strength comes first, beauty comes second. I asked you to prepare more just to cater to the tastes of those people. There will always be suitable ones, young and beautiful, seductive and charming. Get ready. Mobilize the entire worry-free city. No matter what means you use, you must gather enough beauties for me. The evil lion said loudly. Okay. Ziyu nodded, and his eyes looked at one of the middle-aged men sitting in the hall, and said, you should speed up the preparation immediately. Those immortal forces don't force them, but can invite them to be guests. I believe they will be willing. As for ordinary people, you can bring them directly to the city lord's mansion after you have selected them. Tell them that the city lord's mansion will not treat them unfairly. Yes, I will do it right away. The man nodded, then left the hall and began to give orders. The people in the city lord's mansion of Wu Aiao City began to work at the same time. Soon, the whole Wu Aiao City received a message. In the near future, a big man from Yunzhao will come to Wu Aiao City. It is said that he is a person from the Holy Land on Yunzhao and has a noble status. The city lord's mansion of Wu Aiao City began to invite strong men from all sides to accompany him. At the same time, it summoned beautiful women from Wu Aiao City as escorts, which made many beautiful women without identity backgrounds eager to move. For them, this is not a rare opportunity. The whole Wu Aiao City became lively. In the Golden Armor sect, on a beautiful green mountain, Zhao Yuan has ended her confinement. She stood quietly on the ancient peak and looked into the distance. The holy land of Yunzhao. Zhao Yuan murmured, her eyes looking at a towering ancient peak fairy palace behind her. A cold look flashed in her eyes, and she said, Master, you will regret it. After that, Zhao Yuan stepped out of the Golden Armor sect. She was going to the city lord's mansion and be a companion woman, willingly. She was not convinced by what she had experienced these days, and she was even more unwilling. Chapter 756, Stealing People. There are 81 counties in Yunzhou, countless cities, and the land outside the city is vast and endless, with countless forces. However, there are still not many forces that can really stand at the top. But the Zhang family lineage on the land of Yunzhou can definitely be called the top force on the land of Yunzhou, and it is powerful and invincible. The Zhang family lineage began in a very ancient period. There was a master of refining named Zhang Zhao, who had the ability to refine weapons against the sky. The immortal emperors often asked him for help, just to ask him to help refine super powerful immortal weapons. However, after prosperity, the Zhang family lineage founded by Zhang Zhao was too strong, so it seemed extremely arrogant, so it offended many people, and Zhang Zhao had a super powerful enemy. The two fought a battle that shook the world. The other party killed Zhang Zhao with his super powerful cultivation, but he did not expect that Zhang Zhao's refining ability was already able to reach the sky. He refined his body into an immortal weapon, counterattacked before death, and launched a fatal attack before death, and the two died together. After Zhang Zhao's death, many enemies he had offended came to attack him at the same time. Of course, many of them coveted the many magical instruments and treasures of the Zhang family lineage, founded by Zhang Zhao. At that time, Zhang Zhao was already famous in the fairyland and was very rich. Of course, many people wanted to take advantage of the Zhang family lineage, so a bloody war broke out, and the Zhang family lineage suffered an unprecedented disaster. When Zhang Zhao was worthy of being Zhang Zhao, he built the defense of the Zhang family lineage into a copper wall and iron wall, which was extremely difficult to break. After the battle, I don't know how many strong men died in the Zhang family lineage, but many people in the Zhang family lineage were also killed and many magical instruments were snatched. Later, with the changes of the times, the Zhang family lineage encountered several major disasters and has been bumping to this day. Although the Zhang family no longer had the peerless grace that Zhang Zhao had in his hands, and had experienced countless hardships, even so, until the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor ruled the Eastern Saint 13 states, the Zhang family was still able to stand firmly on the land of Yunzhou and become a holy place. I don't know how many people admired it and wanted to step into it, not only to practice martial arts, but also to learn the ability to refine weapons. There, it was the Holy Land created by Zhang Zhao, a pilgrimage site for weapon masters on the land of Yunzhou. Nowadays, many rumors in Wu'aiao City are related to the Zhang family. In a very short period of time, the stories of the Zhang family were repeatedly told in the restaurant. Of course, as long as they are older, they have basically heard of the Zhang family and Zhang Zhao, because the Zhang family is too famous. How can the strong men of the Zhang family not cause a sensation when they come to Wu'aiao City? Outside the city lord's mansion, Zhao Yuan stood there quietly, with a hint of tenacity in her eyes. Then she raised her footsteps and flashed towards the city lord's mansion. This time, she would not turn back until she hit the south wall. Her master, the great elder of the Golden Armor sect, ignored her and confined her to her house. Then, she would retake her future, even if it cost her anything. However, not everyone had the same idea as Zhao Yuan. The Qin family was completely noisy at this moment. There were many people in the yard where Qin Qing lived. Noisy noises came from here, as if they were arguing. Qin Qing, you have to go or not. I have reported your name. The city lord's mansion will come to take you there today. This is an opportunity for my Qin mansion. An indifferent voice came out, and the person who spoke was Qin Qing's uncle. Qin Zio, you bastard. Qin Feng roared, his veins exposed. He never thought that his uncle would actually do such a despicable thing this time. Grandpa, you have to make the decision for my sister. Qin Feng looked at his grandfather Qin Mu and said, "What a bastard, you don't know the difference between the superior and the inferior, and you even dare to insult me. I will destroy you, you beast." Qin Zio took a step forward, stepped heavily, and pressed down on Qin Feng with a surging momentum. "Stop it." A loud shout came out, and Qin Mu also showed an angry look. He stared at Qin Zio and said, "Who told you to do this? Do you still take me, the master of the Qin family, seriously? Uncle, I want to respect you, but what you have done over the years really makes my nephew feel cold." Qin Zio looked at Qin Mu and said, "When Qin Feng's parents were alive, you protected them in every way and gave them all the good cultivation resources. Later, They unfortunately died, and you took care of Qin Feng's brothers and sisters in every way. The resources were also the first to enjoy. Did you really think about the whole family? When is it your turn to speak in this family? Qin Mu shouted angrily. Boss, it's no big deal for the younger generations to say what they think, and what Qin Zhao said is not unreasonable. At this time, an old man next to him spoke lightly, and Qin Mu turned his eyes and looked at his cousins, sweeping his eyes over them one by one. What do you mean? Qin Mu suppressed his anger and looked at the people in front of him. The eyes of these people seemed to reveal their dissatisfaction with his head of the family. It seems that it has not been for a while. I don't mean anything. I just think that what Qin Zhao said is right. What he did was just for the consideration of my Qin family. This is a rare opportunity. Other families are scrambling to seize it. Qin Qing is so beautiful and pure. Maybe she will have the opportunity to be noticed by the big figures of the Jiang family in the Holy Land. At that time, my Qin family will soar to the sky and have unique advantages. It may even become an important family in Wu Aiao City. With such an opportunity in front of you, Qin Mu, you just give up. The man spoke slowly with a cold tone. Qin Mu stared at him and said, as you said, the whole Wu Aiao City is scrambling for it this time. Is it so easy to be noticed? Besides, even if you are noticed, what can you do? Those high-ranking figures will favor a woman. For those big figures in the Holy Land, even if they are interested in a woman, they may just play around casually and will not spend too much energy on a woman. Doing so would undoubtedly push Qin Qing into the fire pit. We have to try it after all. The man continued. Qin Mu's eyes were fixed on him, and a faint pressure was released from his body. Am I the head of the family, or are you? Qin Mu, if you are so disregarding the interests of the family, I have nothing to say. The people from the city lord's mansion have arrived. Now, things are irreversible. Qin Qing has to go. The man's voice was still calm. As he spoke, he heard a whistling sound of wind in the distance. After a while, many figures flashed and descended here. The leader stood in the void and said loudly, "Where is Qin Qing?" "Here." The Qin family strongman who was talking to Qin Mu shouted, and immediately those figures walked over here, and their eyes fell on Qin Qing at a glance. The woman's appearance was indeed quite outstanding, and she looked very pure, very good. "Come with us," the man said lightly. "No." Qin Feng stood in front of Qin Qing and said, "She can't go with you." "Huh?" The strong man raised his eyebrows, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Qin Feng, you are so insolent." The old man of the Qin family scolded, "Get out of here." "Senior, my sister has never signed up, but these people acted on their own initiative. I hope you will forgive me and don't take my sister with you." Qin Feng said to the person in front of him. "Get out of here." The man looked indifferent and condescending. "Senior." Qin Feng's eyes were red and his face was pale, but he saw the other party waving his hand, "Take the people away." "Senior, please let my sister go." With a plop, Qin Feng knelt on the ground, kowtowed to the strong man of the city lord's mansion, and said, "Senior, please forgive me. Get out of here." The man showed an angry look. "No." Qin Feng still refused to give in. Qin Mu also stepped forward and said to the strong man in the city lord's mansion, "This is really not my granddaughter's will. Please forgive me once." "How presumptuous." The man said coldly, "Take her down." After saying that, he also stepped out, waved his hand heavily, and suddenly there was a muffled sound in the world, the light of the stars shone, and the terrifying knife light chopped down directly, like a flash of lightning. Qin Mu's face was pale, and he also showed his own momentum. He raised his attack and suddenly a star shield appeared, shining with diamond light, but under the knife light, one knife was cut off, and his body was directly knocked back. "Humph!" The strong man snorted coldly and continued to walk towards Qin Mu. His palms reached out to grab a void. In an instant, thousands of knife lights burst out at the same time, and gathered into a terrifying knife in front of Qin Mu. It chopped violently, and the wind whistled, as if the void was split into two. Qin Mu's face was pale, and the light of the stars shone on his body, turning into an extremely huge shield. When the giant sword chopped down, the void trembled. Then the sword was directly decomposed and turned into fragments, which directly killed Qin Mu's body. There were continuous puffing sounds. Qin Mu groaned, his face was pale, and blood was oozing from all over his body. He kept retreating. The man did not continue to attack, but just looked at Qin Mu coldly. As for the other side, Qin Feng was thrown out directly. The people from the city lord's mansion were holding Qin Qing, and the two had no power to resist at all. Grandpa, Qin Feng. Qin Qing saw that both of them were injured, and tears flowed down instantly. Let go of my sister. Qin Feng rushed over angrily, but saw one of them kick out. With a loud bang, Qin Feng's body was kicked away directly. Don't worry about me, I'll go, I'll go. Qin Qing said loudly, with some despair in his eyes. Qin Mu stood up despite his injuries, but saw several elders of the Qin family walk directly to him and surrounded him. The old man who had just argued with him said, the head of the family is confused, take him away. You are so presumptuous. Qin Mu stared at the people in front of him. He saw the strong man from the city lord's mansion glanced at him coldly, then turned around and took Qin Qing away. In the void, Qin Qing turned around and glanced at Qin Mu and Qin Feng. There was a strong sense of pain in her eyes. It was all her who harmed Grandpa and Qin Feng. P.S. The school schedule is too tight these 2 days, and I can only code 1 chapter. Sorry, there are still 12 days of study. I will update it well after Wuhan returns home to make up for these days. In addition, everyone can add Wuhan's official account. If you can't update temporarily, you will be notified on it. Search for Jing Wuhan in the official account, or directly search Jing Wuhan 888. Chapter 757. Would you be willing to become my master? After Qin Qing was taken away from the Qin family, the head of the family, Qin Mu, was injured and controlled by the Qin family. Qin Mu was of course aware of this. At this time, these people had been depressed for a long time. It seemed that they had long been dissatisfied with him, the head of the family, until now they finally used outsiders to deal with him. As for all this, Qin Wentian of the Xianfu realm did not know. He had comprehended the Xianmo treasure book for a long time and directly refined the Xianmo oracle bones in the Xianfu palace to temper his body and practice the immortal and demon body refining technique, making his body stronger. The whole body was like the body of an immortal or demon. When the technique was running, brilliant rune light flowed on his body, as if he was wearing immortal or demon armor. After practicing, Qin Wentian finally walked out of the Xianfu palace. The strong man from the outside world was still waiting there. When he saw Qin Wentian coming out, he stared at him depressedly and said, "You kid finally came out." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he looked at the person in front of him, and then said politely, "Qin Wentian greets senior brother." "Yes." The man nodded, and his figure stepped directly beside Qin Wentian. He clapped his hands and landed on Qin Wentian's shoulders. A powerful force directly penetrated into Qin Wentian's body, causing Qin Wentian's flesh and bones to make a crisp sound, as if a terrible force was flowing through. "Not bad," the strong man said lightly, and then stepped into the Xianfu palace. Qin Wentian, who felt depressed just now, immediately felt extremely relaxed, as if all the bones in his body were unblocked. "Awesome!" Qin Wentian praised. It was indeed the Xianfu realm. It seemed that his junior brother was the weakest in the Xianfu realm. There were many people stronger than him. There were too many people. Anyone who walked out was at the same level as Bai Wuya. They were too awesome. They might come from all over the fairyland. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor only controlled the Eastern Saint 13 states of the fairyland. The fairyland was too big and there were too many strong people born. "Do you want to learn about other places?" Bai Wuya said to Qin Wentian. "Of course, your strength is still relatively weak now. Even if you step into other places, it will be useless. For example, some tasks and rewards are impossible for you to complete." "How difficult is it?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. "There are difficulties in all directions. The more difficult tasks I have seen are to open up and rule a fairyland and become the emperor of a fairyland," Bai Wuya said. Qin Wentian's heart trembled. He looked at Bai Wuya and said, "Brother Bai, have you also completed such a task?" "Yes." Bai Wuya nodded. Qin Wentian couldn't help but sway his body slightly. Surprisingly, someone completed it. A senior brother from the Heavenly Talisman realm became the emperor of a fairyland in the fairyland? Too scary. The power of the Heavenly Talisman realm is so powerful that it is shocking. Such a force is so hidden that it is really scary once it is revealed in the outside world. "Then I will go out first. I have been here for quite a while." Qin Wentian smiled. "Well, okay, I will send you out first, or from the place where you came in. You can communicate with the Heavenly Talisman realm with this spell, and a void connection channel will appear there. You can return to the place where you came in." Bai Wuya explained to Qin Wentian, and then took Qin Wentian back to the original way. Back to the place where they stepped into the heavenly talisman realm. There was a void fluctuation looming there. Bai Wuya uttered a spell from his mouth, and suddenly the light shone, and the void channel reappeared. The situation in the outside world was clearly visible, as if it was a mirror. No one, go out. You can go in by yourself in the future, but be careful not to lead others into void enemies. That will violate the rules of the heavenly talisman realm. The supervisory immortal general will find you and deal with you immediately. You will die. Only if you are discovered by accident, the supervisory immortal general will give you a lighter punishment. Bai Wuya reminded solemnly, and Qin Wentian nodded. If this was allowed, the heavenly talisman realm would have been exposed long ago, so this rule is very strict. Okay, I remember it. Thank you, senior brother Bai. Qin Wentian bowed to Bai Wuya. Since I am your guide and bring you into the heavenly talisman realm, I naturally hope that you can achieve something, and it would be best if you can become an important figure in the heavenly talisman realm and have the opportunity to meet the master in person as soon as possible. Bai Wuya's voice was sincere, and Qin Wentian was grateful in his heart. Without saying much, he turned and walked towards the passage. Following the passage, Qin Wentian walked out of the heavenly talisman realm and returned directly to the sky above the worry-free city. The clouds and mists were lingering, and Qin Wentian identified the direction and flashed away. The door to the heavenly talisman realm had been closed for a long time, as if it had never been closed before, which was extremely magical. After leaving for so long, I don't know how Qin Feng, the little guy, is practicing. Thinking of Qin Feng and Qin Qing, Qin Wentian had a faint smile in his eyes. This kind brother and sister was very interesting and made people feel kind. Apart from Bai Wuya and Sword Saint Li Mu Bei, Qin Feng and Qin Qing were probably the only people he was close to. Qin Wentian sacrificed a magic weapon for transportation, which was extremely fast and whistled in the air. Not long after, he arrived above the Qin family. Putting away the magic weapon for transportation, Qin Wentian stepped into the air below and walked directly to the yard where Qin Feng and Qin Qing lived. However, when he landed in the yard, his brows frowned slightly, and he found that Qin Feng and Qin Qing were not on the yard. What's going on? Qin Wentian thought to himself. He saw several figures coming in front of him. They were all young men and women. They looked at Qin Wentian with a hint of hostility. You are Qin Wentian, right? One of the women asked indifferently. Where are Qin Feng and Qin Qing? Qin Wentian did not respond to the other party's words, but asked directly. This place will belong to us in the future. As for where they are, you, an outsider, don't need to ask. You go. The Qin family doesn't welcome you. The woman raised her head, like a proud princess, as if she was very unhappy with Qin Wentian, so the words she uttered were very impolite. As soon as Qin Wentian arrived, she issued an order to expel Qin Wentian and asked him to leave the Qin family. What happened? Qin Wentian frowned instantly. Qin Feng and Qin Qing's grandfather Qin Mu was the head of the Qin family. If nothing big happened, the place where Qin Qing and Qin Feng lived could not be taken by others. We've told you that the Qin family doesn't welcome you. Do you want us to tell you to get out before you leave? An 18 or 19-year-old young man next to him was more impulsive and shouted at Qin Wentian without any courtesy. Qin Wentian didn't look at the other person. His consciousness swept out and enveloped the entire Qin family. Not long after, in a corner of the Qin family, Qin Wentian's perception found Qin Feng. A cold breath emanated from Qin Wentian, and his eyes instantly became extremely cold. Qin Feng was injured. Not only was he injured, but he was also under house arrest. At this moment, he was helpless, sitting in a corner of the dirty little house. His whole body was dirty, his hair was messy, and his breath was weak. The masculine boy at the beginning was now like a beggar, very miserable. Seeing this scene, how could Qin Wentian not be angry? Moreover, Qin Mu was also imprisoned, and his injuries were even more serious. As for Qin Qing, she was not on the Qin family. Qin Wentian turned around and walked directly in the direction of Qin Feng. Stop! The young men and women behind him shouted angrily, and some even stepped forward and attacked Qin Wentian directly. A young man's palm print directly hit Qin Wentian's back, and saw Qin Wentian's body shining with light, and the terrifying power directly shook the other party's body away. With a loud bang, the rockery in the courtyard was directly shattered. The young man vomited blood and fainted. The expressions of the others suddenly froze there, staring at Qin Wentian's back. The people of the Qin family noticed the movement here and stepped out one after another. At this time, Qin Wentian took a few steps and came to the room where Qin Feng was imprisoned. He raised his hand and blasted, and the room was directly shattered and turned into ashes. Qin Feng! Qin Wentian called out. Qin Feng raised his head. His eyes were red and bloodshot, but lifeless. His voice was weak, and he called out, "Brother Qin, take this pill." Qin Wentian took out a pill and fed it into Qin Feng's mouth. The injuries in Qin Feng's body were repaired rapidly. He looked up at Qin Wentian and said, "Brother Qin, don't worry about me. Leave the Qin family quickly." "It doesn't matter, Qin Feng, where's your sister?" Qin Wentian helped Qin Feng up and asked. This kind little guy was still thinking about letting him leave. Speaking of which, Qin Wentian and Qin Feng can be regarded as a master-disciple relationship, although he did not formally accept him as a disciple. "Sister," Qin Feng murmured, and then his eyes became redder, tears flowed out, and he said angrily, "Those beasts actually sent my sister to the city lord's mansion, and took the opportunity to let the people in the city lord's mansion deal with Grandpa and control the Qin family. They must have planned it long ago." Sent to the city lord's mansion. Qin Wentian's expression flashed a cold light. Although his uncle was a bad person in the past, it was the Qin family's family affairs after all. Besides, with Qin Mu around, he had no intention of participating in the Qin family's family affairs, nor did he have the qualifications, but he did not expect that it would turn into the current ending. Yes, sent to the city lord's mansion to accompany her. Qin Feng's pupils were like a beast, full of wildness. Just as they were talking, people from the Qin family flashed around one after another, including Qin Mu's uncle Qin Zhao. These people directly surrounded Qin Wentian and Qin Feng. Qin Zhao looked indifferent and stared at Qin Wentian. "Qin Feng, I told you to find a good master and practice well in the past, but you didn't listen and acted recklessly, wasting my Qin family's practice resources. Now this person is even more arrogant and rude, daring to come to my Qin family to make trouble. Brother Qin has nothing to do with this matter, don't involve him." Qin Feng stood up and blocked Qin Wentian. Looking at his thin body, Qin Wentian didn't know what he felt in his heart. It's too late. Qin Zhao's expression was cold, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. "You interfered with my Qin family's affairs and hurt my Qin family's people. You deserve to be killed. How can you do this?" Qin Feng roared, but saw Qin Wentian's palm on his shoulder, saying to Qin Feng, "Qin Feng, are you willing to worship me as your master?" P.S. One update today. Chapter 758, Strong Killing. "Qin Feng, are you willing to become my disciple?" Qin Feng looked into Qin Wentian's eyes and suddenly froze there. He didn't understand why Qin Wentian asked him to become his disciple at this time. Brother Qin's cultivation talent was very strong, and his insights in many aspects of martial arts were quite profound, but Brother Qin had no intention of accepting disciples before, and only taught him how to practice. But at this moment, he asked him if he was willing to become his disciple. "No, once you become my disciple, Brother Qin will be even more unable to leave." Qin Feng's heart suddenly trembled, and then he looked at Qin Wentian and shook his head and said, "Brother Qin, the things here have nothing to do with you, you should leave quickly." "Silly boy, do you think they will let me go?" Qin Wentian shook his head. He didn't want to interfere in Qin Feng's family affairs before, but this matter has gone to an extreme. In the past, he did not accept disciples, but only taught. It was not that he was incapable of accepting Qin Feng as a disciple. In fact, whether it was his cultivation or his life experience, he was enough to be Qin Feng's master. But he knew that he would not stay in one place and would leave here sooner or later. Accepting Qin Feng as a disciple would delay him. However, at this moment, he figured it out. It was no big deal, as long as he did not restrict Qin Feng from accepting other people's disciples in the future. Besides, they already had the relationship of master and disciple, and he really liked the character of this little guy. As for strength and talent, they were not within Qin Wentian's consideration. He accepted disciples only for his own heart, not to create a sect. Besides, becoming Qin Feng's master, then dealing with these people would be justified. "Qin Feng, are you willing or not?" Qin Wentian looked at Qin Feng and asked. "Brother Qin." Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and then he knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple greets master. Get up." Qin Wentian helped Qin Feng up, and everyone around him looked at Qin Wentian and sneered. "You really have the leisure time." Qin Zhao's harsh voice came, his eyes overlooking Qin Wentian and Qin Feng, and said, "Since you are so stubborn, Then my Qin family will send you to hell. Qin Feng, I am not only your master, but also your sister's master. These people treat you and Qin Qing like this. I will deal with them in my own way. You should have no objection, right? Qin Wentian asked Qin Feng. Qin Feng opened his mouth slightly and looked at Qin Wentian. Deal with them? If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. Qin Wentian looked at Qin Zhao in front of him, stepped forward, and exuded a cold aura all over his body. You are looking for death? Qin Zhao's palm trembled, and the starlight shone. He was brewing the power of attack, but everyone saw Qin Wentian raised his hand and grabbed the void. A terrifying palm print seemed to appear from nothingness and smash directly towards Qin Zhao's body. The rumbling sound of crushing was heard. Qin Zhao's face turned pale as paper the moment he saw the palm print appear. All his attacks were crushed and destroyed. The big palm print hid him, holding him tightly, unable to move at all. Stop! The others shouted loudly when they saw this scene. Qin Wentian's cold eyes swept over, and the powerful aura of the second level of the celestial realm bloomed without concealment. The cold storm swept across the space. Wherever his eyes passed, everyone felt the anger from the handsome young man. At this moment, the cold light shot out from his deep pupils, faintly revealing an indomitable edge. Qin Zhao, who was held, felt like he was suffocating. He couldn't imagine that Qin Wentian could be so powerful. It was simply terrifying. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to die. Qin Wentian spoke coldly, and then the big palm print hit him directly. Qin Zhao's body was thrown out directly, without any life, and was killed by Qin Wentian in one blow. Qin Feng stood behind Qin Wentian. Seeing this scene, he was stunned. Brother Wentian, he was actually so powerful. How dare you? The rest of the people rushed up. Although Qin Wentian was powerful, they were not too afraid of him because he was at the second level of the celestial realm. After all, there were 6 strong men above the second level of the celestial realm, including 2 strong men at the 4th level of the celestial realm. Kill! A strong man at the 3rd level of the celestial realm took the lead in attacking and rushed towards Qin Wentian. A terrifying golden stone platform appeared in the void, as if it had infinite pressure and could suppress everything. Buzz! The light flashed, and Qin Wentian sacrificed the demon sword on his back. The sword hummed softly. In just a moment, the sword intent spread throughout the world. Qin Wentian raised his hand and swung it out, slashing out a sword light, as if the void was directly cut into 2 pieces. The terrifying golden stone platform, that seemed to weigh tens of millions of pounds, was actually directly split into 2 pieces. Qin Wentian's body turned into a beam of light, and the stars and celestial phenomena shone. Then, the might of the sword from the heavens descended, directly covering the entire space, with an incomparably terrifying killing power. As soon as the sword-killing starry sky phenomenon appeared, it immediately crushed the starry sky phenomena of the Qin family, as if the sword was there, and all other powers lost their color. Such a small family is actually scheming against each other and fighting against each other. Since you are seeking your own death, I will fulfill your wish. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and the might of the sword that could suppress everything descended from the starry sky. The sword energy directly penetrated the bodies of everyone, as if thousands of swords passed through their bodies. There was a puffing sound, and several figures fell from the sky, and were then torn into pieces by the endless sword energy, and died on the spot. This is the starry sky of the sword, the domain of the sword. It was only a brief moment, and only the 2 strong men of the 4th level of the celestial phenomenon were left alive. But even they felt a sense of fear at this moment. The attack power of this person's starry sky was too strong. Qin Wentian stepped forward, holding the magic sword in his hand, with golden wings on his body, dazzling and boundless. The golden light shone, and the golden rock shuttled through the void. The cold light of the sword cut through the void. This sword seemed to be a fatal sword, suppressing that piece of space. A powerful being of the 4th level of the celestial phenomenon only felt trembling all over, and his face turned pale with fear. How could a person of the 2nd level of the celestial phenomenon be so strong? Puchy! The sword fell, and the person died. The last person was so frightened that he turned around and fled. He, who was at the 4th level of the celestial phenomenon, retreated without a fight. Can you get away? Qin Wentian sneered, and brilliant rune light flowed all over his body, flowing towards his palms, which was extremely terrifying. Then Qin Wentian raised his hands and roared, like the roar of an immortal or a demon. The terrifying star-picking palm print directly crossed the void, and with a loud bang, it killed the opponent's body, instantly shattering it, leaving no bones. It was just a short moment of fighting, and all the strong men who surrounded and killed him were destroyed. The wings on Qin Wentian disappeared, and he returned to Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng was still in a daze, staring at everything happening in front of him. Brother Qin. No, master. Qin Feng's lips trembled. Qin Wentian pulled his arm and his body soared into the air. Just a moment later, he came to the place where Qin Mu was imprisoned. With a sword, the extremely solid prison was directly split open. Inside, Qin Mu's breath was weak and he was imprisoned by the extremely solid star chain. It was much stricter than Qin Feng, and he was obviously worried that Qin Mu would escape. Qin Wentian walked forward and waved the magic sword to cut the chain. Then he took out the elixir and handed it to Qin Mu for him to take. Qin Mu's complexion recovered very quickly after taking the elixir. He looked at Qin Wentian and wanted to bow down, but was stopped by Qin Wentian. I knew that you were not an ordinary person at the beginning, so I hope that Qin Feng and Qin Qing, the two little guys, could have more contact with you, but I didn't expect such a result. This time, the lives of my grandfather and grandson are all thanks to you. Although Qin Mu was supported by Qin Wentian, he still bowed down. In this turmoil, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Grandpa, my sister. Qin Feng still couldn't be happy. Although they were safe, Qin Qing was already in crisis. What exactly happened to Qin Qing? Tell me in detail. Qin Wentian asked. Yes. Qin Mu nodded, and then narrated, in Yunzhao, there once appeared a weapon refining master named Zhang Zhao. The immortal level magic weapons he refined were coveted by even the immortal emperor. Over the long years, Zhang Zhao opened up the Zhang family lineage, which was extremely powerful. However, because Zhang Zhao was too arrogant, he offended a great enemy, and finally the two died together. The Zhang family lineage encountered various changes and continued to decline. But even so, until today, countless years later, the Zhang family lineage still exists in Yunzhao and is the weapon-refining holy land of Yunzhao. And now, the strong men of the Zhang family of the Yunzhao Holy Land will come to Wu'aiao City. This has caused a great sensation. The city lord's mansion is willing to pay any price to seize this opportunity to make friends with the Zhang family. Ziyu once participated in the gambling battle to fight for the heavenly demon oracle bone as a gift. Although the Zhang family has no shortage of gifts, it seems more appropriate for him to give them as a gift. In addition, the city lord's mansion has summoned beautiful women from all sides in Wu'aiao City to welcome them as companions. Qin Zio, that beast, actually recommended Qin Qing. He also knew that I would not agree. He had a conflict with the people of the city lord's mansion and was injured. Qin Qing was also taken away. The city lord's mansion forcibly took people away. Qin Wentian said coldly. Well, in order to please the Zhang family, how could the city lord's mansion care about the Qin family in Wu'aiao City? What I'm most worried about is that Qin Qing will be favored by the people of the Zhang family. It is definitely not a good thing for a companion to be valued. Qin Mu's eyes were filled with deep worry. With Qin Qing's personality, if someone values her, she will definitely not try to please the Zhang family. If so, the result will be too worrying. I'll find a way to deal with this matter. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. The Zhang family and the city lord's mansion are both powerful forces, but he has to take care of Qin Qing's being taken away. Qin Wentian is not a saint, but Qin Qing has been with him for quite some time. He can't just sit back and watch the life and death of that kind and beautiful girl. Even if she might be in danger, he can't just ignore her. Chapter 759 Arrival. In Wu'aiao City, the city lord's mansion, flags are flying, and the strong are lined up. The vast platform of the city lord's mansion is full of strong people. The strong people from all sides of the city lord's mansion have gathered here, as if they are lined up to welcome them. Behind the strong people, there are many beautiful women, all in uniform. These women with eyebrows are all 1 in a million. They are the elite beauties of Wu'aiao City and are summoned by the city lord's mansion. Today is the day when the strong people of the Zhang family arrive. Jiang Huang, one of the young masters of the Zhang family, leads the team. There are many strong people following him, and there are even strong people in the realm of immortals. For a small city like Wu'aiao City, the other party may be unhappy and can be destroyed with a wave of his hand. How dare the city lord's mansion of Wu'aiao City be disrespectful? In addition to the city lord's mansion, the strong people of the immortal level forces in Wu'aiao City are also here, such as the leader and the elder of the Golden Armor sect, The strong people of the meteorite sect, and the strong people of the commander's mansion, all come here to welcome the people of the Jiang family. Han Luo from the commander's mansion stood in the crowd, his eyes fell on the 2 rows of beauties. Looking at the beauties of all colors, his heart was inevitably moved. His eyes quickly locked on one person, and he was a little surprised. This person turned out to be Zhao Yuan, the genius beauty of the Golden Armor sect. Zhao Yuan came here to be a companion. With her status, she should have come voluntarily, and her sexy clothes set off her exquisite figure very attractively, but her beautiful black eyes were just firm, as if she was deeply obsessed. This woman is really crazy. Is she trying to use her beauty to get close to the Jiang family? Han Luo thought to himself. However, how many of these women have the same thoughts as Zhao Yuan? They are also considered figures in Wu Aiao City and are pursued by many people, but they would rather come here to be companions just to get a chance. But Qin Wentian obviously didn't have such an idea. At this moment, she stood in the crowd, her delicate and beautiful body looked very charming, and her watery eyes were faintly aggrieved. Now she could only pray that this matter would pass quickly, and no one would take a fancy to her, so that she could leave quickly to the Qin family to see how her grandfather and Qin Feng were doing. The breeze blew through the city lord's mansion, and it was quiet here, without a single sound. Their eyes were all looking into the distance, while the countless figures below the city lord's mansion, their eyes were looking at the many figures above the city lord's mansion. The strict hierarchy seemed to be revealed invisibly. Finally, under the expectant gaze of many people, a line of figures appeared in the distance. They came on pages of flying boats. These flying boats were extremely exquisitely refined and different from each other. The flying boat in the middle page was extremely comfortable. A young man sat on it, looking into the distance. The speed gradually slowed down. The flying boats on the left, right and behind slowed down at the same time, surrounding the flying boat where the young man was, and slowly moved forward. In just a moment, they landed above the city lord's mansion. They glanced at the people in the air below and saw that they were lined up to welcome them, and there were many beauties. They didn't feel a bit strange, as if this scene would appear, it was not surprising. After all, their status and position were there. It was normal for the city lord of Wu Aiao City to do anything to please them. Wu Aiao City Lord Bu Yanaiyu, meet the Jiang family. The female city lord Bu Yanaiyu spoke respectfully, and everyone bowed down and bowed to the Jiang family strongman in the void to show respect. The young man Jiang Quang had a blank expression on his face. He glanced at everyone lightly, and then looked at the many beauties behind him, without any fluctuation in his expression. No one below spoke, and the space was silent. After a few breaths, Jiang Quang slowly opened his mouth and said, "Thank you for your hard work, City Lord Bu. This is my job, how dare I say it's hard work. The City Lord's mansion has prepared a banquet, and welcomes you all to the table. Bu Yanaiyu is also a rare beauty. Her every frown and smile is full of charm, which makes her look polite and courteous, yet full of charm." Yes. Jiang Quang nodded slightly, and then the flying boat landed in the sky below. Other strong men followed and landed on the ground of the city lord's mansion. Bu Yanaiyu and others immediately stepped forward to greet them, but left the middle seat empty. "Please, everyone," Bu Yanaiyu said politely, and Jiang Quang and the others walked forward and walked into the city lord's mansion. Jiang Quang walked between 2 rows of neatly arranged beauties, and naturally understood Bu Yanai유's intention. His eyes swept over the women, and many of the beauties had amorous eyes and eyebrows, but Jiang Quang didn't care at all, and just glanced directly over them. Until he saw Zhao Yuan, Jiang Quang saw that the other person's eyes seemed different from others. The tenacious eyes stared at him with a hint of fanaticism, and her temperament was also quite extraordinary. "What's your name?" Jiang Quang's indifferent voice came out and fell into Zhao Yuan's ears, making Zhao Yuan's body tremble slightly. She stared at Jiang Quang with burning eyes and replied, "Zhao Yuan, I am also good at refining magic weapons. Now I can refine 5th-level magic weapons." Oh. A different light flashed in Jiang Quang's eyes. It seems that he is a genius in refining weapons. No wonder he is so fanatical. Too many people who are good at refining weapons in Yunzhou yearn for the lineage of the Holy Land Jiang family. "I remember it," Jiang Quang said lightly, and then continued to walk forward. There were beautiful women on both sides, and he felt a little dazzled for a while. However, one of them was particularly conspicuous. The woman was dressed elegantly. She didn't look up and stare at him like others, but kept her head down, holding the corners of her clothes with both hands, and seemed very nervous. "Raise your head," Jiang Kuang said lightly. Qin Kuang's body trembled, as if she felt many eyes on her. Her heart was beating. She slowly raised her head and looked at Jiang Kuang with a hint of fear. Jiang Kuang's eyes flashed, and then asked, "What's your name?" Qin Kuang's body trembled, her hands tightly grasped her sleeves, and her lips were tightly closed. "Ask you a question," Ziyu said coldly beside him. A ray of evil light fell on Qin Kuang, causing Qin Kuang to tremble and say, "My name is Qin Kuang." "Yes," Jiang Kuang responded and continued to walk forward. "Follow me." Zishi turned around and said to everyone. All the women followed the steps of the Jiang family's strong men and went to the prepared banquet. Not long after, everyone sat down. The Jiang family occupied the most honorable position, and below them were the people from the city lord's mansion and the major forces of Wu Aiao city. As for the many beauties, they stood behind the Jiang family. Jiang Kuang said calmly, "Zhao Yuan, Qin Kuang, you two come to my side." A startling look flashed in Zhao Yuan's beautiful eyes, and then she stepped out and walked towards Jiang Kuang. Her master, the great elder of the Golden Armor sect, was also there. Seeing this scene, his expression became sharp. He did not expect Zhao Yuan to come here as an attendant. It seemed that her disciple was very dissatisfied with him some time ago. Qin Kuang's beautiful eyes trembled, and she stood there without moving. "Don't go yet." Ziyu looked back at Qin Kuang and said, "I don't want to go." Qin Kuang was brave, her face was slightly pale. As soon as she finished speaking, a lot of coldness fell on her, making her feel cold and her legs trembled. After a moment of silence, Jiang Kuang spoke again and said, "Come here." Qin Kuang felt like crying at this moment, her legs trembled slightly. Looking at Jiang Kuang's eyes, she finally slowly raised her feet and walked towards Jiang Kuang. At this time, a strong man from the Jiang family, who was beside Jiang Kuang, suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. Soon, Buyaniu, Zishi and other Xiante realm strongmen looked into the distance, and the breath of immortals was rapidly spreading towards this side. In an instant, a bright halo shone, and a young man in white was seen trampling on the shuttle, like lightning, and rushed directly to this place. Immortal soldiers. Jiang Kuang and others looked at the shuttle and were quite surprised. "How dare you?" the evil lion roared, shaking the void. The young man stopped, but still stood above the void, sweeping his eyes across the crowd. His sharp eyes revealed his arrogance. "It's you." Ziyu's expression was cold, and Zhao Yuan's eyes also became particularly cold. The young man who came was actually Qin Wentian. "Brother Qin." Qin Kuang's body trembled violently, looking at Qin Wentian's figure in disbelief. At this time, Qin Wentian held the immortal sword in his hand and stepped in the immortal shuttle. His handsome and enchanting eyes swept through the crowd and said coldly, "Who brought my sister, Qin, here? Are you looking for death?" His eyes were particularly sharp and fell directly on Ziyu. This scene made everyone tremble in their hearts. Even those immortal masters showed strange colors. This person is so arrogant. He is at the second level of the celestial realm. He dares to be so presumptuous here. I'm afraid he has an extraordinary identity. This boy has an extraordinary temperament and holds an immortal weapon. He must be a person of great power. Everyone guessed secretly in their hearts. At this time, Qin Wentian continued to glance over, looking at Buyaniu and Zishi, and said coldly, "Are you people in the city lord's mansion tired of living?" Chapter 760, Requesting People. When Qin Wentian said this, everyone's heart trembled slightly. The people from the Jiang family, the holy land of Yunzhao, came. The city lord's mansion hosted a banquet for them. Now, this young man dared to threaten the city lord's mansion in public. Are they tired of living? Everyone present, including the strong men of the Jiang family, looked at Qin Wentian seriously. He held the immortal weapon in his hand, trampled on the immortal shuttle, his eyes were deep, and his momentum was extraordinary. The people from the city lord's mansion who were threatened, including Buyaniu and Zishi, did not respond immediately, but observed Qin Wentian. There are too many capable people in the immortal realm. Even if you are much stronger than the other party, you must also see clearly whether the other party has a background and whether you can move them. Otherwise, a slight difference in thought may lead to the disaster of killing and even the disaster of extermination of the clan. This is by no means a false statement. For example, the city lord's mansion of Wu Aiao city dared to arrest people in the city. It was undoubtedly because of their strength, but they also had to look at the people they arrested. People with powerful backgrounds did not move. Qin Qing was a woman from the Qin family. They dared to arrest her directly because she did not have a big background. In the immortal realm, some arrogant but short-sighted people often think they are bullying some weak people, and suffer a catastrophe. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Including Zhang Zhao, the ancestor of the Zhang family, who was so powerful when he founded the Zhang family that the immortal emperor asked him for help, but in the end he was still killed on the spot. Although the counterattack before his death also killed the opponent, which saved the Zhang family from the disaster of extermination, from then on, the Zhang family suffered a series of blows and fell from grace. From then on, it was no longer as good as before. Zhao Yuan, Ziyu, and Han Luo all looked at Qin Wentian, and different thoughts arose in their hearts. They were all guessing, who is the person who took the Sky Demon Oracle bone into Xianzhou? As for Qin Qing, her beautiful eyes kept looking at Qin Wentian, her eyes were slightly red, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she shouted in her heart, "Brother Qin." Qin Qing never thought that Brother Qin was so powerful, and in order to kill directly to the city lord's mansion, he threatened the strong men with wild words. Bu Yanyu stared at Qin Wentian and asked, "Which faction are you from? How dare you be so disrespectful?" Bu Yanyu is the lord of a city after all. Being threatened by a weak person, she naturally had the momentum of a city lord. However, she did not dare to attack Qin Wentian directly. She was still a little afraid of him because she did not know his background. A person at the second level of the celestial realm had 2 immortal weapons. This itself had already confirmed something. Who would believe that there was no strong man at the immortal realm behind Qin Wentian? Qin Wentian just glanced at Bu Yanyu lightly, and then his eyes fell on Qin Qing, saying, "Qin Qing, who caught you?" Qin Qing's eyes condensed slightly, and whispered, "Brother Qin." "Who?" Qin Wentian asked again. Qin Qing's eyes searched the crowd, and then her eyes looked at a strong man from the city lord's mansion behind her, pointing at that person and saying, "It's him." Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly turned and looked at the person who went to the Qin family the day to injure Qin Mu and took Qin Qing away. Bang! Starlight burst out, and in just a moment, Qin Wentian burst out with terrifying power. With a loud rumble, his body rushed directly towards the man. Qin Wentian's palm was filled with talisman light, extremely terrifying. A terrifying large palm print burst out, covering the sky with one hand, and instantly descended in front of the man. The strong man was a 5th-level celestial figure. At the moment Qin Wentian burst out, his body retreated directly. The speed of the large palm print was too fast, with a terrifying suppressing force, rolling down, containing monstrous power, the heaven-suppressing immortal demon art, practiced to a powerful level to suppress immortals and demons, the immortal and demon body refining technique. The flesh is like immortals and demons, the two burst out at the same time. How terrifying the suppressing force is. With a loud bang, the man was caught off guard and vomited blood. His face changed drastically, and he saw a shuttle flying past in an instant. With a light sound of puff, blood flowed out, and his head and body were directly separated. He died tragically on the spot and was killed by Qin Wentian. This sudden scene made everyone's eyes sharp. What an arrogant guy. He actually killed people in public on such an occasion. Wu'ai City Lord Bu Yanyu and her husband Zishu were both powerful people in the Xiante realm. They were fully capable of stopping Qin Wentian, but they did not, as if they wanted to observe clearly who this boy was. They saw the terrifying attack method from Qin Wentian, which was definitely the attack method of the immortal level. The talisman light flowing through his body makes his body emit a fierce pressure. This is probably an extremely powerful method of body refining. His palms are also full of talisman light, indestructible, as if his flesh and blood body has become extremely magical and possesses terrifying divine power. This must be a very powerful practice. So far, everything Qin Wentian has revealed is extraordinary. At this time, Bu Yanyu is 90% sure that Qin Wentian comes from a powerful force. Not only Bu Yanyu, but others also think so. Strong men from the Zhang clan of the Holy Land are here, and some people are coming to the City Lord's mansion to cause trouble. City Lord Bu, please say something. A voice came out at this time. The person who spoke was the great elder of the Golden Armor sect, Zhao Yuan's master. Of course, he knew Qin Wentian. When Qin Wentian appeared here, his heart trembled. At the beginning, he used his immortal thoughts to protect Zhao Yuan to test Qin Wentian, and then Bai Wei directly entered his original mind through his immortal thoughts and easily destroyed him. How could he not understand that Qin Wentian might have a very terrible background? At this time, if the City Lord's mansion dealt with Qin Wentian, then the City Lord's mansion would probably be razed to the ground. The great elder of the Golden Armor sect had bad intentions. Mother, it was this man who participated in the Xianzhu and took the heavenly demon oracle bone. The immortal thoughts of the great elder of the Golden Armor sect appeared at that time. He recognized this man. Later, a mysterious man in white appeared and said get out, which made the immortal thoughts of this old guy disappear. Although Ziyu was evil by nature, seeing Qin Wentian coming so strongly and the words of the great elder of the Golden Armor sect provoking him, how could he not know the other party's sinister intentions? Yanyu stared at Qin Wentian and became more certain of his thoughts. It seemed that the great elder of the Golden Armor sect might know something. If he thought about it this way, the mysterious young man in front of him might come from the superpower outside, a power that his City Lord mansion could not afford to offend. Sir, who are you to cause trouble in my City Lord's mansion? Yanyu stared at Qin Wentian and continued to speak. Qin Wentian still ignored her and just glanced at her coldly. Then he looked at Jiang Kuang and said, the Jiang family came here, and I shouldn't come to disturb them. However, my sister was forcibly brought by the City Lord's mansion. I can only come to take her back. Can the Jiang family give Qin a little face? The reason why Qin Wentian came so strongly was to create an illusion that he had a very strong background. In this fairyland, it is common to be weak and strong, and bully the weak. Only when others think that you have a strong background, they dare not touch you. Moreover, he has immortal weapons and immortal magic, and his attacks are terrible, which can easily create illusions. Of course, this is also a last resort. If he wants to save Qin Qing, he can only do this, there is no other way. Of course, no problem. Jiang Kuang, who had been silent the whole time, had been observing Qin Wentian. He knew their identities, but he dared to be so presumptuous. He also wanted to know who this person was. But, you must at least tell me who you are first? Otherwise, what qualifications do you have to ask me for someone? The 3 words who are you from Jiang Kuang's mouth were not just as simple as asking Qin Wentian's name. What a joke, a strong man in the 2nd level of the celestial phenomenon realm, could he kill a person and take him away from Jiang Kuang with his powerful fighting power? If so, the Jiang family would be too insignificant. No matter who Qin Wentian is, even if he has a powerful background, if he wants to take people away, it is far from enough to rely on what Qin Wentian has done. The space was silent again. With Jiang Kuang in charge of the overall situation, the people of the City Lord's mansion would certainly not interfere. They hoped so that their City Lord's mansion could be completely separated and not offend any party. Everything was supported by the Jiang family. If this arrogant young man did not have a stronger background, he would not only fail to take Qin Qing away from the Jiang family, but also whether he could leave. Are you unwilling to let him go? Qin Wentian's expression turned cold, but he was secretly thinking in his heart. After all, Jiang Kuang is from the Jiang family. How could he be allowed to take people away so easily? If the City Lord's mansion would be a little wary of his strong performance, the Jiang family would not be. They can be regarded as the top force in the entire Yunzhou. It would be better if Qin Qing had not been noticed. However, Qin Qing happened to be noticed by Jiang Kuang. It depends on whether you are qualified to let me release people. Jiang Kuang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his eyes stared at Qin Wentian. He had just entered the City Lord's mansion banquet when someone came to make trouble. He really wanted to see how confident Qin Wentian was. Chapter 761 Fight. Qin Wentian could clearly see the provocation in Jiang Kuang's dark eyes. How could Jiang Kuang let her go so easily? My sister was brought here by the City Lord's mansion. She has nothing to do with the Jiang family. If you are willing to let her go, Qin will remember this favor. Qin Wentian stared at Jiang Kuang and spoke again. However, Jiang Kuang smiled and shook his head, saying, no. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with cold light, and became even sharper. He was full of powerful aura, stepped forward, and said coldly, since you ask me if I am qualified, I will do you a favor. A terrifying fighting spirit burst out from him and rushed straight to Jiang Kuang. Jiang Kuang's cultivation was at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon, 3 levels higher than Qin Wentian. Moreover, as a young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Kuang's fighting power would undoubtedly be very strong, and it was definitely not comparable to the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon in the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, the fighting spirit that Qin Wentian was madly emitting was undoubtedly a provocation to Jiang Kuang. Declare war. In such a situation, Qin Wentian actually dared to declare war on Jiang Qing in public. Brother Qin. Qin Qing's eyes were slightly red, and she was moved. She had heard Qin Wentian say that Qin Wentian came from the particle world and had no strong background at all. Such a strong attack was just a means to confuse the enemy. This required taking great risks, but Brother Qin did it for her without hesitation. Moreover, Brother Qin's strength was really strong. The person who injured Grandpa was easily killed by Brother Qin. Brother Qin is such a good person and has such a great talent. Don't let anything happen to him because of me. I would rather die. Qin Qing thought to herself. The fragile girl's beautiful eyes shot out a firm light at this moment. She had implicated Grandpa and Qin Feng last time, and she must not implicate Brother Qin again this time. A powerful gale tore through the space. Qin Wentian's aura surged, his long black hair danced wildly, and he looked unparalleled. His whole body was filled with brilliant rune light, as if he was wearing a layer of immortal and demonic armor, with an invincible power. Beside Jiang Qing, several people stood up, and the terrible pressure of immortals spread out, covering Qin Wentian. However, at this moment, Jiang Qing also stood up, raised his hand, and signaled the people around him to stop. On his body, an extremely sharp aura bloomed, and the whole person was like a peerless fierce weapon, revealing terrible destructive power. The second level of the celestial phenomenon. Jiang Qing sneered. There were 3 realms. Although Qin Wentian killed a strong man of the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon in an instant, he still did not take Qin Wentian too seriously. His 5th level of the celestial phenomenon was by no means comparable to that person just now. Jiang Qing would never imagine that he would be defeated by a person of the 2nd level of the celestial phenomenon. Absolutely not. Boom. As soon as his footsteps hit the ground, Jiang Qing's body stepped out. The terrifying power on his body swept across the world, and the whole body was flowing with black light, which was extremely terrifying. Boom. Qin Wentian raised his palm and directly blasted at Jiang Qing, who was flying into the air. The star-picking palm print covered the sky and the sun, huge and boundless, as if it could smash the void with one blow. The big palm print rolled down and instantly enveloped Jiang Qing's body, suppressing it. A pitch-black fierce spear condensed in Jiang Qing's hand, and the airflow of destruction flowed on the fierce spear. Jiang Qing suddenly stabbed at the big palm print, as if the incomparably terrifying destructive power gathered at one point and slammed on the huge palm print. With a loud bang, the big palm print was directly shattered and destroyed, but the dark light of destruction was still flowing and raging in the void. Qin Wentian obviously didn't think that he could defeat Jiang Qing, who was at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon, with just one blow. When he launched that blow, his power was brewing crazily. The luster flowing on his body's surface became even more brilliant. After absorbing the heavenly demon oracle bone, his body became even more terrifying. His entire body seemed to have copper skin and iron bones, with many runes flowing on his body surface, as if his body was a powerful divine weapon. The immortal and demon body refining technique forged a true immortal and demon body. Your attack is too weak. Jiang Qing stood in the void and roared at Qin Wentian. As his voice fell, Qin Wentian's palm blasted out again. At this moment, a brighter palm print covered a piece of the void. The light flowing on it made people feel trembling. A rumbling sound came out, and Jiang Qing snorted coldly. The fierce spear-like gray airflow on his palm flowed crazily, and he struck again, and the palm print was shattered into pieces again. How can a person at the 2nd level of the celestial phenomenon realm threaten young Master Jiang Qing with his attack? Someone from the Jiang family stood below and looked at the 2 people in the air, and said lightly, "That's right, this person really doesn't know how to live or die." Everyone agreed, but many people knew in their hearts that Qin Wentian's strength was already very strong. If the 2 switched positions, Qin Wentian was at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, and Jiang Qing was at the 2nd level of the celestial phenomenon realm, Qin Wentian would be able to crush Jiang Qing with one blow. But Jiang Qing, he obviously couldn't kill Qin Wentian with one blow. Qin Wentian's expression was tough, without any fluctuations. He raised his hand again and blasted out, shaking the earth. Many terrifying palm prints destroyed everything and crushed the heaven and earth. These palm prints seemed to be connected together, turning into an even larger palm print, killing everything with infinite power. Jiang Qing frowned. The huge palm print in the void seemed to be able to be decomposed into many palm prints. Each palm print had the power of the previous attack. At this moment, the power was superimposed, and I don't know how much stronger it was. But even so, Would it be useful? This would only make him fight more attentively. I saw a terrible black light flowing through Jiang Kuang's body, and many fierce spears appeared around him, revealing a terrible destructive and corrosive power. Go! Jiang Kuang shouted loudly, and many fierce spears seemed to penetrate the void and gallop for eternity. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the terrible fierce spears hit the huge palm print in the void, constantly causing cracks to appear on the palm print. Finally, a loud bang was heard, and the huge palm print exploded and shattered. Jiang Kuang's mouth was outlined with a cold smile. This should be your limit, Jiang Kuang said coldly. With just this, he was absolutely sure that he could kill Qin Wentian on the spot. But at this moment, he saw that Qin Wentian's body had become much larger, and with a glow of the immortal demon armor flowing through his body, he looked more like a real immortal demon. The cold light in his huge eyes was enough to tremble. Limit? It's still too early. Qin Wentian sneered, and still used the same big palm print as before, but this time, the palm print was even larger, and the power was even more terrifying, truly earth-shaking. How can this be possible? Jiang Kuang was a little angry. He saw the terrible black luster in his body flowing around him crazily. His body made a crackling sound and seemed to become more majestic. Endless long hairs gathered and turned into peerless attacking long hair. He stared at Qin Wentian in the void and shouted coldly, "You have been attacking all the time, and it is time to taste my attack methods." No time. Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and his palm plucked the stars and the moon, and attacked again, descending in an instant. The attack power burst out in an instant. This powerful explosive power was enough to shock too many people. Really? Jiang Kuang finally fought with real anger. At first, he was just a tentative attack, wanting to humiliate Qin Wentian and let him know that the second level of the celestial realm was not enough. But at this moment, he found that Qin Wentian was unexpectedly powerful. He was 3 levels strong and was still in a defensive posture. If he continued like this, he would be more passive and could not bear it in terms of face. Jiang Kuang, he must take the initiative to attack. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, huge palm prints fell from the sky. Jiang Kuang kept resisting and intercepting this powerful attacking force, causing the void to tremble and gradually emit flames. With such an attacking force, he is still passive. Jiang Kuang was very unhappy. Master Jiang Kuang is still playing with him slowly? In my opinion, just finish him off directly. Some people below were whispering, but they didn't know that Jiang Kuang was also under great pressure at this time. At this time, many figures of Qin Wentian appeared in the void, as if thousands of bodies were attacking at the same time. This time, the power was so great that even Jiang Kuang felt frightened when the opponent's attack broke out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762, Cruel. Thousands of destructive palm prints that suppressed everything attacked, and the space seemed to be crushed. The fierce spear in Jiang Kuang's hand passed by, and the stars and celestial phenomena shone. Behind Jiang Kuang, a huge fierce spear with extremely black color appeared, and there was a dark destructive airflow flowing around it. Kill! Jiang Kuang shouted violently. He was suppressed by Qin Wentian's constant attack. Jiang Kuang had already fought with anger. At this time, the peerless fierce spear was spinning and whistling wildly, and the black long hair that strangled everything shot out and directly crushed on the thousands of attacking palm prints. The world trembled and kept making rumbling sounds. Jiang Kuang took a step forward, and his palm hit forward violently. A peerless fierce spear that was dozens of feet long broke through the air and killed Qin Wentian's original body. Qin Wentian's physical body became extremely terrifying, and the rune light was brilliant, flowing around Jiutian. He was huge, like an immortal demon. Stars and celestial phenomena appeared, suppressing the celestial phenomena. Behind Qin Wentian, a giant with a brilliant rune light appeared. It was able to trample on the heaven and earth and suppress the eternity, and it was in harmony with Qin Wentian's original body. Countless terrifying suppressing bodies fell down. Qin Wentian's footsteps trampled on the void, and there was a muffled rumble, as if the void was trembling. The long-haired man came to kill, but was trampled there. He roared wildly, and finally with a loud rumble, he was crushed to pieces. You want the limit? I'll show you. Qin Wentian spoke coldly, and there seemed to be a white light shining on his body, intertwined with the light flowing on his body. At this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to be bathed in divine light, reaching the sky and the earth. Suppress! Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and the suppressing power of the heavenly immortal demon art burst out, suppressing the endless fierce spears and shattering them all, suppressing the void as if it was about to solidify and collapse. At this moment, the power flowing in Qin Wentian's body had the power to destroy everything. Young master, be careful. As anti-realm experts sensed this might and warned Jiang Kuang. This attack was already extremely powerful. They could sense that this had already reached Jiang Kuang's limit. This young man at the second level of the celestial phenomenon realm had amazing combat power. Jiang Kuang's palm trembled, and suddenly a not very long fierce spear appeared in his palm. He stabbed it casually into the void. A destructive airflow swept past, and a black air of annihilation flowed above the sky. Qin Wentian's body exploded backwards, and his tyrannical offensive power completely collapsed under the opponent's stab. Immortal soldier! Qin Wentian's body retreated into the void, staring at the fierce spear in Jiang Kuang's hand. His eyes were full of arrogance. He stared at Jiang Kuang and said, "The fifth level of the celestial phenomenon is just like this. Whether it is combat power or refining, I can beat you. I, Qin, have no grudges with the Jiang family. Qin doesn't want to cause any more trouble. If you let him go now, this matter will be stopped from now on. Qin will not pursue it anymore." Qin Wentian's voice was as strong as ever. It was not because he was confident, but because he deeply understood a truth. In the immortal realm, if he showed weakness and lack of confidence at this moment, let alone a battle with Jiang Kuang, he might not even be able to walk to Jiang Kuang's side. You can only make the other party pay enough attention to you if you show your own arrogance. Of course, the premise is that you have a strong enough ability to match the strength you show, otherwise how can you shock the strong men at the banquet? Sure enough, after witnessing Qin Wentian's powerful fighting power, the people of the Jiang family looked at Qin Wentian with more attention. With such fighting power, if they said he was not a genius of a certain force, they would not believe it. Judging from the age of this person, he must not be too old, he should be under 40 years old. Jiang Kuang raised his head and stared at Qin Wentian. He was in a weak position in the three realms. This was not a glorious thing. Your fighting power is very good, but if that's all, I still don't want to hand him over. Jiang Kuang stared at Qin Wentian and said, "Today, he must make Qin Wentian tell his origins. If he doesn't tell, then he can't take the woman away." Jiang Kuang didn't care about Qin Wentian's strength. The Jiang family was not only powerful in Yunzhou, but they also maintained good relations with many forces. Even if Qin Wentian really came from a force that the Jiang family could not provoke, such a force would not deal with them for such a trivial matter. Moreover, if Qin Wentian really had such power, he would have said it. Why did he need to do this? Jiang Kuang even thought that perhaps the force Qin Wentian belonged to was weaker than his Jiang family, so he didn't dare to speak. Because of this, he had to force Qin Wentian to speak out, otherwise, Qin Wentian would not be able to take the person away. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Qin Wentian asked coldly, his cold eyes piercing Jiang Kuang, containing a heart-shaking indifference. "Yes." Jiang Kuang nodded. "Okay." Qin Wentian uttered a word, and at this time he was particularly calm. Only to see the light flashing, Qin Wentian's body stepped towards Qin Kuang. "Want to rob people directly?" Jiang Kuang's eyes flashed with irony, and the fierce spear in his hand stabbed out again, and the endless destructive airflow madly killed Qin Wentian's body, as if that piece of space was about to be destroyed. Qin Wentian stepped on the ferry shuttle under his feet, drawing a graceful arc. Like lightning, a third eye appeared between his eyebrows, directly piercing Jiang Kuang's eyes. In an instant, Jiang Kuang's mind seemed to have a terrible starry sky phenomenon, as if there were terrible golden bodies suppressing him. At this moment, his head trembled fiercely. The demon sword slashed towards the void, piercing Jiang Kuang like a flash of lightning. The buzzing demon sword burst out with terrifying murderous intent at this moment. "You dare!" The powerful people in the fairy realm around saw that Qin Wentian dared to have murderous intent, and suddenly shouted. Before the person arrived, the fairy power had already descended. But at this time, Qin Wentian slapped his body directly. At this moment, a real fairy power flowed through his body, as if he was covered with a layer of fairy armor. Even if the light of Jiang Kuang's fairy weapon spear pierced his body, he remained motionless and stepped on the fairy shuttle and ran directly towards Jiang Kuang. "How dare you!" The Jiang family's Xiante realm expert fired a terrifying finger technique, which hit Qin Wentian's body, but the Xian armor Qin Wentian was wearing made a crisp sound, as if it shattered, but it was not completely broken. The light of the Xian armor directly resisted the attack for him, and his body continued to move towards Jiang Kuang. The speed of the Xian shuttle was too fast, so fast that he arrived in front of Jiang Kuang in just a blink of an eye. Jiang Kuang saw that his attack on Qin Wentian was useless, and his face changed drastically. His body exploded backwards. At this critical moment, he didn't even have time to sacrifice other magic weapons. Everything happened too fast. Pucci. The demon's sword was so sharp that when it pierced into Jiang Kuang's body, it was like cutting tofu, directly inserted into Jiang Kuang's body, instantly destroying the vitality in Jiang Kuang's body. No. Jiang Kuang was horrified and screamed madly. All the people at the banquet stood up suddenly. At that moment, they felt a chill running through their bodies. They shivered. At that moment, they really felt so cold. Today was the day when the city lord's mansion was welcoming the Jiang family. As the leader of the Jiang family, Jiang Kuang was going to be killed at the banquet? Stop it all. A cold voice swept through the void. Qin Wentian's sword was against Jiang Kuang's heart. The flowing armor on his body seemed to be completely broken. He was surrounded by the strong men of the Jiang family. Those people burst out with terrifying power, their hair flying, and their eyes stared at Qin Wentian with extremely cold eyes. They all felt their hearts beating wildly, staring at the sword that Qin Wentian had inserted into Jiang Kuang's heart. Let him go. A Xiante-level warrior waved his hands, and the entire void seemed to be sealed. Swish, swish. A slight sound came out, which was the sound of the sword rubbing against a flesh. Qin Wentian grabbed Jiang Kuang with one hand, and the sword in the other hand continued to penetrate, reaching his heart. At this moment, Jiang Kuang was completely frightened and stunned. He would never dream that this man could take his life in an instant, and he actually dared to do so. Make way. Qin Wentian pushed Jiang Kuang's body forward. Those warriors were breathing rapidly, and their powerful auras fluctuated violently. But as Qin Wentian stepped forward step by step, they consciously made way for him. No one dared to stop him. This was a madman. He dared to use such a cruel method in front of so many Xiante-level warriors. He would definitely dare to kill Jiang Kuang. Let me go, and what happened just now will be written off. Jiang Kuang only felt a coldness in his heart. He was frightened, really frightened. He had never seen such a cruel person. Qin Wentian just glanced at him coldly without saying a word. This was the worst plan. When he came, he was already prepared. He had many magic weapons of the immortals in the War Palace. In an instant, it should be enough to control Jiang Kuang's life. If these people from the Jiang family did not let him go, then he would kill him directly like now. Qin Kuang, come here. Qin Wentian walked to Qin Kuang and spoke to Qin Kuang, who was still in a daze. Qin Kuang came to his senses and stepped directly on Qin Wentian's immortal shuttle. Those immortal masters surrounded him again and said, Your Excellency, let the young master go, and you can leave on your own. Buzz! The immortal shuttle directly crossed the void and flashed towards one of the directions. His demon sword hummed in Jiang Kuang's body. Jiang Kuang screamed, and the vitality in his body was constantly destroyed. No one dared to stop Qin Wentian. The immortal shuttle directly crossed the sky and fled into the distance. Chase! The warriors chased into the void, only to see Qin Wentian directly use a space magic weapon. The terrifying space power fluctuated, and Qin Wentian swung his palm. With a scream, Jiang Kuang's body was thrown fiercely towards the Jiang family. Buzz! The space power swept, and the figures of Qin Wentian and Qin Kuang disappeared. At the same moment, a fairy power suddenly spread in Jiang Kuang's body. A terrifying phantom appeared, and a terrifying roar was heard, which made everyone numb. This was the fairy thought of Jiang Kuang's father. Qin Wentian suddenly attacked just now, and he was too late after he found out, so he hid and waited for an opportunity to move. However, Qin Wentian seemed to have already discovered it. Chapter 763 Wanted. Qin Wentian did notice this immortal thought. The moment his magic sword pierced into Jiang Kuang's body, a trace of immortal power seeped out of Jiang Kuang. He knew that the strong men in the immortal stage realm could leave their immortal thoughts on their descendants. Bai Wuai was like this, and Zhao Yuan was also like this at the beginning. How could Qin Wentian not be alert? Therefore, he made a prompt decision to leave Jiang Kuang behind and leave directly. Jiang Kuang. The immortal thought phantom hugged Jiang Kuang's body. At this moment, Jiang Kuang's vitality was almost cut off. His internal organs were all devastated and his heart was almost destroyed. The blow Qin Wentian made before leaving was completely aimed at taking his life. He was decisive and ruthless. However, Zhang Kuang was not dead yet. There was a trace of vitality left. It was his father's immortal thought that protected his heart and kept this trace of vitality. But even so, if Zhang Kuang didn't die, he was destined to be a useless person, and there would be almost no day for him to recover. This sudden scene really shocked everyone. Even Ziyu, who was as evil as Ziyu, felt cold all over and sweated. It was too decisive and ruthless. Zhang Kuang had a complete advantage. There were also strong men in the Xiante realm beside him. They thought that as long as Zhang Kuang didn't let go, Qin Wentian would never be able to take people away, and even he couldn't leave here. However, everyone underestimated Qin Wentian's trump card and his decisiveness and ruthlessness. For a woman, he really killed Zhang Kuang from the Zhang family. At that critical moment, his sword pierced into Zhang Kuang's body. Only one thought could take Zhang Kuang's life. Who dared to block his way? Even Zhang Kuang's father's immortal thoughts dared not appear in Zhang Kuang. Once they appeared, Zhang Kuang would definitely die, and there was no possibility of survival. It was this madness that gave Qin Wentian a chance to take people away. You are simply risking your life? Han Luo of the commander's mansion trembled secretly in his heart. It was too crazy. If Qin Wentian had made a mistake just now, his life would have been left here. Is it worth taking such a risk for a woman? There are not many people with talent like Qin Wentian. Relying on the second level of the celestial realm, he fought against Zhang Kuang, who was at the fifth level of the celestial realm. It was Zhang Kuang who took the lead in offering the immortal weapon. As for Jiutian, she felt trembling all over and pale when she saw the dying Zhang Kuang. It was him who broke her hope again. How dare he kill Zhang Kuang directly? How dare he be so bold? I want to see him alive or dead. The immortal thought of Zhang Kuang's father said coldly, which made Bu Yanyu, who was still in a daze, react and immediately ordered, hunting him throughout the city. A terrible edge flashed in the eyes of the great elder of the Golden Armor sect. What a crazy guy. He was a little doubtful in his heart. There was obviously a very scary person behind that guy. Why did he take such a risk to kill Zhang Kuang? Could it be that this person's master and elders do not like the younger generation to rely on their own prestige? Perhaps this is the only explanation. As expected of a disciple trained by a master, he is only at the second level of the celestial phenomenon. This method makes him fatally convinced. If you were in Qin Wentian's position, he would never dare to do this. This is probably the consensus of everyone here. No one dared to think that Qin Wentian did it. Qin Wentian had no choice to do this. He had to rescue Qin Kuang, so he came to the city lord's mansion forcefully to create a false impression, so that the Zhang family would be afraid and let him go. For the Zhang family and Zhang Kuang, Qin Kuang was insignificant, and letting him go would have no effect on them. As long as Zhang Kuang let him go, he would leave immediately, but if Zhang Kuang refused to let him go, then he would have to do it himself. And with his strength, in the city lord's mansion where there were many strong people, he would definitely die if he fought hard, so he seized a chance, hijacked and killed Zhang Kuang, and then left with Qin Kuang. Of course, to do all this, he still couldn't do without the spoils he had collected from the strong men of the War Immortal Palace in the particle world. For example, the defensive magic weapon was a fairy-level magic weapon that bloomed once, which was extremely precious. It was the only one among the spoils. In order to save Qin Kuang, he had to use it. The space magic weapon for long-distance movement was an exquisite scroll that could teleport tens of thousands of miles away. Qin Wentian and Qin Kuang appeared directly in another place in Wu Iao City. The strong spatial force was raging, and Qin Kuang's steps were unstable. Qin Wentian grabbed her, trampled on the ferry shuttle and rushed straight into the clouds, escaping into the distance, not daring to stay for a moment. Even an area of tens of thousands of miles was still nothing for a ferry-level strong man. He had to leave the city and Wu Iao City in the shortest time. The ferry shuttle was a speed ferry weapon, as fast as lightning. Qin Kuang was pulled by Qin Wentian. Her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Wentian, and her heart was warm, but she didn't say any words of thanks. She never thought that Qin Wentian would do such a crazy thing for her. Brother Qin, Grandpa and Qin Feng. Qin Kuang whispered. Don't worry, I asked them to leave before we went to the city lord's mansion, and the Qin family has also dispersed. Qin Wentian responded. Since he had already gone to the city lord's mansion, it was impossible for him to leave any worries. Qin Wentian was completely relieved when he heard Qin Wentian's words. Above the void, clouds and mist lingered, and the ferry shuttle was as fast as lightning, directly leaving Wu Aiao City and rushing into the distance. He had to stay away from Jiang Huang, who was from the Jiang family, to kill him. Even the area of tens of thousands of miles outside Wu Aiao City was not safe, so he had to go further. The fairyland was vast, and it was not so easy for the Jiang family to find him. Jiang Huang's death caused an uproar in Wu Aiao City. The whole Wu Aiao City was in an uproar. The city lord's mansion was searching for people, and the people were in a panic. The people of Wu Aiao City also heard that Jiang Huang, the young master of the Jiang family, who came to Wu Aiao City with great force and was personally welcomed by the city lord's mansion and the major forces of Wu Aiao City, was killed at the first banquet he came. As for whether he was dead or not, it was still uncertain and the news was blocked, but the Jiang family was completely furious and the city lord's mansion was under tremendous pressure. Even the king of Jiangling County, where Wu Aiao City was located, came in person. Jiangling County controlled many cities, and the king of a county could be said to be a local lord. However, the young master of the Jiang family almost died in Jiangling County, and he, the king of the county, could not rest in peace. He came to cooperate with the Jiang family to arrest Qin Wentian. Soon, the arrest order of Qin Wentian began to spread throughout Jiangling County. But for Qin Wentian, he didn't know all this. In a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from Wu Aiao City, there is a green peak. On one of the ancient peaks, there are several simple rooms. Outside the room, it is green, with towering ancient trees and lush greenery. On the edge of the cliff of Gufeng, there were 3 figures. One of them was practicing boxing. It was Qin Feng. Another one was sitting cross-legged on the Gufeng facing the cliff, breathing in and out. It was Qin Wentian. In addition to them, there was a quiet girl sitting not far away, silently watching the two. It was naturally Qin Wentian. Qin Feng has made great progress in the past month. He has already made an impact on the 9th level of Yuanfu, and has comprehended the will of martial arts. Brother Qin's understanding of martial arts is really profound. No wonder he is so powerful. Qin Wentian was delighted to see Qin Feng's progress. It would be great if Brother Qin could always be by their side. In this way, she could always teach Qin Feng, and she could also make food for Brother Qin. Qin Wentian, what are you daydreaming about? Qin Mu walked over here and sat next to Qin Wentian. I was thinking that it would be great if Brother Qin could never leave. We are really lucky to meet Brother Qin. Qin Wentian held her head with both hands and said with a smile. Yes, we are indeed lucky. Qin Mu nodded. If it weren't for Qin Wentian, their family would probably be finished. However, although Qin Feng is your elder brother Qin's disciple, separation is inevitable. Qin Wentian, don't be too sad when the time comes. Your elder brother Qin needs to pursue his own future. When the time comes, we will travel around and go as far as possible to see if we can get out of this endless Jiangling County or even Yuntao. Qin Mu said to Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian's face dim. Yes, elder brother Qin has his own way. How could he stay with them all the time? Elder brother Qin has done enough for them and even risked his life to save her. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. At this time, Qin Wentian, who was sitting on the edge of the cliff, was seen to have a wisp of breath fluctuations, as if there was a mysterious state of mind looming. Qin Mu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, staring at Qin Wentian, and saw that Qin Wentian was flowing with the bright light of the stars, and a mysterious power in his body was diffused and radiated towards all directions. It seemed that there were several different powers, which was very magical. Your elder brother Qin seems to have made a breakthrough in his cultivation. It seems that he is about to enter the 3rd level of the celestial phenomena. Qin Mu murmured. At this time, Qin Wentian took a deep breath, as if he wanted to swallow all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. His eyes opened, and he was full of energy. He felt refreshed. Master, you are up. Qin Feng ran over in surprise when he saw Qin Wentian standing up. Then he immediately pestered Qin Wentian to ask him about the difficult problems in martial arts. Qin Wentian answered them one by one and let him think and comprehend them by himself. Then he threw Qin Feng aside, walked towards Qin Mu, and asked with a smile, Old man, what are your plans in the future? Let's wander around. It's impossible to go back to Wu Aiao City. We will try our best to get out of Jiangling County. I don't know how long it will take. Qin Mu smiled. Well, it's good that the old man has an idea. Qin Feng and Qin Wentian, these two little guys, We'll still require you to take more care in the future. Qin Wentian said. Are you leaving? Qin Mu was stunned. It's time to leave. We can't stay in the mountains forever. Qin Wentian smiled. Master. Qin Feng ran over. Qin Qing glanced at Qin Wentian and then lowered his head slightly. However, Qin Mu was very calm and patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and said, Okay, my grandparents and I will drink a few cups with you as a token of our practice. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. The four of them sat together, took the wine glasses, and started drinking on the ground. Even Qin Qing didn't say much, just drinking. None of the four mentioned sad topics, but just chatted with themselves. As they chatted, the sun went down the mountain. Qin Feng and Qin Qing also fell asleep on the grass. Qin Wentian glanced at the two sleeping people, smiled, nodded slightly to Qin Mu, and then flashed and floated away in the moonlight. After Qin Wentian left, Qin Feng and Qin Qing, who were sleeping quietly, seemed to have crystal tears in their eyes. Chapter 764 Jiangling County City. The land of Wuao City is already extremely vast, not to mention the entire Jiangling County, where the city is endless and the land outside the city is even more vast and boundless. I don't know how many forces there are. As for the land of Yunzhao, even if a strong man in the Xiante realm wants to go out, it is difficult, and he can only toss on the road. You can imagine how big it is. In the wilderness somewhere in Jiangling County, a young man sat on a monster, flying slowly in the void. The young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, as if he was practicing on the back of the monster. As for this monster, it is a pure white monster, with fur all over its body, very cute. I'm so sleepy. A human voice came out of the monster's mouth, and its front paws stretched lazily, which looked particularly funny. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes and hit the guy's head hard, saying depressedly, You little bastard slept for an eternity. I need to use the magic treasure to bring you with me. You haven't woken up for long, and you're sleepy again. It's because I slept for too long and I don't have energy. The little bastard slept for hundreds of days and finally woke up a few days ago. Now he speaks more fluently. Although he still has a babyish voice, at least he can express what he wants to say in one breath. Also, don't call me a little bastard anymore. This name is too bad. The little bastard raised his head and said. Then what should I call you? Qin Wentian said. Let me think about it. What do you think of the ancient beast king? The little bastard's eyes lit up. Get lost. Qin Wentian slapped him. This little bastard is the ancient beast king? Hey, I have awakened my divine beast memories. I am indeed a descendant of the ancient beast king. How can you do this to me? The little bastard sighed and looked up at the sky, as if he felt a little lonely like a divine beast. You have gained a lot of insights after waking up from your sleep, but it's just in the field of bragging. Qin Wentian continued to roll his eyes. I don't want to argue with you. I'm so sleepy. The little bastard seemed to be about to close his eyes, but at this moment, he saw several figures flying in the distance. One of them was a beautiful woman in revealing clothes. The white skin of her shoulders was clearly visible, and the ravines were looming. So beautiful. The little bastard was instantly awakened. He rushed over with Qin Wentian in a flash. His body became smaller and he actually threw himself directly into the woman's arms. Qin Wentian had the urge to vomit blood, so he stopped his body directly. He saw the little bastard turned into a white light and rushed directly into the woman's arms. Sister, you are so beautiful. The little bastard's childish voice sounded. The woman was about to get angry, but she lost her temper instantly after hearing this voice. A smile appeared on her face. She hugged a little guy to her chest and said, What a cute little demon beast. Of course, this baby is the only beast in the world. The little bastard's claws became dishonest, making Qin Wentian, who was watching from the side, frown. What a sin. Especially when the cold eyes of several young men next to the woman shot at him like knives, Qin Wentian felt even more amused and helpless. He was going to be tricked to death by this little bastard in the future. He was getting more and more lustful after waking up from this sleep. Huh? At this time, one of the young men looked at Qin Wentian with a slightly changed look, and then his eyes stretched out and seemed to flash a ray of light. He smiled at Qin Wentian and said, Where are you from, sir? Where are you going? A wandering person has no destination. Qin Wentian smiled casually, his eyes were filled with a faint smile, but his heart was slightly moved. What did that fleeting look just now mean? Wandering in the fairyland is quite dangerous. We are from the same sect and are preparing to go to Piaoxua City in Jiangling County. Since you are wandering outside, Why don't you travel together so that we can take care of each other? What do you think? The young man said with a smile, and seemed to have a good impression of Qin Wentian. Okay, okay. Qin Wentian was about to refuse when he heard the little bastard speak. Qin Wentian glared at the guy fiercely. At this time, the woman looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "My name is Leng Yi, how about we travel together? Just agree to it, beautiful sister." The little bastard urged. Qin Wentian nodded helplessly and said, "Okay, but what are you going to Piaoxua City for? Don't you know?" Leng Yi looked at Qin Wentian curiously and said with a smile, "The fairy spirit of Piaoxua City appeared. As early as a year ago, people from Yunzhou were heading towards Piaoxua City in Jiangling County. Have you been outside the wilderness and had little contact with people? How come you are so isolated from the news?" "Indeed, I have been practicing in the wilderness recently." Qin Wentian nodded, "But what does the fairy spirit of Piaoxua City mean? You will know when you go there. This is a big event in Yunzhou, especially for some weapon refining masters. For this matter, the Zhang family, the Holy Land of Yunzhou, sent a team to explore the way to Piaoxua City. However, some accidents happened when they passed Wu'aiao City. I wonder if you have heard about it." Leng Yi smiled at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's heart moved slightly, but he did not expect that the Zhang family actually passed Wu'aiao City in order to go to Piaoxua City, which caused a storm. However, since the Zhang family was going to Piaoxua City, it might be a bit dangerous in Piaoxua City. "No, I don't know much about this matter." Qin Wentian shook his head. "Well, let's go together." Leng Yi smiled. Qin Wentian glanced at the little bastard and nodded, "Okay. I haven't asked your name yet." Leng Yi smiled brightly, stepped out, and came to Qin Wentian's side. Suddenly, there was a burst of fragrant wind. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he said lightly, "Shinwan. So it's Brother Shinwan. This trip is a long way from Piaoxua City. It's fate to meet Brother Shinwan and make friends with him. Let's set off now." Leng Yi walked with a smile, and the young men next to him looked at each other and walked at the same time. Qin Wentian's expression was calm, walking in the void. Wu'aiao City belongs to the remote city of Jiangling County, while Piaoxua City is one of the 3 largest cities in Jiangling County. It is located in the core of Jiangling County. It was prosperous and there were many strong people. Just this journey, Qin Wentian and his party walked for many days. When they looked into the distance thousands of miles away, they could faintly see the magnificent city that looked like a city in the sky. Qin Wentian was standing thousands of miles away from the city. This place was already a place where people gathered. It was like a city in itself. However, if this small city outside Piaoxua City existed alone, it might be like a city. However, it was placed on the edge of Piaoxua City, but it was as insignificant as a tiled house compared to a jade-like villa. In the distance, there was a city that towered into the sky. At a glance, it seemed to stand tall in the sky. The entire city was like this. The city wall was probably 10,000 meters high. On the city wall, there were 18 divine weapons inserted on it. The sharpness shocked the world and was extremely terrifying. Wu'aiao City is just a remote city, but it is already vast and has several great immortal-level forces. Wu'aiao City is just a small city in Jiangling County. The Piaoxua City in front of us, as one of the 3 major cities in Jiangling County, can be called the main city. Its prosperity and strength are probably 10 or 100 times greater than Wu'aiao City. Qin Wentian said in his heart. This city, just the vastness of the area, can be compared to an ordinary particle world, a real big city. Brother Shinwan, we're almost there. Leng Yi came up and stood beside Qin Wentian, looking at the crowd flowing in the air and on the ground in front of him, and said with a charming smile, "Look, countless people have poured into Piaoxua City during this period, including some super forces in Yunzhou. Does the legend of Piaoxua City really exist?" Qin Wentian murmured. Over the past few days, he has gradually learned about the rumors about Piaoxua City. It is an ancient legend, and now, the legend even has signs of becoming a reality. Therefore, it has attracted powerful people from all sides of Yunzhou, including the Holy Land of Yunzhou, the Zhang family. It can't be fake to cause such a commotion. The strong men in Yunzhou are definitely not mediocre people. Leng Yi smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's find a restaurant to enjoy a delicious meal. Then we will continue to set off and step into Piaoxua City. How about that?" "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded. A white light flashed by. The little guy jumped onto his shoulder and lay there, looking at the city. He said in a baby voice, "This city is so high. This baby feels the power of awakening. Is it true?" Leng Yi looked at the little bastard with a smile, and was a little amused. "Of course what this baby said is true," the little bastard said unconvinced. "Okay, I believe you." Leng Yi nodded, and then walked down, but he saw Qin Wentian still standing there, and couldn't help but turn around and ask, "Xianwen, let's go." "No, since we have arrived in Piaoxua City, let's separate from now on," Qin Wentian said indifferently, and then took the little bastard directly to another direction, straight to Piaoxua City. This scene made Leng Yi frown, and a cold light suddenly flashed in his beautiful eyes. "Wait." At this time, Leng Yi spoke, and there was no gentleness in her voice, but a hint of coldness. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at Leng Yi and said, "What's the matter? You are not Xianwen, you should be Qin Wentian." Leng Yi twisted her slender waist and walked towards Qin Wentian, with a smile in her eyes that was a bit teasing. "Why do you know me?" Qin Wentian asked in a low voice. "Jiangling County is already looking for you, how could I not know?" Leng Yi smiled, then glanced at the little bastard. "This little bastard is still taking advantage of me, thinking that I don't know." The little bastard's eyes flashed, he stared at Leng Yi, and said, "I am so angry, this ugly woman is so hateful. Little bastard, do you think I should stew you or braise you?" Leng Yi chuckled, and many figures rose into the air. They were the young men with Leng Yi. At the same time, they seemed to have called some companions to come and seal Qin Wentian tightly. Qin Wentian glanced around. The first time he saw Leng Yi, he felt that this woman seemed to have a purpose, and he was always wary of her. Unexpectedly, it was because Jiangling County was looking for him. It seems that he must change his identity to enter Piaoxua City. P.S. Today is the first update. Many brothers said that the update is still unstable. I am still in Beijing for classes. The last week of classes will be made up after I go back. Chapter 765, Divine Weapon Resonance. Qin Wentian's gaze returned to Leng Yi, and he said calmly, "Make way. I have been trying to lead you to Piaoxua City all the way here, and now that we are almost there, you suddenly want to leave? You are very alert, but now, do you think you can still leave?" Behind Leng Yi, huge petals appeared, filled with a special fragrance, making people feel faintly sleepy, as if they were about to fall asleep. "What's the benefit of Jiangling County issuing a warrant for my arrest?" Qin Wentian asked. "Your worth is not low. Whether you are captured alive or dead, as long as you get your hands on it, it will be 3 immortal weapons," Leng Yi said, and Qin Wentian narrowed his eyes, emitting a ray of cold light. "Jiangling County is so generous. It costs so much to arrest him. This is probably to flatter the powerful Jiang family in Yuntao. After all, he and the king of Jiangling County have no grudges. In the eyes of the king of Jiangling County, arresting him alone can please the Jiang family, so why not? Hurry up and kill him directly. Take the body with you. We will easily attract other people's attention here, and then we will have nothing to do," the young man said coldly. A terrible knife light appeared on his body, and his eyes shot out cold silver knife light. "Do it." Leng Yi nodded, and everyone surrounded him instantly. They obviously didn't want to cause too much sensation. This place was close to Piaoxua City. They were worried that other people would recognize Qin Wentian. If a stronger person than them appeared, even if they killed Qin Wentian, they might not be able to take away the body. Therefore, they had to take Qin Wentian's life before attracting attention. Leng Yi originally planned to lure the living Qin Wentian directly to the prince's mansion, but unfortunately Qin Wentian was very vigilant and prepared to leave alone, so they had to take action. "Did the wanted order tell you that with your limited strength, you are just going to die?" Qin Wentian swept his eyes over everyone, and the aura of the 3rd level of the celestial phenomena instantly bloomed, and the stars and celestial phenomena shone in the sky. In just a moment, a sword energy storm appeared in the void, and the sword-killing star celestial phenomena covered the entire space. The terrifying sword power made those who besieged Qin Wentian feel frightened. "Defend first and then attack," Leng Yi said. She really didn't know the specific strength of Qin Wentian. At the beginning, she only heard that Qin Wentian sneak attacked and seriously injured Jiang Kuang, the young master of the Jiang family, without specifying the situation. If it was spread that the immortal masters of the Jiang family were all there at the time, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of the Jiang family? Therefore, not much information was revealed on the wanted order. Everyone bloomed their own starry sky, but at this moment, endless sword light fell from the sword-killing starry sky. Qin Wentian suddenly transformed into many figures, and his palms reached out to the void. At this moment, it seemed that many terrifying palm prints were bombarding every person who came to encircle and suppress. On the palm prints flowed bright runes and terrifying sword runes. Leng Yi, she was just one of the people who was attacked. Seeing the sword power that suppressed the killing, her expression was suddenly horrified, and her body exploded backwards. Isn't it only the strength of the second level of the celestial realm? Why did it burst out with such a strong attack power? But the terrifying star-shaped palm print was still expanding, and the sword symbol flashed, blocking the space directly, and came down to kill Leng Yi. Leng Yi shouted, "Brother Qin, please show mercy." Qin Wentian would not care about the other party. The terrifying palm print fell down and crushed Leng Yi's body, killing Leng Yi directly without any mercy. This woman was scheming and vicious. How could Qin Wentian show mercy and kill her without mercy? Not only Leng Yi, many figures of Qin Wentian appeared at this moment, and all the strong men who surrounded him were subjected to strong crushing attacks. The sound of rumbling was endless. The cultivation of these people was between the second and fifth levels of the celestial realm. Without exception, all of them were directly killed by Qin Wentian's palm print. After Qin Wentian refined and absorbed the Sky Demon Oracle Bone, the immortal demon body refining technique was gradually taking shape. His physical body was already powerful and terrifying. The immortal demon body refining technique, the heavenly immortal demon technique, plus his own powerful attacking methods, the true meaning of fusion, and his understanding of supernatural powers, although he was only at the third level of the heavenly phenomenon realm, his combat power had reached a terrifying level. At least, an ordinary heavenly phenomenon fifth level warrior could be directly slapped and killed with one slap, just like now. The powerful movement here immediately attracted the attention of the people below. They looked up at the young warrior in the void, secretly thinking that this person had a terrible combat power, which was simply overwhelming, and he directly wiped out those who were besieging him with one blow. But at this time, Qin Wentian stepped away and walked towards the direction of Jiutian city. He had noticed Leng Yi's intentions towards him before, but he didn't know that Jiangling County wanted him. The reason why he didn't mind following Leng Yi was because with Qin Wentian's strength, he didn't care about Leng Yi at all. If Leng Yi dared to have any improper thoughts, he could easily capture him or even kill him. Jiutian city, one of the three main cities in Jiangling County, is now ranked second or third, just because it is a weapons city. Many years ago, this Jiutian city was very famous. Its reputation was not limited to Jiangling County, and even to the entire state. However, with the passage of time, the silence of the immortals in Jiutian city made this city gradually fade out of the sight of Yunzhao, but it was still very prosperous and one of the most prosperous cities in Jiangling County. Qin Wentian stood at the foot of Jiutian city, looking up at the towering city wall, as if this vast and endless ancient city itself was built at a high altitude. The 10,000-meter city wall made him look extremely small standing at the foot of the city wall. Any of the 18 magic weapons was extremely huge. The swords, spears, swords, halberds, were inserted on the city wall, majestic, with a sense of ancient vicissitudes. The demon sword behind Qin Wentian hummed softly, as if it was trembling slightly. A series of sharp auras descended on Qin Wentian, or fell on the demon sword behind Qin Wentian, causing a ray of strange light to flash in Qin Wentian's eyes, and his eyes stared at the 18 magic weapons. However, it was only a moment, and the demon sword fell silent again, as if nothing had happened, but the 18 magic weapons all burst into endless light and rushed into the sky. At this moment, the sky above the city wall of Jiutian city showed the light of the magic weapons, and the strange light rushed into the sky. Inside and outside Jiutian city, countless figures stopped at the same time, looking at the 18 magic weapons on the towering city wall. Their eyes were full of vigor and sharpness, and they thought to themselves, the 18 magic weapons have reacted again. It seems that the legend of Jiutian city is not false. Now Jiutian city is in a great situation. I don't know how many strong men from Yunzhao have come here because of the legend. If all the people in the city are soldiers, how terrible it would be. Someone thought to himself. At this time, a young man who seemed insignificant was carrying a magic sword on his back, stepping onto the stairs of Jiutian city, and then walked into Jiutian city through the wide-open city gate. Qin Wentian walked into this ancient city and immediately felt the ancient and majestic feeling in the city. This city was much deeper than Wu Aiao City. Just looking at the tall and solid buildings, it seemed that they were all made of special materials. I am afraid that even the attacks of ordinary strong men would be difficult to destroy. After all, in such a big city, friction and fighting often occur. If you want to live in a safe place, you naturally have to build your home very solidly to avoid being destroyed by the aftermath of attacks and then having to rebuild. In a big city like Jiutian City, many strong people live in houses that are as strong as magic weapons. They are not only indestructible, but also have the power to attack. They are all built by skilled craftsmen and weapon refiners. The stronger the person, the more stable their residence. Walking on the streets of Jiutian City, sometimes there were strong men passing by. He could clearly feel that the people in the city were different from those in Wu Aiao City. Many people in Wu Aiao City seemed lazy, while the strong men in Jiutian City were all radiant. Above the void, a line of strong men whizzed by, and several of them were filled with a brilliant aura of immortality, which made people who saw them exclaim, "Immortal light, this is a strong man in the Xiante realm. It seems to be a strong man from Xiangxin Palace. They have sent strong men from the Xiante realm." Someone on the side of the road whispered, which made Qin Wentian's mind move slightly. The old Saint Emperor of the Emperor-level Saint sect joined the Xiangxin Palace, which should be a major force in Jiangling County. He didn't expect to meet him in Jiutian City. However, the strong men in Xiangxin Palace did not know Qin Wentian. Even if they knew him, Qin Wentian had changed his face at this moment, and it was absolutely impossible to recognize him. Qin Wentian continued to walk in the city, and sometimes he could see strong men bathed in the aura of immortality, which meant that they were people in the Xiante realm. There are so many powerful people here, and I heard from passers-by that it seems that many people from powerful forces have come. Qin Wentian went deep into Jiutian City and walked for a long time. Then he found an open and quiet tea house built next to a rockery and sat down. There were many people here tasting tea. One of them had an immortal aura and was a figure in the immortal realm. The people around him showed respect when they looked at him. Chapter 766 9 Immortal Bells. Qin Wentian also glanced at the Xiante realm expert, but found that his eyes seemed to be looking at the two young women at the table next to him. The two women were a master and a servant, a young lady with her maid, and they were flipping through a book. The person wanted on the first page is Qin Wentian, who killed Jiang Kuang. The mission to arrest him has the highest reward. Now Jiangling County Yunlao has spread the wanted order to every city. I'm afraid he will be captured. The young lady looked at the wanted order and whispered. Qin Wentian was stunned for a moment, and then his perception spread. In an instant, he saw the first page of the book. It was his portrait, and it was exactly the same. This book was published by Yunlao and Yunzhao. It can be delivered to every city in Jiangling County in the shortest time. Now, the first page of this wanted order is to Wanton, Qin Wentian. Why does the young lady care about this? Asked the maid next to him. I heard about this at home. Jiang Kuang refused to let his sister go, so he killed people with a sword, and it was under the eyes of many powerful people in the Jiang family. He risked his life just to save his sister. He should not appear on the wanted list. The woman's voice was crisp. The maid next to her quickly made a gesture to silence her and whispered, "Miss, this is an order from the county king himself, and there are many people in Jiutian City, so don't say these things." The Xiante realm strongman heard this and stepped forward and said to the girl, "Miss, don't make any comments on the county king's affairs." The girl was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. "Miss, let's go." The Xiante realm strongman spoke again, and the woman nodded, then stood up with the maid next to her, turned around and left the restaurant. Qin Wentian naturally heard the other party's words. He didn't expect that someone would speak for him. Moreover, judging from their tone, the woman seemed to be from the prince's mansion. However, the prince of Jiangling County could not afford to offend the Jiang family, so the maid and the strong man in the Xiante realm advised the girl not to talk nonsense. Therefore, the girl was probably a lady from the prince's mansion, but the wanted order for Qin Wentian was issued by the prince himself. Taking a sip of tea, Qin Wentian smiled and asked the person next to him, "Brother, where did the wanted order come from just now?" Next to him was a middle-aged man in a blue shirt with an elegant temperament. Seeing Qin Wentian's question, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Of course it was issued from Yunlao." Yunlao. Qin Wentian heard this name from the woman's conversation just now. "You don't even know about Yunlao?" Do you? The middle-aged man in blue shirt looked at Qin Wentian in surprise, then smiled and said, in Yunzhao, every city has a Yunlao, which is opened by Yunlao Holy Gate, the holy land of Yunzhao. Through Yunlao, the orders of Yunlao Holy Land can be radiated to the entire Yunzhao in the shortest time. At the same time, in each of the 81 counties of Yunzhao, there will be disciples of Yunlao Holy Gate stationed. They have a close relationship with the county king. If the county king has an order to reach the counties, the most effective way is also through Yunlao. Wanted orders have always been issued from Yunlao. Anyone wanted by Yunlao will hardly have a place to hide. The middle-aged man in blue shirt explained with a smile, and Qin Wentian nodded. It seems that Yunlao Holy Gate should be a transcendent force in Yunzhao, with terrible voice. Since Yunlao Holy Gate can have such power, and it is in the territory of Dongsheng 13 states, it must have a deep relationship with Dongsheng Immortal Emperor. Thank you for telling me. Qin Wentian smiled and bowed. It's a small matter. Everyone in Piaoxua City knows it. The middle-aged man in blue shirt waved his hand nonchalantly and continued to sip tea. Qin Wentian sat in the tea house for a while, then stood up and left. He flew directly into the air and flashed rapidly above Piaoxua City. Qin Wentian moved faster and flashed above Piaoxua City. He met more powerful people, real hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Qin Wentian had seen hundreds of people in the realm of Xiante and Piaoxua City. They were surrounded by fairy light, dazzling and shining. They had their own halos and could be recognized at a glance when walking on the road. After a long time, Qin Wentian saw a vast square in front of him. Many powerful people gathered there, surrounding a dazzling giant ancient bell. This ancient bell is 1,000 feet high, located in that terrifying place. The bell sound is lingering, and it is filled with a sky of rune light, shining in the sky, illuminating the whole world. On that vast land, there are many rune lights shooting down, and thousands of runes fall on the ground, mysterious and unfathomable. Is this a magic weapon? Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly, a little shocked. It was the first time he saw such a huge magic weapon, which was bigger than the demon sword and so gorgeous. As for the many figures surrounding the ancient bell, they stepped on the ground, as if they were seeking to fit with the ancient bell, and communicate with this huge ancient bell through those dazzling runes, but it seems that no one has done it yet. Not far away, figures surrounded by fairy light stood in the void, watching everything here. Among them, there are strong men from the Jiang family, and strong men from the War Fairy Palace. Of course, there are also big forces in Piaoxua City and the powerful forces in Jiangling County. They seem to be very interested in this ancient bell. This ancient bell is amazing. If I want to communicate with the ancient bell, I probably need to connect these runes to each other and make the ancient bell vibrate. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and then he took a step forward, and a moment later he stood under the ancient bell, looking up at the huge ancient bell in the void, feeling extremely magical. Each rune has its own unique rules. These interwoven runes can be combined into a wonderful rune array, thus causing resonance. Qin Wentian had a period of comprehension of the Heavenly Talisman treasure book in the Heavenly Talisman Palace. During that period of time, he made great progress in his comprehension of runes and achieved extraordinary attainments. At this moment, a man beside Qin Wentian heard Qin Wentian's figure, turned around and looked at him, a flash of contempt in his eyes, and said, "Do you know runes?" Qin Wentian looked at the other party, and saw that the young man had an extraordinary temperament, a full forehead, long hair draped over his shoulders, and a golden luster in his eyes, revealing a sharp aura. His pupils seemed to have a strong penetrating power. When he looked at Qin Wentian, his swollen eyes actually conveyed a faint pressure. "I know a little bit," Qin Wentian responded. However, a faint ironic smile flashed across the corner of the young man's mouth, as if he was mocking Qin Wentian's shameless words. The way of runes is the real way, and runes are the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. If I am not mistaken, your cultivation should only be at the 3rd level of the celestial phenomena realm. How dare you say that you know a little bit? The young man said calmly. He himself was a disciple of the Purple Flame sect, a powerful force in Jiangling County. The Purple Flame sect was good at fire and refining weapons, and the disciples in the sect had extremely high attainments in refining weapons. He is not the only one who is so arrogant. There are many people here who don't know what runes are, but they are not all talking about them. There was also a woman who looked to be about 25 or 26 next to the young man. Her eyes were narrow and long, revealing a mean look, and her mouth was very sharp. Although she looked good, she was a little uncoordinated, and her voice made people feel uncomfortable. Haha, you are from the Purple Flame sect, right? The 9 ancient bells in Jiutian City all contain miraculous powers, and only a few can play them. The Purple Flame sect is well known in Jiangling County, and few people can compare with its weapon refining strength. Today, I want to see if you can make this ancient bell play. Someone laughed and said. The 2 strong men from the Purple Flame sect looked over there and said, Disciples of Jiutian Peak in Jiutian City, you have lived in Jiutian City for many years, so you should be very familiar with this ancient bell. Can you ring it again? The ancient bell has spirits and changes unpredictably. The runes change every day, and there is no rule. Even if you are familiar with it, it is the same. It still depends on your attainments. The disciple of Jiutian Peak said indifferently. I have wanted to see the 9 immortal bells for a long time. Today is a good time to see it. At this time, a line of figures walked down from the void and walked to the ancient bell. They were powerful men from the Jiang family. 9 immortal bells, no need to ask about immortals. Another voice came. Not far away, next to the strong man of the Jiang family, there stood a group of strong men. They were from the prince's mansion of Jiangling County. One of them said, I'm sure you have heard about the rumors about the 9 immortal bells a long time ago. Now that the immortal spirit has appeared, it is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Chapter 767 Communicating with the 9 immortal bells. Jiutian City has always been an extremely wonderful city, and its strength originated from a long time ago. Jiutian City was once built by a super powerful figure, who made the entire city into a weapon. This city is a super powerful magic weapon with incredible power. There are even rumors that Jiutian City has a weapon spirit. Later, after the owner of Jiutian City fell, Jiutian City gradually returned to silence. Until many years later, there were only occasional rumors that the weapon spirit would appear. Most of the time it was silent, but every time it appeared, it was the period when Jiutian City summoned its owner. The 9 immortal bells are the guardians of the weapon spirits of Jiutian City. They have been located in Jiutian City since ancient times and have an extremely ancient history. Every time the weapon spirit appears, it is a sign revealed by the 9 immortal bells. The 9 immortal bells themselves are 9 magic weapons. Some people also say that it is a complete magic weapon, but it is divided into 9, which has become a test for Jiutian City. As long as you can communicate with the 9 immortal bells, you will have the opportunity to know the secrets of Jiutian City. Therefore, every time the 9 immortal bell of Jiutian City appeared, the strong men from all sides of Yunzhou would come, especially those powerful weapon refiners. It is said that only weapon refiners can truly communicate with the 9 immortal bell and get the recognition of the 9 immortal bell. But for countless years, no one has ever really figured out the secret of Jiutian City, but the crowd has never given up. They keep trying. In the process of each attempt, there will always be someone who gets a deep understanding when communicating with the 9 immortal bell and becomes a master of the generation. The 9 immortal bell does not ask about the immortals. The 9 immortal bell will not react to the strong men of the immortal stage realm. Only those who are below the immortal stage have the opportunity to communicate with the 9 immortal bell. Of course, a long time ago, there was another sentence behind this sentence. It is that the 9 immortal bell, the road to immortality, one step to immortality. The specific meaning of this sentence is unknown. No one has ever been able to figure out the mystery of the 9 immortal bell, so no one knows the specific meaning of this sentence, but generations of people have been working hard. More and more people gathered. In addition to the Jiang family, the Purple Flame sect, the 9 Cold Peak and other powerful forces, there were even other powerful forces in Yunzhou. As for the people in Jiutian City, they were very concerned about the 9 immortal bell. Countless people gathered outside this area, and their vision never left the 9 immortal bell. It is said that every time the 9 immortal bell appears, there will be geniuses who can communicate with the 9 immortal bell. I have never had a deep understanding and transformation. I don't know what amazing people will emerge this time. That person is Jiang Yan from the Jiang family. He is a weapon refining genius of the young generation, and his martial arts strength is also very strong. Now he is only in his 50s, and he has already cultivated to the 8th level of the celestial realm. He is the best among the young strong men of the Jiang family, with outstanding talent. Among the people from the Jiang family who came this time, Jiang Yan is a figure in Jiangling City. Someone in the distance was very concerned about the situation here and looked at Jiang Yan. In fact, Zheng Huang, who was among the first group to rush to Piaoxua City, had a very good talent for refining weapons. Unfortunately, Zheng Huang was ambushed just to attend a welcome banquet in Wu Aiao City, and his life was in danger. Now his life or death is still unknown. This Zheng Yan is so amazing. Not long after he stepped into the Nine Immortal Bell, the rune light began to flow around him. He faintly communicated with many runes, trying to resonate with the Nine Immortal Bell and communicate with the Nine Immortal Bell. Everyone looked at Zheng Yan with flashing eyes. In addition to Zheng Yan, the disciples of Jiutian Peak and Jiutian sect were all trying, including the young man from Jiutian sect who looked down on Qin Wentian and the mean woman. Qin Wentian ignored the other party's disdain. He stood under the ancient bell, bathed in thousands of rune lights, and quietly comprehended. For him, every rune was not difficult to understand. The difficult part was how to communicate with the Nine Immortal Bell through these runes. How to simply understand it was probably impossible. Talismans are the root of power, and they can trigger the power of rules between heaven and earth. As long as I find the rules of these talismans, I can communicate with the Nine Immortal Bell. Qin Wentian thought to himself. He actually walked to the side of the Nine Immortal Bell and sat up, closed his eyes, and quietly comprehended. Around him, endless floating lights shone, as vast as the sea, unfathomable, and it seemed impossible to start. This sitting lasted for several days. The Nine Immortal Bell has existed in Piaoxua City for who knows how many years, and no one has ever been able to figure out its mystery. Even if it is one of the ancient bells of the Nine Immortal Bell, how could it be so easy to communicate with it? In the past few days, more and more powerful people have gathered around the Nine Immortal Bell, and more geniuses have tried to communicate with the Nine Immortal Bell. There are thousands of them at a glance, but in front of this terrifying ancient bell of tens of millions of feet, even tens of millions of people still do not seem too many. The lady that Qin Wentian met in the tea house at the beginning also arrived. She stood by and watched, her beautiful eyes flickering, and sometimes fell on a young man who is older than her. The prince's attainment in divine runes is also very high. I wonder if there is a chance to communicate with the Nine Immortal Bell. The Xiante realm expert next to him also looked at the young man and spoke. It turned out that the young man was the prince of the Jiangling County Prince's Mansion, Pei Xiao. And this young lady was a daughter of the prince's mansion, named Pei Yu. The two were cousins, and Pei Xiao was older. It should be possible, but I don't know to what extent. Pei Yu whispered. At this moment, the endless runes in front seemed to converge into a river of rune light, hitting the huge Nine Immortal Bell. Suddenly, the Nine Immortal Bell made a soft hum, but the reaction was not great. It's Zheng Yan, worthy of being a member of the Zheng family. He made the Nine Immortal Bell ring so quickly. He should have a chance to communicate with the Nine Immortal Bell. Direct attack. Qin Wentian murmured. His mind moved slightly, and many rune lights shone suddenly, but they seemed to be hidden in the endless rune lights without taking shape, but they kept wriggling, containing powerful power, but this power stopped when it landed in front of the Nine Immortal Bell. Qin Wentian's mind moved, and all the fluctuations dissipated into nothingness. If it's just an attack, I can easily mobilize multiple forces to attack the Nine Immortal Bell, but it's impossible to shake the Nine Immortal Bell with just a simple attack. Is it just to ring the Nine Immortal Bell to find a slight point of fit? Qin Wentian thought secretly in his heart. He still closed his eyes, and thousands of rune lights fell down and permeated his body. These rune lights seemed to be part of the Nine Immortal Bell. There should be a certain power that can trigger the rules, which can make people and instruments resonate. Qin Wentian thought to himself. The runes can trigger the power of rules. What he needs to do is to find this power. However, this seems difficult. In the next few days, strong people continued to make the Nine Immortal Bells sound, but they still stayed and continued to try. Now, they can only feel a little bit of the existence of the Nine Immortal Bells, which is looming and very vague. The prince really did it. Even if he couldn't communicate with the Nine Immortal Bell completely, as long as he could resonate with the Nine Immortal Bell, the Nine Immortal Bell would pay attention to him. As long as the prince refined a powerful magic weapon, he would still have a chance to be recognized by the Nine Immortal Bell. Many strong men from the prince's mansion came. They gathered together to discuss the situation. At this time, a powerful force was squirming madly, and then turned into a flood beast, entwining the Nine Immortal Bell and circling up, and then a rumbling humming sound was emitted, and the bell sounded continuously, with a faint magnificent momentum. Awesome, worthy of being a genius of the Zhang family. A strong man from the prince's mansion praised and looked at the strong men of the Jiang family. Jiang Yan was indeed very powerful and was the one who walked the front among the millions of people. If there was one person who could communicate with the 9 immortal bell, it would definitely be him, Jiang Yan. Dong. Another continuous bell sound came out, but this sound was much smaller than the noise caused by Jiang Yan. However, it still made the Jiutian sect disciple who disdained Qin Wentian look proud. He felt that there was a pair of invisible eyes looking at him. It must be the fairy spirit of the 9 immortal bell. It still needs to be worked on. The man clenched his fists, a little excited, and continued to try. His eyes inadvertently swept over Qin Wentian, who was sitting not far away. This guy was really boring. He had been sitting there from the beginning, which was a pure waste of time. Dong, dong, dong. At this time, there was a huge bell sound echoing between heaven and earth, extremely shocking. Above the sky, there were constant echoes, which were transmitted into the eardrums of the crowd, which was extremely shocking. Not here. The crowd's eyes suddenly condensed and looked into the distance. There are 9 immortal bells in total, and the 9 immortal bell here is just one of them. Not only are there strong people communicating with the 9 immortal bells here, but there are also geniuses trying in other places. Dong, dong. The sound of the bell still lingered in the sky, and then a voice came rolling in, ringing with a bell. Haha, Jiang Yan, it seems that you are not good enough. It has been so long, and I can't hear any sound from your side. This voice penetrated the sky, with a strong provocative atmosphere. Jiang Yan looked up, his eyes were sharp. Who dares to provoke Jiang Yan, the prodigy of the Jiang family? Someone showed a puzzled look. Yuan. Jiang Yan's eyes were sharp, and he uttered 2 words, which made many people tremble slightly, especially the people in the prince's mansion. They all showed sharpness. Yuan was a legendary young genius. He was a legendary figure of the younger generation in the world of refining weapons. He was extremely powerful and came from another transcendent Holy Land force in Yunzhao, Qin Wentian. This force has cultivated many outstanding masters of divine patterns, and step by step eroded the influence and status of the Jiang family in Yunzhao. Chapter 768, Driving People Away. Qin Wentian has countless geniuses, and there are more geniuses who are willing to worship there than those who are willing to worship in the Jiang family. After all, the Jiang family has the surname Jiang, which is inherited from the family power, but Qin Wentian is different. It is not a family-style inheritance. As long as you worship under Qin Wentian and have strong enough talent, you will have the opportunity to get the best training, but in the Jiang family, you will never have more resources than those with the surname Jiang. Therefore, Qin Wentian is now rising very fast. The so-called Holy Land of refining of the Jiang family is already shaky. The 2 forces are also fighting openly and secretly, especially the young generation. When they meet each other, they always like to compete and provoke. Of course, it is not just Qin Wentian and the Jiang family. In the land of Yunzhao, those super forces will confront each other. This is a very normal thing in the fairyland world, where the spirit of martial arts is extremely strong. Only the spur of competition can prompt everyone to become stronger. Jiang Yan's expression was a little ugly when he heard Yuan's provocative voice. After all, the other party did make the 9 immortal bells play louder, and the sound blended with the bells, just like the sound of the great way of heaven and earth. He looked solemn and said in a deep voice, Yuan, it's too early to say this now. It's still uncertain who can communicate with the 9 immortal bells in the end. This voice entered the void and then spread out, shaking the void. People in the area of hundreds of miles could hear it clearly, making many people tremble in their hearts. Did the people of the Jiang family and Yuan of the Qin Immortal Mansion start to compete? Haha, Jiang Yan, don't deceive yourself. If I can't communicate with the 9 immortal bells and make them appear, and ascend to immortality in one step, then it is even more impossible for you, Jiang Yan, to do it. You are already 1 step behind me. This 1 step is impossible to cross. Yuan's voice permeated again, shaking the world and spreading even farther. Jiang Yan Kisha said coldly, arrogant. It is said that in order to communicate with the 9 immortals bell, you still need to see the way of refining the weapon. The 9 immortals bell will be the witness. Then, let's see how you compare with me. How shameless. You should first let the sound of the 9 immortals bell spread to all directions, and then we can talk about witnessing your refining of the weapon. Otherwise, the 9 immortals bell will not know who you are. Yuan laughed wildly, and then his voice gradually dissipated, leaving Jiang Yan with a bad look on his face, which seemed to be a little dark. You two are both outstanding talents, geniuses of your generation. When they fight, the situation will surely change dramatically and it will be extremely exciting. At this time, several figures were seen standing in the air. Many people looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing in the front. He said with a smile, "In a few days, Pei Xianyun from Jiangling County will host a banquet to invite all the geniuses who have come to visit Piaoxua City in Jiangling County. What do you think? Ji Kong will be with the county king. Please come and enjoy the banquet, geniuses." A man next to him said with a smile, causing many people in Piaoxua City to feel a chill in their hearts. Is the middle-aged man standing in the air the county king of Jiangling County? He has also arrived in Piaoxua City, but this is normal. The 9 immortal bells in Piaoxua City have appeared, attracting many geniuses from holy places in Yunzhou. Although Pei Xianyun is the county king of Jiangling County, looking at the whole of Yunzhou, he cannot compare with the backers of these geniuses. It is naturally good to be able to get closer to them. However, Pei Xianyun would not flatter them. After all, as the prince of Jiangling County, one of the 81 counties in Yunzhou, Pei Xianyun must have some background. It's just that he doesn't know which disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor he is. As for Ji Kong, he is not an ordinary person either. He is a disciple of the Yanlao Saint sect, which is also a holy place in Yunzhou. He has a deep background and is in charge of all the Yanlao in Jiangling County. Since you two have invited me, I, Jiang Yan, will naturally go to the banquet. Jiang Yan said. Some time ago, the prince of Jiangling County, Pei Xianyun, and Ji Kong issued a wanted order for Qin Wentian for him from Yanlao. He owed them a favor. In addition, the other party had a deep background, so he would naturally not refuse. How can I not go when the prince and Jilao master invite me? Che Yuan of Qin Immortal Mansion said with the same pride and agreed to attend the banquet. Anyone who wants to attend can come. I'll decide the time and place first. 7 days later, upstairs of Piaoxua Tower, Pei Xianyun, the prince of the county, laughed heartily, causing many people to respond. However, some people with weak talents and no background did not respond. They knew that although Pei Xianyun's words were polite, they still had to be self-aware. You must have at least one of the talents and backgrounds, so that others will be happy to receive you at the banquet. Otherwise, why would you sit with others? If you do that, you will only be looked down upon because you are not at the same level as others. Thank you all for your presence. Pei Xianyun heard many people respond, and nodded with a smile. He looked down and glanced at Pei Zhao. Pei Zhao. Pei Xianyun shouted. Prince of the county. Pei Zhao shouted respectfully. Learn more from the geniuses. Pei Xianyun said indifferently, and Pei Zhao nodded and replied, Pei Zhao understands. Yes. Pei Xianyun nodded, glanced at Pei Yu, the young lady of the Jiangling County Prince's mansion, and said, Don't hang around outside every day, go back early. Yes. Pei Yu bowed slightly to Pei Xianyun. She and Pei Zhao were both Pei Xianyun's juniors. As the Prince of Jiangling County, Pei Xianyun supported the entire prince's mansion and had an extraordinary status. Although Pei Yu did not agree with Pei Xianyun's approach, when she just questioned the wanted order against Qin Wentian in the restaurant, the Xiante strongman next to her immediately stopped her from speaking. After all, to the people of the Pei family, Pei Xianyun was a superior and unquestionable existence. Pei Xianyun nodded, and then he and Ji Kong flashed away, but disappeared in an instant. Qin Wentian couldn't see how the other party left. He could only say that the strength of Pei Xianyun, the prince of Jiangling County, was beyond his imagination. He must be a person who had created multiple immortal platforms. After Pei Xianyun left, everyone continued to bathe in the endless talisman light and tried to communicate with the 9 immortal bell. There were more and more people participating and watching. The news of Piaoxua City spread, and even attracted many powerful people from Yunzhou to come and watch. More and more people gathered in Piaoxua City. There were powerful people like clouds, crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even around the 9 immortal bell, the vast land was not enough. Because there were too many people, it was a little crowded. Many people come here just to join in the fun, wasting time. Under the 9 immortals bell, a woman was cold and proud. Her skin was whiter than snow, but she was cold. She swept her eyes around the people, causing many people to step back. Most people are just here to have fun. Not to mention making the 9 immortals bell ring, they may not even be able to carve low-level divine patterns. A young man next to him smiled and said, "They also came from other places. They were not disciples of Jiangling County, but from the powerful force of Yunzhao, the Seven Swords sect. The people of this sect are good at sword training. Most people's star souls are swords, with terrible power and super strong attack power." The woman who spoke and the young man both carried ancient swords on their backs. There was a special pattern on the hilt, which was the pattern of 7 swords. Anyone who was well informed could recognize their identities from the hilt pattern at a glance. The disciples of the Purple Flame sect were naturally people who knew what was good. The young man from the Purple Flame sect who had insulted Qin Wentian before came over and said politely, "You two are disciples of the Seven Sword sect, right? Who are you?" The woman glanced at the other person and said indifferently, "I am Zhuanzu from the Purple Flame sect. It is an honor to meet the genius of the Seven Sword sect." The young man said respectfully. One of his junior sisters also came over. She was quite arrogant not long ago, but now she seemed very polite. She said, "It seems that there are many outstanding people among the people who came to Piaoxua City this time. The genius of the Seven Sword sect has also arrived." The arrogant woman from the Seven Sword sect still looked cold and arrogant. She said calmly, "The Purple Flame sect is a weapon refining force. It is so noisy here, and there is almost no open space. Can you still understand and communicate with the 9 immortal bell with peace of mind? Indeed, I have been affected a little, but wherever I go, some people are self-righteous and come to join in the fun when they have nothing to do. For example, that person has been sitting there when I saw him. Now several days have passed, and he is still the same. There is no movement at all, but he pretends as if he can really communicate with the 9 immortals bell. It's shameful." Zhuanzu pointed his finger at Qin Wentian in the crowd and said, "Qin Wentian has been in a quiet state, isolated from the outside world, quietly communicating with the 9 immortals bell, trying to find and explore his own rules. However, in the eyes of others, it is not the case. Then why don't you drive some people away?" The arrogant woman said indifferently, which made Zhuanzu look stunned. Then he saw several strong men from the Seven Sword sect suddenly burst into endless sword power and shouted coldly, "Those who are unable to communicate with the 9 immortal bell, quickly retreat and leave this place, otherwise don't blame us for being ruthless with swords." As soon as these words came out, the sky was suddenly filled with sword energy, whistling past. The terrifying sword power instantly shocked many people. Many people looked at them, and someone whispered, "It's the disciples of the Seven Sword sect." The Seven Sword sect is a powerful force in Yunzhao. Many people talked about it, and suddenly many people left. Although they were depressed, they were helpless. This is strength. The opponent's strength is there. What can they do? Even if they are expelled, they can only leave. The people of the Seven Sword sect are extremely arrogant. Wherever the sword passes, it whistles over the heads of everyone, which is a great threat. What are you still standing there for? Do you want to go out too? The cold and arrogant woman glanced at Zhuanzu of the Purple Flame sect. Zhuanzu nodded, and he also said, "Those who are incapable of communicating with the 9 immortal bell should stay away from this place." After saying that, he swept his eyes across the crowd, but saw Qin Wentian still sitting cross-legged there. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he walked towards Qin Wentian. A violent aura burst out directly and pounced fiercely. Qin Wentian was at a critical moment at this moment. He had vaguely found the invisible power of rules. Thousands of invisible rune lights seemed to be flowing. If there were super strong people, they would be able to find that at this moment, the rune lights of this world seemed to be flowing in a wonderful rhythm, hovering on the 9 immortal bell. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769 Bells. Qin Wentian was focused, even when Zhuanzu was pressing on his body with a strong force and walking towards him. Qin Wentian seemed to be completely unaware. In his consciousness, endless rune light seemed to gather into a whole, flowing on the 9 immortal bell. A terrifying bell sounded, causing his body to tremble suddenly. His consciousness seemed to enter the 9 immortal bell and saw a blurry space. There was a pair of eyes that seemed to be looking at him. At the same time, Qin Wentian also felt a strange power, as if at this moment, He could easily ring the 9 immortal bell with just a thought. However, in Xuanzhu's view, Qin Wentian's body trembling seemed to be shocked by his oppressive force. At this moment, the number of people in this vast space continued to decrease. Many people surrounding the 9 immortal bell were driven away by the people of the Seven Sword sect, but those truly powerful people still did not leave, and the people of the Seven Sword sect also looked at people and intimidated them. In this situation, Xuanzhu saw Qin Wentian still sitting there quietly, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "You don't know what's good for you," Xuanzhu said coldly. "Are the people from the Seven Sword sect joining in the fun?" At this time, a voice sounded, as if it came with the sound of the bell. It was Che Yuan's voice again, as if everything here could not escape the eyes of Che Yuan in another space. Che Yuan. The arrogant woman from the Seven Sword sect raised her head and looked into the void. Her expression became a little more serious, not as arrogant as before. Obviously, Che Yuan was a person that she could not ignore, and even needed to pay great attention to. Jiang Yan was already a genius of the Jiang family, but Che Yuan and Jiang Yan communicated with the 9 immortal bell together here, and were able to gain an advantage in front of Jiang Yan. It can be seen that he is extraordinary. Among the young people in the entire Yunzhou, Che Yuan has a great reputation. Che Yuan seemed to snort coldly. Xuanzhu paused for a moment and continued to walk towards Qin Wentian. He exuded a strong aura and said coldly, "Why don't you get out of here? You really don't know whether you live or die." After that, he chopped towards Qin Wentian's body with his palm, and the sword energy around him was still laughing wildly. The strong men of the Seven Sword sect were still expelling others. At this time, Qin Wentian's brows were slightly frowned, and he seemed to reveal a hint of displeasure. His eyelashes trembled. Suddenly, Qin Wentian's eyes opened. At this moment, Xuanzhu looked into Qin Wentian's eyes, and his mind trembled violently. The roaring bell sounded at this moment, like the sound of the Great Way. Dong, dong. The terrifying bell sounded. It was the purest bell sound, which kept ringing, as if the 9 immortal bell had truly awakened and made a sound that truly belonged to him. At this moment, in the vast space, the hearts of all the strong men around the 9 immortal bell were trembling fiercely, and their minds were also shaking violently. The sound of the bell seemed to have the power to shock the soul, and it resounded directly into his heart and resounded in their souls. Even the Xiante realm's strong men who were watching from a distance showed their sharpness and trembled slightly in their hearts. Is this the 9 immortal bell showing its spirit? Puff. Xuanzhu was the most shocked. He spurted out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and his internal organs were shaking wildly. The sound of the bell seemed to penetrate his body and his soul. He felt that his head was about to explode. He fell directly to the ground, twitching all over, and the blood that kept overflowing from the corners of his mouth soon dyed the ground red. The aftermath of the bell sound finally stopped slowly, and the light in Qin Wentian's eyes at that moment returned to calm and became ordinary. He stood up casually, not looking at the fallen Xuanzhu, but looking at the 9 immortal bell in front of him, and there seemed to be a wonderful light in his eyes. What secrets does this 9 immortals bell hide? Xuanzhu. At this time, the woman from the Purple Flame sect exclaimed when she found Xuanzhu's situation. She walked to Xuanzhu's side, but saw that Xuanzhu was still trembling. "Xuanzhu, what's wrong with you?" The woman's face was pale, and she could hardly believe the scene in front of her. She was indeed deeply shocked when the bell rang just now, but she was far from being as miserable as Xuanzhu. She quickly glanced around and found that only Xuanzhu was like this. Everyone else looked solemnly, staring at the 9 immortals bell, with confused looks in their eyes. Even Jiang Yan from the Jiang family, several strong men from the Seven Swords sect, and Pei Xiao from the prince's mansion, all showed confused eyes, not knowing why the bell rang just now. Not good. When the woman's hand touched Xuanzhu's body, her face turned pale. She found that Xuanzhu's heart was actually shattered. Sure enough, in a moment, Xuanzhu stopped trembling and had no breath. His eyes were still open, as if he died with his eyes open. He didn't understand how he died until he died. Was it that look or that sound of the bell? The 9 immortal bell can't ring by itself. A voice suddenly sounded in the silent space, and everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the voice. The person who spoke was Jiang Yan. "You mean, someone just communicated and activated the 9 immortal bell?" The cold and arrogant woman from the Seven Sword sect seemed to shoot out sharp swords in her eyes, which were extremely sharp. Her heart was pounding. Of course, the disciples of the Seven Sword sect had heard about the 9 immortal bell. If someone could activate the 9 immortal bell like just now, they must have successfully communicated with the fairy spirit of the 9 immortal bell. In that case, there would be a chance to truly explore the mystery of the 9 immortal bell. Yes, since it was this 9 immortal bell that rang, then the person who communicated with the 9 immortal bell might be among us. Jiang Yan nodded, and his eyes looked at the people in this vast space. His sharp eyes passed through everyone, but he really couldn't imagine who could do such a thing. He was Jiang Yan, the prodigy of the Jiang family. If he couldn't do it, who here could do it? Apart from him, there seemed to be no one more famous than him. The people of the Seven Sword sect were also very powerful, but they were far behind him in terms of martial arts attainments. Therefore, after Jiang Yan's eyes swept over everyone, he still couldn't imagine who it was. Moreover, the 9 immortal bell just rang suddenly, without any signs. Which prodigy is it? Can you please stand up? Jiang Yan asked, but no one answered. He didn't know who it was. Jiang Yan, maybe it was just an accident. The 9 immortal bell may have awakened on its own. Otherwise, no one here would have rung the 9 immortal bell before you. Pei Xiao spoke, his tone faintly flattering. Jiang Yan did not reply, his eyes still revealing a thoughtful look. Could it be that the 9 immortal bell really just awakened on its own? In fact, he felt that with his current attainments, even if he was given more time, he would not be able to completely resonate the 9 immortal bell in an instant like he did just now. He couldn't do it, and Jiutian of Qin Wentian couldn't do it either. Could anyone else here do it? Did he really guess wrong? It was just the immortal spirit of the 9 immortal bell? In the void, a whistling sound rolled in, and a figure appeared next to the huge 9 immortal bell. This person was quite young and looked very handsome. He had a sharp gaze and swept through the people below one by one. Jiang Yan called out, and everyone immediately understood that this person was Jiutian, the genius of Qin Wentian. The young man in front of him was the one who had just sounded the bell in front of another 9 immortal bell. I didn't expect Jiutian to be so handsome. The maid beside Pei Yu whispered, with surprise in her eyes. She thought Jiutian was an uncle, but she didn't expect him to be a dashing and romantic person. However, Jiutian was not in the mood to care about everyone's thoughts at this time. When the 9 immortal bell sounded just now, it was not just here, but even resonated with the other 9 immortal bells. Jiutian had already made a slight connection with one of the 9 immortal bells, so he felt even more deeply. At that moment, he seemed to see a pair of extremely unruly eyes, which contained a stunning look. He was different from Jiang Yan. Jiutian was sure that just now, someone must have communicated and sounded the 9 immortal bell, and it was among these people. In the void, strong men flashed in one after another, including many geniuses from major forces. They were all attracted by the sound of the bell. That kind of resonance was not something that ordinary people could achieve. Qin Wentian raised his head and glanced at the figures that appeared one after another. At this moment, he saw Jiutian's eyes. The moment Jiutian looked at him, he never looked away again, staring at Qin Wentian, as if he wanted to see through him. At this moment, Qin Wentian's expression was sharp and restrained, and his temperament seemed very ordinary, but Jiutian still felt a sense of familiarity. He vaguely felt that the peerless spirit he saw just now seemed to shine from these eyes. Is it him? Jiutian was a little unsure. At this time, Qin Wentian lowered his head and looked away directly, as if nothing had happened. This made Jiutian feel uncertain and even more confused. At this moment, he saw the body lying not far from Qin Wentian, Xuanzhu's body, and a sharp color flashed in his eyes. Chapter 770 Piaoxia Tower. Although Jiutian's eyes were sharp, he didn't say anything. He looked at the woman beside Xuanzhu's body and saw that she was looking at Qin Wentian with hatred. He immediately had his own guess in his heart. Did you do something to Xuanzhu? The woman stared at Qin Wentian and asked coldly. If it was really just the sound of the bell, it would be impossible for Xuanzhu to be directly shocked to death. Everyone here heard the shocking bell. Although all the internal organs were shocked, the heart veins were not destroyed. Qin Wentian slowly turned his eyes and looked at the woman. A cold light flashed in his eyes. You are unscrupulous and want to drive others away. Even this person wanted to attack me, but was suddenly killed by the bell. What does it have to do with me? The woman bit her lip, but didn't know what to say. Just now, it was indeed Xuanzhu who attacked Qin Wentian. Suddenly, the bell rang and Xuanzhu was shocked to death by the bell. Qin Wentian didn't move at all, and there was not even any fluctuation in his breath. This was definitely not fake. A group of people are wasting space here, can't they be expelled? At this time, the cold and arrogant woman from the Seven Sword sect swept her eyes towards Qin Wentian like a sharp sword. It was she who gave the order to expel them just now. Now this young man dared to question it, which was really presumptuous. We are wasting space. Qin Wentian sneered with contempt. Hearing you say that, people who don't know would think you can ring the bell, which is really ridiculous. After saying that, Qin Wentian didn't look at the cold and arrogant woman from the Seven Sword sect again. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman stepped forward, and suddenly the sword energy roared, like a violent storm bursting out, extremely terrifying, as if it could tear people apart with sword energy, and cut them into pieces. Qin Wentian could of course feel the pressure of this powerful sword energy. The other party's cultivation level was the 7th level of the celestial realm, which was already a very powerful figure. Nifeng. At this moment, Che Yuan in the void spoke, his eyes looking at the cold and arrogant woman from the Seven Swords sect. Obviously he also knew the other party's existence. This Nifeng was also a very famous figure in the Seven Swords sect. They were both the proud figures of the young generation in Yunzhao. Even though they were far apart, they knew each other. Nifeng looked up and looked at Che Yuan. What others said is not wrong. Why did you, a sword cultivator, come here to join in the fun? You said that others were wasting space. Can you ring the bell? Che Yuan said with a faint smile. There was a faint golden light in his pupils, giving people a special sense of sharpness. My affairs have nothing to do with you. Nifeng responded in a low voice. Her tone was obviously not as cold and arrogant as when she treated Qin Wentian. Although she still maintained a cold and icy tone, she had lost some of the momentum just now, precisely because she was facing a different person. If a strong man in the realm of Immortal King faces a figure of the immortal platform, his temperament will certainly be high and mighty, but if he faces a figure of the immortal emperor, will he dare to show any arrogance in his temperament? I'm afraid it's just respect, so even if it's the same person, his temperament will still change with his attitude when facing different people. It has nothing to do with me, but this is Piaoxua City, not the Seven Swords sect. Since everyone in Yunzhao is here to try to communicate with the 9 immortal bell, do you know who can communicate and who can't? If you can't do it yourself, what qualifications do you have to expel others here? Che Yuan's tone became stronger step by step, and the temperament revealed in his eyes seemed to become stronger, and the real momentum was overwhelming. Under this momentum, Nifeng, who was extremely cold and arrogant just now, was obviously much weaker in momentum, unable to compete with Che Yuan, and could only snore coldly without speaking. Che Yuan stepped out and landed on the ground. Qin Wentian looked at him. Seeing that he seemed to be looking at him, he smiled and said, "Thank you very much." "Why thank me?" Che Yuan said with a meaningful smile in his eyes. "Kimen Xianfu, Che Yuan, what about you?" "Shinwan." Qin Wentian responded with a smile. "This is Piaoxua City, one of the 3 main cities in Jiangling County. The wanted order of Jiangling County has been issued." Once he said his real name, he would be in danger in an instant, so he could only continue to use the pseudonym. Shinwan. Che Yuan repeated, as if he attached great importance to this name, and then asked, "Which sect does Brother Shinwan practice in?" "My practice is too poor, it is a disgrace to my master, so I dare not speak nonsense outside." Qin Wentian said. "I understand." Che Yuan smiled indifferently, and he didn't know what the word understand meant. "Che Yuan, you are really free and easy." A voice came at this time. The person who spoke was Jiang Yan from the Jiang family. Che Yuan came here and chatted with an unknown person. He really had time. "Haha, who made me feel ahead of you, and it was enough to make the fairy spirit of the 9 immortal bell notice me, so I naturally have time. But you, the Jiang family, are really getting worse and worse." Che Yuan laughed heartily, which made Jiang Yan's face turn cold. He snorted coldly and said, "Let's see who can laugh last." After that, he ignored Che Yuan and closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the 9 immortal bell again. "I also want to see what is so wonderful about this 9 immortal bell that can play by itself." Che Yuan sat next to Qin Wentian and also closed his eyes to feel the 9 immortal bell. Nifeng looked at him and Qin Wentian with a bad face and walked away. As for the strong men everywhere, they all did their own things. It seems that it was indeed an accident. This 9 immortal bell played by itself for a special reason. Qin Wentian felt that Che Yuan had seen something, But Che Yuan was so carefree that he didn't ask any more questions and actually sat beside him to try to communicate with the nine immortal bell. Then, Qin Wentian closed his eyes, and his perception spread out. He felt that the nine immortal bell and himself seemed to have a subtle connection. It was just a thought, and his perception seemed to have entered the nine immortal bell. This huge fairy bell towering like the sky was like a mirror. Through this mirror, Qin Wentian vaguely saw a blurry picture. It was a magnificent ancient city. This city had no real life. In the ancient city, there were all divine weapons that were refined. It seemed that the vast and endless ancient city was forged by a weapon refiner, and it was wonderful. Snowflakes fell in the city, and Qin Wentian saw a hand. The huge palm that covered the sky stretched out and directly covered an area. This hand stretched out there, letting the snow fall on the palm, and seemed a little lonely. The picture was blurry, but very beautiful. Is this Piaoxu City? Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. Piaoxu City has always been a place of legends, and the legend of the nine immortal bells is the most widely spread. However, with the passage of time, people's pursuit is only the secret of the nine immortal bells, which can make them powerful and ascend to immortality in one step. As for those ancient stories, they seem to have disappeared in the long river of history. The nine immortal bells contain pictures, so do we need to communicate with nine immortal bells to explore the complete secret of the nine immortal bells? Qin Wentian thought secretly in his heart. Unknowingly, a few days have passed. The king of Jiangling County will hold a banquet in Piaoxu Tower today. Many talented people around the nine immortal bells gather in groups of 3 or 5 and set off to Piaoxu Tower. Che Yuan opened his eyes and stopped practicing. He glanced at Qin Wentian beside him and said softly, "Brother Xianwen." Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked at Che Yuan. Today, the king of Jiangling County, Pei Xianwen, is holding a banquet. How about we go together? Che Yuan invited Qin Wentian. I won't go. Qin Wentian shook his head. The king of Jiangling County had issued a wanted order for him, so why would he go to his banquet? If you have nothing to do, why not go and see the heroes of Jiangling County? Besides, Brother Xianwen, those who came to Piaoxu City this time include descendants of many powerful forces in Yunzhou, such as my Qimen Immortal Mansion and the Jiang family of Jianggan. They are all top forces in Yunzhou. There are also people from other forces. It's not a big deal to go to such a banquet. Maybe you can make some friends. I can introduce them to you. Che Yuan advised, quite enthusiastically. Qin Wentian looked at Che Yuan with a flickering expression. Brother Xianwen, the legend of the nine immortal bell has a long history. Many years ago, a strong man came to try to crack it, but he couldn't do it. Although I, Che Yuan, am extraordinary, I have a vague feeling that the secret of the nine immortal bell is difficult for me to crack. However, I hope to witness someone crack it. Che Yuan looked at Qin Wentian's eyes, with a smile on his face, and said in a voice transmission, if the person who can crack this legend is my friend, it will naturally be a very face-saving thing, haha. Although Che Yuan's words were obscure, Qin Wentian knew that Che Yuan should have been sure that the bell sounded that day because of him, Qin Wentian, and now, he just wanted to make friends with him. Okay, let's go for a walk. Qin Wentian smiled, then stood up. Seeing this scene, Che Yuan also laughed and said, let's go. Piaoxu Tower is a great wonder of Piaoxu City. Even just watching it is a pleasing thing. As the two spoke, they stepped out at the same time and headed towards the direction of Piaoxu Tower. Piaoxu Tower does not refer to a simple pavilion, but a group of pavilions. At a glance, the white snow is floating, covering the pavilion with silver. The pavilion has snowy stairs, which go up layer by layer. There are 2 rows of beautiful ancient trees. Plum blossoms bloom in the snow, just like the stairs of the snow country, which is magnificent. On the stairs, there are always strong people walking, talking and laughing, and they all feel the beauty of this place. Che Yuan and Qin Wentian also walked up the stairs in the snow. Seeing this wonderful scene, Qin Wentian exclaimed, this scene is countless more beautiful than the painting. Indeed, Piaoxu Tower was built against the snowy mountains. Some people who practice snow abilities even often come here to comprehend the practice. They often linger and are attracted by the beautiful scenery here. Che Yuan nodded. I heard that the love story between the owner of Piaoxu Tower and Kaixin began here. In front of Qin Wentian, a gentle voice came out, revealing a bit of yearning. Yes, it's really beautiful here, miss. It would be great if we could live here permanently in the future. It seems that women like beautiful scenery more than we do. Che Yuan smiled when he saw this scene. The two people in front turned around, and Qin Wentian nodded to the lady. It was Pei Yu, whom Qin Wentian had met once in the tea house. She was a lady from the prince's mansion of Jiangling County. Chapter 771, A Sad Legend. Pei Yu turned around and smiled at Che Yuan and Qin Wentian, and said softly, "I like beautiful things. I have heard of the name of Qin Wentian Fu Che Yuan for a long time, but I didn't expect that he was such a chic and romantic person." Pei Yu looked at Qin Wentian again and said, "We seem to have met in the tea house." "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded, and Che Yuan responded, "Zhu is beautiful, and you are beautiful too. Can I ask your name, young lady?" "Pei Yu," the woman said softly. "From the prince's mansion in Jiangling County." Che Yuan asked. When he thought of the surname Pei, the first thing he thought of was the prince's mansion in Jiangling County. After all, Piaoxia City itself belongs to the main city of Jiangling County, and today is also the day when the Prince of Jiangling County Pei Xianyun is hosting a banquet. "Yes," Pei Yu responded. Qin Wentian already knew it, so it was not surprising. "This is Brother Xianyun. We have known each other for a short time." Che Yuan introduced Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at Pei Yu and asked curiously, "Miss Pei Yu, you just mentioned the owner of Piaoxia Tower and Kaiongson. Who are they?" "This is the oldest legend in Piaoxia City. Let's talk about it as we walk." Pei Yu saw people climbing the stairs one after another. It was not good to stop in the middle of the road. Che Yuan and Qin Wentian walked forward. The four of them walked side by side. Pei Yu said, "This legend has been gradually forgotten, because everyone's attention seems to be only focused on the secret of the 9 Immortals Bell. I also saw it in the ancient books of the prince's mansion by chance. So I explored this story in Jiangling County and learned a little bit about it. It is rumored that a long time ago, there was no such city as Piaoxia City. There was only Piaoxia Tower, where the owner of Piaoxia Tower and Kaiongson fell in love. The owner of Piaoxia Tower and Kaiongson were very much in love. They were in love with each other and had the same ambition, which was to become the top masters of refining equipment. They both had a crazy obsession with refining equipment and constantly pursued higher attainments. The reason why the owner of Piaoxia Tower was able to pursue Kaiongson was because he defeated Kaiongson in refining equipment, and thus they became a pair of immortal lovers." Pei Yu's voice was soft and very pleasant to hear. This tone seemed extremely suitable for telling ancient legends. After they fell in love, they stayed together and learned from each other. Kaiongson always wanted to defeat Piaoxia Tower Master, but she never succeeded. Once, Kaiongson asked Piaoxia Tower Master if he could give up his life in order to refine a perfect magic weapon. Piaoxia Tower Master shook his head and told Kaiongson that he would only give up his life for her. However, this romantic answer did not make Kaiongson happy, because she could not do it herself. She found in her heart that she put refining weapons in the supreme position, higher than her own life and higher than Piaoxia Tower Master. Kaiongson felt uneasy. One day, she told Piaoxia Tower Master that she wanted to build an unprecedented magic weapon that no one in the fairyland had ever tried. She wanted to refine a city. Piaoxia Tower Master thought it was too troublesome, but Kaiongson told her that this city would only have the two of them and would be their home. So Piaoxia Tower Master began to travel all over the fairyland, collecting refining materials that ordinary people could not imagine. This journey would last for 10,000 years. The owner of Piaoxia Tower and Kaiongson began to refine a weapon that was unprecedented in history and no one in the fairyland had ever tried. It took the two of them 10,000 years to collect materials for a city, and another 1,000 years to refine it. Finally, they refined a city. Just when Kaiongson was ecstatic, a strong man came to ask for the refined weapon. The two disagreed and fought a big battle. Although they defeated their opponent in this battle, the owner of Piaoxia Tower and Kaiongson were both injured. However, what Kaiongson could not accept the most was that the city's immortal weapon they refined could not exert its due power at will in battle. Kaiongxian fell into the edge of collapse. She asked the owner of Piaoxia Tower whether he was willing to sacrifice his life to refine the unprecedented immortal weapon. The owner of Piaoxia Tower answered the same as before. He didn't want to. What he wanted most was to accompany her, Kaiongxian. Kaiongxian no longer paid attention to the owner of Piaoxia Tower and asked him to leave the Piaoxia city they had refined together. The owner of Piaoxia Tower could only sigh secretly and left for a while, waiting for Qian to change her mind. However, this time, it was a farewell forever. When the owner of Piatoxo Tower returned to Piatoxo Tower again, he only saw a cold corpse and the letter left by Qian for him, saying, "If you really love me, why can't you sacrifice yourself to the weapon and build a city for me to live out my life?" Qian, as she said, she could sacrifice her life for the sake of refining the weapon, and she did so, but the ending was failure, and she also sacrificed her own life. Before she died, she seemed to have complaints about the owner of Piatoxo Tower. She regarded refining the weapon as more important than her life, but the owner of Piatoxo Tower did not. After reading the letter, the head of Piatoxo Tower turned white overnight, and he sat in Piatoxo Tower for 3 years without moving. 3 years later, he stood up and buried Qian. At the same time, he sacrificed his body to the instrument and refined a city to bury Qian. The head of Piatoxo Tower, he integrated his flesh and blood into Piatoxo City, and he integrated his soul into the 9 Immortals Bell. He made this city made of his flesh and blood. When he missed Qian, the bell would ring. He wanted Piatoxo Tower to have snow all year round, and every snowflake was his tears. The head of Piatoxo Tower fulfilled Qian's last wish, sacrificed his own life to the instrument, and refined an unprecedented immortal instrument, a city. However, it was not because he regarded refining the instrument as more important than his own life, but to fulfill the promise he made to Qian that year. He would only give up his life for Qian. He refined the instrument with his own life, not for refining the instrument, but only to protect Qian's withered body forever in this Piatoxo city. Pei Yu's voice fell with the falling snowflakes. After telling this sad and beautiful story, Che Yuan and Qin Wentian were a little crazy. Is there such a sad and beautiful love? With flesh and blood, he integrated into the city and protected Qian's body. With soul, he integrated into the bell. When he missed Qian, the bell would ring. Every snowflake falling from the sky was his tear. Is this legend true? Che Yuan sighed deeply. Their pace was very slow, as if they were still immersed in the sad and ancient legend. I don't know. Now the people in Piatoxo City only care about the secret of the 9 Immortal Bell. Who still remembers the story of Piatoxo Tower Master and Qian? Pei Yu forced a smile, and her smile was a little sad. She learned this story after collecting many ancient books. Therefore, she liked Piatoxo City. She came to this city in person to walk around, to see the place where Piatoxo Tower Master and Qian fell in love, and to see the city that Piatoxo Tower Master refined with his life. It should be true. Qin Wentian murmured, as if he was lost in thought. He recalled the scene he saw in the 9 Immortal Bell. In that scene, he seemed to see someone refining a city. He seemed to see a lonely hand that covered the sky, stretched out in the void, letting the snowflakes fall on its palm. If the legend told by Pei Yu was true, then that lonely hand should be the hand of the owner of Piatoxo Tower. Do you believe it too? I believe it's true too. Pei Yu smiled at Qin Wentian beside him and said, time passes, nothing is eternal. Now, the 9 Immortals Bell is ringing again. I wonder if it is the owner of Piatoxo Tower missing Qian. I hope someone can really unlock the secret of Piatoxo City and let me know whether this sad and beautiful legend really exists. Even if it exists, there may be some deviations. The city that the owner of Piatoxo Tower and Qian refined back then may not be the Piatoxo City today. Perhaps this city is many times larger than it was back then. Che Yuan said with a smile. Although he also refines weapons and has a strong obsession, he still admires Qian for actually being able to give up his life for refining weapons. Of course, he admires the owner of Piatoxo Tower even more. He will not ignore his life for refining weapons. If he is asked to sacrifice himself, then it will only be for Qian. Maybe. Pei Yu said in a low voice. While they were talking, they had already arrived at Piatoxo Tower. After stepping over all the stairs, there were a series of ice and snow Qianglao in front of them. In the open area, a banquet was set up and many people had already arrived. If you look further, you can see snow-capped mountains. This Qianglao palace is so beautiful. This is where the owner of Piatoxo Tower and Qian lived in the legend. It is said that it has always been like this and has never changed. Now, it is the palace of the Lord of Piatoxo City. Pei Yu introduced. The Jiangling County King held a banquet at the palace of the Lord of Piatoxo City. Of course, it was normal. After all, the Lord of Piatoxo City was a subordinate of the Jiangling County King. When Che Yuan came up, Many people's eyes fell on him. After all, among the people who came to Piaoxua City this time, Jiutian was a very famous genius from the Qin Immortal Mansion. This weight was definitely at the top level among all the people. After looking at Jiutian, the crowd couldn't help but look at the people around Jiutian, Qin Wentian, Peiyu and Peiyu's maid. When Pei Xianyu saw Peiyu, a gentle smile flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Peiyu, why are you here with Jiutian? We just happened to meet on the road, so we traveled together." Peiyu leaned forward and responded, and Jiutian also smiled and said, "Prince, Miss Peiyu and I are already friends. She is from your prince's mansion, and she is very outstanding." "Haha, thank you for your compliments, nephew. Come and sit down. Since you and Peiyu are already friends, let Peiyu sit with you and chat," Pei Xianyu said cheerfully. What kind of person is he? Since Jiutian and Peiyu have a good relationship, of course he should make good use of it and make the two of them closer. In this way, he can also make another friend. Although Jiutian is not as important as him now, as a prodigy of Qin Xianfu, Jiutian's future potential is uncertain. Maybe he will be mediocre, but he may also be very successful. Chapter 772, Verbal Warfare. Pei Xianyu pointed to a place not far from him and gestured to Jiutian and Peiyu. However, there were only 2 seats there. But Jiutian and his group had 4 people. Even if Peiyu's maid was removed, Jiutian, Peiyu and Qin Wentian were still 3 people. Jiutian took a look and shook his head and said, "Let's find a place to sit." "Yes, over there." Peiyu pointed to a direction, in the middle, which was somewhat inconsistent with Jiutian's status, so Pei Xianyu said, "How can this be done? I still want to have a good chat with my nephew Jiutian. Since there is a seat missing, Pei Zio, please make way for him." Pei Zio was sitting next to those 2 seats. It seemed that Pei Xianyu had deliberately designated those 2 seats just now, and he saw at a glance that the reason why Jiutian didn't sit was because there was one more person, so he asked Pei Zio to make way for him. Pei Zio raised his eyebrows and glanced at Peiyu and Qin Wentian. There was a hint of displeasure in the depths of his eyes. However, since it was the order of the prince, how could he disobey? He could only nod his head and stood up awkwardly. At this time, someone on the opposite side shouted, "Pei Zio, come and sit over here." Pei Zio looked at the person who was speaking, and then a smile flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Thank you, Brother Zheng Yan, for your kindness." "Haha, that's the best, nephew Jiutian, come and take a seat." Pei Xianyu laughed heartily. Naturally, Jiutian couldn't refuse again, so the 3 of them walked to that position and sat down. Opposite them were Zheng Yan, Pei Zio and the others, as well as Nifeng from the Nine Swords sect. In addition to these people, there were also many talented people from various forces. They were all dignified and had extraordinary temperaments. Many of them were disciples of major forces in Yunzhao. Let me introduce a few of us old guys. I'm Pei Xianyu, and you must know me. The person next to me is Ji Kong, a disciple of the Yanlao Saint sect, and the owner of the Yanlao in Jiangling County. I'm sure you have all heard of him. The person on my right is the Lord of Piaoxua City, Sikun Yangsu. Pei Xianyu smiled at everyone and said, "As for all the heroes, I'm sure you all know each other, so I won't introduce them to you." Qin Wentian glanced at Sikun Yangsu. Compared with the legendary owner of Piaoxua Tower, Sikun Yangsu is probably much worse than the current lord of Piaoxua City. This Piaoxua City is an ancient place, and Piaoxua Tower also has an ancient legend. It is said that the owner of Piaoxua Tower and Kaixin fell in love here. If we can go back in time and see the scene of the owner of Piaoxua Tower playing the piano and Kaixin dancing in the snow, it would be a beautiful thing in life. Pei Xianyu is quite talkative. As the prince of Jiangling County, he seems to have heard of this legend. I have also heard the story of Piaoxua Tower Master and Kaixin, but I doubt its authenticity. Where is the city that Piaoxua Tower Master and Kaixin refined? Moreover, we pursue martial arts only to transcend and pursue the supreme realm. The same is true for refining weapons. Living is the root of everything. Kaixin gave up her life for refining weapons. It is hard to understand how deep her obsession is. Piaoxua Tower Master is peerless and elegant. Will he really give up himself for a woman and protect Kaixin's withered body? Only one person spoke. Pei Xianyu looked at the person who spoke. This person had a white and handsome face, dressed casually and unrestrainedly, with sword-like eyebrows slanted to both sides. His eyes were wise, as if he was full of knowledge. Through his deep eyes, it seemed that he had many things hidden in his mind. This person was a disciple of Wancheng Academy in Yunzhou, Shuluiao. Wancheng Academy is worthy of being the holy academy of Yunzhou. It knows everything about Yunzhou. Not many people know the legend of Piaoxo Tower Master and Kaixin nowadays. Even in Jiangling County, there are very few people. I only know it after reading a lot of ancient books. I didn't expect that my nephew Shuxian also knows this story. I admire him. Pei Xianyu nodded and smiled at Shuluiao, but did not comment on Shuluiao's words. Knowing the details, I am more suspicious. This rumor is probably to deceive those ignorant people. In this legend, Piaoxo Tower Master and Kaixin are just fools. Shuluiao's words became sharper, questioning the ancient legend without any reverence. Of course, the legend is far away after all, and no one will say anything because of Shuluiao's arrogant words. Even Pei Xianyu just smiled. Only Pei Yu frowned and said with some displeasure, "People in the world have different personalities. You are a heartless person, so how can you question the affection of others? It is foolish. I have always heard that Wancheng Academy is the holy land of Yunzhou. Many powerful people who were famous in Yunzhou were born there. I thought the people of Wancheng Academy should have the world in their minds and be open to all rivers and seas. But you bluntly said that the owner of Piaoxo Tower and Kaixin are fools. It is too self-righteous. Pei Yu is a person of temperament. She has always believed in the story of the owner of Piaoxo Tower and Kaixin. If Shuluiao just doubted it, she would not be angry, but Shuluiao's next words were already a blunt insult to the legend. She was furious for no reason in her heart, so her words were a little sharp. When Shuluiao heard this, his sword eyebrows raised, and they looked even sharper, as if a sharp sword was about to shoot out of his eyes. You said I was self-righteous. Shuluiao's eyes were piercing, staring directly at Pei Yu, and there was a strong pressure rushing towards Pei Yu. Is she wrong? Judging others by your own personality, do you think that everyone in the world is like you? Isn't this self-righteous? Seeing this scene, Che Yuan, who was next to Pei Yu, looked cold and spoke indifferently. Suddenly, Shuluiao's eyes slowly turned and fell on Che Yuan, smiling coldly. It seems that you have a good relationship. He didn't say anything more, but the sarcastic eyes seemed to have a different meaning, which made Pei Yu even more angry, but Che Yuan said calmly, all the forces in the world are the same. I heard that there have been many outstanding people in Wancheng Academy, but it is hard to guarantee that there will be no scum. Che Yuan, you are too much. Brother Shu has never offended you. You are too much to humiliate Brother Shu in public. Zhang Yan said at this moment, Brother Shu is a genius of Wancheng Academy, and you are too arrogant to call him a scum. As soon as these words came out, many people showed interesting expressions. It seems that Zhang Yan is afraid that the world will not be in chaos, and deliberately pointed out the contradictions to intensify them, so that Che Yuan and Shuluiao stand on opposite sides. I have always admired Wancheng Academy. Che Yuan, you are really too much? Ni Feng continued to speak, adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, as soon as their words came out, Shuluiao couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on him. Che Yuan's arrogance has not been for a long time. When the 9 immortal bells were struck, this guy got carried away and provoked everywhere, haha. Someone else said with a smile. He was also a disciple of a big force, the Yunzhaolan's Hanshan Immortal Mansion. The people of this force are extremely powerful. Their forces are all over the Yunzhao land. Even in Jiangling County, they have their subordinate forces, Zhangxin Palace. This Hanshan Immortal Mansion Zhou Zingshan seems to be a troublemaker. Everyone secretly said that Zhou Zingshan did not mean to deliberately provoke Che Yuan. He spoke it purely because he felt interesting. Shuluiao frowned, and in front of so many people, he couldn't save face. Scum? At least I don't play with women in Jiangling County. She is from the prince's mansion. I will give the prince's mansion face and not bother with her. You are in a hurry to speak, what do you want to express? Shuluiao sneered, his eyes looked at Che Yuan and Pei Yu, and his tone was a bit evil. Pei Xianyu watched quietly. Even if Pei Yu was involved, he didn't even interrupt. Pei Yu had ordinary talent and status in the prince's mansion. Now she has become the fuse for the two Xianjiao to compete. Although Shuluiao's words were wronged, If Che Yuan was obsessed with this matter and really got together with Pei Yu, it would not be a bad thing. Calling you a scum is flattering you. Che Yuan said sarcastically, Brother Xianwen, Pei Yu and I have known each other for a short time. We have similar personalities and have become good friends. But in your mouth, it has completely changed. You are really uneducated. 3 people together, the taste is really strong. Ni Feng said coldly after hearing this. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on her, and a faint smile appeared in their eyes. It was really interesting. This Ni Feng seemed cold and arrogant, but her words were so evil. Of course, Ni Feng would be like this, probably because of Che Yuan's strength in front of her before. She obviously hasn't swallowed that breath yet. Pei Yu's body trembled slightly, her small fists clenched tightly, her face pale. It was already extremely serious for a woman to be insulted like this, especially in such an occasion. Ni Feng's words were like sharp arrows, piercing people's hearts. Qin Wentian was very keen to see Pei Yu's changing face and trembling body. He was also a little angry. These people grabbed a young woman and humiliated her like this, which was too much. Raising his head, his eyes swept over Ni Feng. This cold and arrogant woman from the Seven Sword sect had expelled others before. It was obviously a self-righteous and selfish woman who didn't care about others. It is hard to imagine that a woman can say such shameless words. Could it be that you have done such a thing? Otherwise, how could you say such words? Qin Wentian looked at Ni Feng and said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, Ni Feng's face instantly turned cold. Her eyes like sharp swords stared at the direction where Qin Wentian was, and she said coldly, How dare you say such words? Believe it or not, I will kill you here on the spot. Many people's eyes fell on Qin Wentian, and Jing Yan also said coldly, Who is this guy from nowhere? Do you have the qualifications to interrupt here? It's really interesting. Maybe because he is sitting with Che Yuan, he doesn't even know who he is. Shulu Iao looked at the people on the left and right and asked, Do you know this person? Everyone shook their heads and showed ironic eyes. Che Yuan had status, but this person was different. He dared to insult Ni Feng in such an occasion. Those people were still cautious about attacking Che Yuan. Now that they caught him, how could they not attack him fiercely? Such means are nothing more common. P.S. I recommend a book, Emperor of the North Sea. Those who are interested can take a look. Chapter 773, Adding to the Fun. Che Yuan calls him Xianwen. I have never heard of this name. I have seen through his cultivation. He is at the 3rd level of Xiangxiang. Not bad. At least among us, he is not the worst. This person has been sitting there motionless for many days while observing the 9 immortal bell. I admire him a lot. Haha, I'm a little curious. Che Yuan, who is your brother Xianwen? Zhou Zingshan asked Che Yuan. I can understand that you let a woman sit next to you, but as a man, if he doesn't have any identity or background, what qualifications does he have to appear in that position and let the prince make Pei Zhao stand up and give way? Why should I tell you? Che Yuan's eyes turned cold and he swept across the crowd, a group of self-righteous guys. You may have a chance to meet them in the future. Who is Qin Wentian? He was somewhat looking forward to it. If Qin Wentian had completely communicated with the 9 immortal bell, or if Qin Wentian did not hide it like he did that day, these people would probably know who Qin Wentian was immediately, and they would not use Qin Wentian as a breakthrough point and speak rudely like they did now. In the future, I am not interested. Zhou Zingshan said lightly, and Ni Feng's cold eyes pierced Qin Wentian, saying, In the future? She dared to humiliate me with words. If she doesn't kneel down and apologize today, she may not live to the future. Pei Yu's face changed slightly, and he said coldly, It doesn't count if you insult us first. Today is the banquet hosted by the county king. Your behavior is too unreasonable. Really? You can ask me to apologize to you as long as you can defeat me. Ni Feng sneered. Although it is the county king who hosted the banquet today, I, a disciple of the Seven Swords sect, cannot tolerate such an insult. It doesn't matter if he doesn't kneel down to apologize. I will challenge him directly. I believe the county king will not interfere. Everyone calm down. County King Pei Xianwen smiled when he saw Ni Feng coming. We are all guests from afar, why do this? After that, he looked at Qin Wentian and said, This young man should also be a hero from some force. Why not introduce him to me, so as to ease the situation? Everyone can take a step back. My cultivation is not good, so I dare not report my master. Qin Wentian responded indifferently. Pei Xianwen's eyes flashed, And then he smiled and said, "Is he from a certain family?" "I'm sorry." Qin Wentian nodded to the prince, still without saying anything. Pei Xianyun did not continue to ask anything, but heard Zhou Zingshan from Xianshan Immortal Mansion say with a smile, "Is the master too weak, or is there no master at all? As a man, why hide it? It will make people look down on you." No comment. Qin Wentian's tone was also a little cold. These disciples from the big forces in Yunzhao were very arrogant and rude. Of course, maybe they were just like this to him, or maybe it was because these people boasted of their extraordinary status. "Prince, you've seen it, too." Ni Feng spoke again at this time. Prince Pei Xianyun smiled and said, "Since the little brother is unwilling to resolve it, he must be able to deal with it. I will not interfere. You should solve your grievances by yourselves. I am afraid I have no right to interfere." When Ni Feng heard this, a cold smile flashed across her arrogant face. Her eyes shot out sharp swords. She pounced on Qin Wentian and said, "If you beg me, you may have a chance to survive." Qin Wentian glanced at Ni Feng coldly and ignored her. Che Yuan sneered and said, "Why don't you challenge me, but brother Xianyun?" There was a cold light in Ni Feng's cold eyes. She stared at Che Yuan. Another person next to her said, "Ni Feng, you are a member of the Seven Swords sect after all, and your cultivation is extraordinary. If you want to challenge someone, just find Che Yuan. What's the point of finding a strong man in the third level of the Xiangxiang realm? Don't you think it's a disgrace to the Seven Swords sect? It's funny that she's still so proud of herself." Che Yuan also laughed, but the lines on his face were all ironic. Then he looked at the person who was speaking and said to Qin Wentian, "Ghost Blade Mu Yan, my good friend. Mu Yan, this is brother Tian Wen." Che Yuan looked at the person who was speaking again. Mu Yan was wearing a very plain and simple white robe and sitting in an inconspicuous position. Even his whole person seemed inconspicuous. At first, no one noticed his existence. Obviously, many people didn't know him. But as soon as Che Yuan finished speaking, many people took a deep breath and stared at the person who was speaking. They saw that Ghost Blade Mu Yan had a single smile on his face, which seemed to be a bit playful. There was a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, which gave people a frivolous feeling. Ghost Blade Mu Yan, he was not a disciple of a super powerful force in Yunzhao, but no one could ignore his existence. Mu Yan's master is a true swordsmanship master and genius. He is a figure that all the strong men in Yunzhao fear. His master has a characteristic that if he draws his sword, blood will be drawn. It is either the blood of others or his own blood. Therefore, Mu Yan's master is known as the Death Swordsman. The Death Swordsman has only one disciple in his life, the Ghost Sword Mu Yan. Mu Yan completely inherited his master's characteristics. He either does not draw his sword or draws blood. Therefore, in the younger generation, Ghost Sword Mu Yan is a person that few people dare to provoke. They dare not let him draw his sword. Once he draws his sword, there is no room for maneuver. Ghost Sword Mu Yan is here too. Everyone's eyes were sharp and a little surprised. This guy did not introduce himself, and not many people have seen him. Therefore, no one knew him sitting in the crowd. They just heard of his reputation. It is said that Ghost Sword Mu Yan has a good relationship with Che Yuan. He asked Che Yuan to refine many swords for him, and he kept them all. Mu Yan and Qin Wentian smiled at each other and nodded to each other. "Ghost Blade Mu Yan, I've heard of you for a long time. It's said that your sword is very fast. When the sword passes over the neck, the head and body are separated, but the person is still alive." Shulu Iao looked at the ghost sword, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. This Ghost Sword Mu Yan suddenly appeared and mocked Ni Feng, but disturbed them. Although the Ghost Sword Mu Yan is very famous, he, Shulu Iao, is also a disciple of the All Saints Academy, so how can he be weak in power? "It's okay, do you want to see it?" Mu Yan suddenly raised his head and glanced at Shulu Iao, with a different arc at the corner of his mouth, which made Shulu Iao look at him and slightly exert force on his palm. This Mu Yan was already provoking him. "There will be a chance, but the current situation has nothing to do with you. Some blind people said the wrong thing. Let's teach him a lesson and teach him how to be a man." Shulu Iao finally cleverly avoided Mu Yan's provocation and pointed the spearhead at Qin Wentian. "It seems that you are no different from the people of the Seven Sword sect, and you are embarrassing the All Saints Academy." Mu Yan smiled faintly and sarcastically again. "Some people say the wrong thing, and they should be taught a lesson. It is normal for us to have conflicts when chatting, but what right does he have to interrupt?" Jiang Yan pointed his finger at Qin Wentian and questioned. I agree with this. He should be taught a lesson. After the lesson, we can talk about your affairs again. Zhou Zingshan of Jiutian Immortal Mansion looked like he was watching the fun, afraid that there would be chaos. Qin Wentian's eyes swept over everyone one by one. Even if he had a good temper, he was despised by these people one by one, and his heart was burning. He just saw his expression sweeping over these people, and then he said, All Saints Academy, Seven Sword Sect, Jiutian Immortal Mansion, Jiang's lineage, are they all strong? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Qin Wentian, with irony flashing in their eyes. These forces are all top forces in Yunzhao, so of course they are very strong. Are you talking nonsense? Jiang Yan sneered. You are very good at bullying the weak. Che Yuan and Mu Yan, you dare not provoke me to fight, but keep holding on to me. It really opened my eyes. I also heard that your Jiang family also bullied the weak in this way some time ago, but was slapped in the face in public. You killed your disciple Jiang Guang, so you asked Yan Lao to issue a wanted order. Do you think that people in Yunzhao don't know about this matter if you don't announce it? Do you know that people in the outside world are laughing at your Jiang family? You are still acting arrogantly here, and you are not afraid of being laughed at by others. Qin Wentian's words directly hurt the Jiang family's pain. Jiang Yan's face turned ashen and instantly became extremely ugly. Are you looking for death? Jiang Yan said coldly. Are you angry out of shame? Qin Wentian said sarcastically, pointing at the people on the opposite side. You are also pretentious, humiliating me as if I am an ant in front of you. You are so arrogant and superior that I don't even have the qualifications to fight back when you humiliate me. While Qin Wentian was speaking, his eyes swept across like a sharp sword, looking at those who humiliated him and said, You are right. My cultivation is not high. I am only at the 3rd level of the celestial realm. I am not like you who come from the big forces of Yunzhao. However, are you really strong? There are many people with cultivation similar to mine around you. Let them stand up and fight. I can deal with all the people in your forces combined. Do you believe it? Everyone looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. This guy would have been fine if he didn't say anything. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone in the room was shocked. They all looked at him with an interesting look. Are you crazy? There are so many disciples from big forces, even if they are at the same level, how many can he deal with alone? How dare he speak so rudely? You are really short-sighted and self-righteous. Jiang Yan said with a gloomy face. This guy wants to slap us in the face alone. What do you think we should do? Ni Feng of the Seven Swords Sect said coldly. It's really funny. I can hear such a joke at the county prince's banquet. Lu Yao, a book from the All Saints Academy, stared at Qin Wentian and said sarcastically. Zhou Zingshan of the Jiutian Immortal Palace showed even more disdain. He glanced at the many people from this Hangxin Palace standing behind him and said with a smile, There is no pressure to kill him, right? No problem. Several people behind him nodded gently, and then Zhou Zingshan looked at Pei Xianyun and said with a smile, County Prince, since this person is so confident, why don't we watch a duel at the banquet to liven up the banquet? Chapter 774, Raising Hands to Crush? Pei Xianyun looked at Zhou Zingshan, nodded with a smile and said, Since you all have such a refined taste, I naturally have no objection. The beautiful scenery on the Piaoxia Tower is pleasant. If there is martial arts to add to the fun, it will add a bit of vitality. Prince, please don't blame me if there is blood at the banquet. Zhou Zingshan said again. Pei Xianyun waved his hand indifferently. Martial arts competition cannot be limited to sparring. Since you want to compete in martial arts, you should have the spirit of exploring life and death. As long as you have no objection, there is no need to ask me. I am just a spectator. Today, you heroes are the main ones. The prince is really a generous person. Thank you for your help. Zhou Zingshan smiled. In an instant, a sharp cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes, which made people feel a chill. He swept his eyes to Qin Wentian and said, Since you are arrogant and don't know how high the sky is, I won't bully you. Hangxin Palace is a subordinate force of my Hangxin Mansion. There are 3 people in the 3rd level of Celestial Realm behind me. They are enough to let you understand what level is. He doesn't need to understand. Just kill him. Such arrogant words are hurtful and unpleasant. Ni Feng's beautiful eyes, cold and proud like ice, shot out cold murderous intent, and she glanced at Qin Wentian. It was okay for her to be provoked by Che Yuan's words, but a mere unknown person dared to humiliate her with fierce words. How could she not want to kill Qin Wentian and want to kill him? If you can disable him, it's okay not to kill him. Let him know how to behave in the future, so that he won't say such arrogant words again. Shu Luiao's eyes were cold and indifferent. That's not bad. Zhang Yan tapped his fingers on the wine table, his eyes were full of sarcasm, and he looked at Qin Wentian as if he was looking at a dead person. Do you all want me to die so much? Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp. Che Yuan, who was standing beside him, had a calm expression. He believed that a person who could ring the 9 immortal bells would not have any problems fighting in the same realm. Moreover, no one knew that Qin Wentian had rung the 9 immortal bells, so he was obviously not a high-profile person. Now that he dared to say such a thing, he must be able to do it. Therefore, he just took a sip of the wine glass with a smile on his face, like watching a play. Mu Yan also sat there peacefully. Ghostblade Mu Yan had always been very interested in fighting. He believed that since Che Yuan had such a relationship with Qin Wentian, this person must be extraordinary. At this time, 3 Xiangxiang 3-level strongmen from the Battle Immortal Palace had already stood on the open space in the middle of the banquet. Although this open space was a little narrow for fighting, if it was properly controlled, it was still enough to support a duel. Moreover, the strength of the people on both sides was very strong, and even if the aftermath was strong, they would not be affected and could easily resist it. Get out of here. One of them looked at Qin Wentian and spoke coldly. A strong killing intent emanated from him. In an instant, it seemed as if a bloody breath descended. Qin Wentian still sat there, quietly picked up the wine glass and took a sip. He held it in his left hand. He still sat there, raised his head and looked at the 3 people in front of him, and said coldly, I came here to attend the banquet, not to be played like a monkey. My fighting will never be used to cheer people up. That is an insult to my martial arts. Pucci. A sneer came out, and Nifeng's eyes were full of irony. She said, you just said it so passionately, and now you use such an excuse to avoid fighting. It is a humiliation for me for someone like you to attend the banquet with me. As soon as she finished speaking, many people laughed out loud. This person was indeed too ridiculous. However, their laughter was still there, but they saw Qin Wentian sitting there, his eyes swept, and cold light burst out. He raised his palm, and in an instant, the starlight shone, dazzling and boundless. His palm was full of terrible rune lights, like thousands of runes. Boom! With a loud noise, Qin Wentian's palm print burst out, falling from the sky, and directly crushed the 3 celestial powerhouses. The starlighted palm print was like a falling meteor, and it seemed to be able to pick the stars and the moon, and it came to kill instantly, like lightning, with a suffocating attack force that destroyed everything. The 3 people looked horrified, and they felt that a star was killing them. They gathered all their strength and raised their hands to resist, but they saw a rumbling sound. In just a moment, the bodies of the 3 people were directly suppressed and shattered, turning into dust. The starlight was still shining, filling the air, but the bodies of the 3 people were directly killed and turned into dust. The laughter that was just there suddenly stopped. Qin Wentian slowly put down the wine glass in his left hand, making a slight sound that was particularly clear in the silent space. The smile in the corner of Nifeng's eyes froze there. Was she afraid to fight? Before her sarcastic laughter had fallen, Qin Wentian responded to her with such a blow. What could be louder than such a slap in the face? Not only Nifeng, but those who made fun of Qin Wentian felt that they were slapped hard in the face. They were extremely aggrieved, as if they couldn't swallow a breath. Is this the capital that Jiutian Immortal Mansion is proud of and despises others? It's just a joke. Qin Wentian said calmly after putting down the wine glass. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to slap Zhou Xingxian, who had been watching the fun, again. Just now, Zhou Xingxian and the prince talked as if Qin Wentian was already in his pocket and could be easily killed. He could only become the clown of this banquet, being teased and played with by them. But in the blink of an eye, Qin Wentian used the most powerful means of attack to tell them that he didn't even need to stand up to kill these so-called powerful people. He could kill them while sitting there. He was too lazy to be a clown and use martial arts to entertain people. His martial arts were not for performance, but for slapping people in the face. Zhou Xingxian held his breath and didn't say a word. He didn't know how to respond to Qin Wentian's arrogant words. The facts were in front of him, how to refute? The people of this Hangxin Palace under his Jiutian's Ianfu were vulnerable and were directly wiped out without leaving any residue. A bunch of self-righteous and arrogant people, who are just trying to attract attention. How many of them can really explore the glory of the immortal road? They are just short-sighted. Qin Wentian continued to speak, and then he looked at the County Prince Pei Xianun and said, County Prince, I am not welcome here either. I will not stay here to make myself bored. I will leave now. Qin Wentian stood up and retreated to the back. This County Prince Pei Xianun favored the disciples of the big forces in Yun's Hao and was very polite, but Qin Wentian was obviously not among them. This atmosphere was not suitable for him. Although the scenery here is beautiful, there are also stories about the owner of Piaoxo Tower and Kaiongson, but people have long changed. You killed my people, and you want to leave like this. Just at this moment, a cold voice sounded, causing Qin Wentian to be stunned for a moment, and his steps stagnated. He turned his head to look at Zhou Zingshan, frowning slightly, and a very strong irony flashed in his eyes. The people of his Hanshan Immortal Palace are incompetent, but they can be as shameless as you, which is really an eye-opener for me. It's also an eye-opener for me. Ghostblade Mu Yan smiled. Zhou Zingshan, just now you asked your subordinates to kill others, and everyone present saw it. Now your subordinates are not as strong as others and have been killed. You say such words, which is too insulting to Hanshan Immortal Palace. Che Yuan also said sarcastically, somewhat disdainful of Zhou Zingshan's character. I don't care about those. I only know that if you kill someone from my Hanshan Palace, you will leave your life behind. Zhou Zingshan's voice was particularly strong, and a terrifying fighting spirit gushed out of him. The people from Hanshan Palace behind him released a strong aura, and they were faintly ready to kill Qin Wentian on the spot. If Qin Wentian was allowed to leave here alive today, it would be a shame for Hanshan Palace. If you kill their people, you will leave your life here. What others will remember is only the strength of Hanshan Palace, not the lack of rules. There are no rules in the world of martial arts. Whoever is strong can dominate the rules. You spoke rudely and insulted me, and you want to just walk away like this. At this time, Ni Feng also spoke up, and saw several strong men from the Seven Sword sect stood up one after another, with sword intent whistling and lingering in the air. Suddenly, everyone felt a suffocating pressure coming. You are really shameless. Pei Yu glanced at these people one by one and said sarcastically, Pei Yu, you have no right to speak, come here. Pei Zhao, who was sitting next to Zhang Yan, scolded, and Pei Yu looked at Pei Zhao immediately, with a stubborn look in his beautiful eyes. Pei Yu, step down, come to me. At this time, the Prince Pei Xianun also spoke up, with a sense of majesty in his tone, obviously not wanting Pei Yu to participate in this fight. Pei Yu looked at Pei Xianun, her eyes still determined. She actually shook her head stubbornly, which made Pei Xianun's expression turn cold, and he said, How dare you? As soon as these words came out, the space suddenly became colder. Pei Yu looked at Pei Xianun and said, Prince, you should be the one making the decision on this matter. Pei Xianun's eyes looking at Pei Yu were already slightly unfriendly, and he seemed very disappointed. Next to Pei Xianun, someone said, Miss Pei Yu, you have to understand one thing. It may not be a big deal if people of the same level compete with each other. As long as there is no life and death battle, it can be resolved. The enemy can also prompt you to make progress. However, there are some things that people of different levels cannot do. The person who spoke was also a disciple of a super force in Yun's Hao, Han Dongjiang, a disciple of Jiu Immortal Academy. Although what he said was not very pleasant to hear, it was also true. For example, Che Yuan and Zhang Yan were enemies, but they also promoted each other. They would not kill each other. But Qin Wentian was different, because everyone thought that he and Zhang Yan and others were at different levels. He was not qualified to be Zhang Yan's opponent, but he was still so arrogant and rude. Then, only doomsday was waiting for him. Even if Che Yuan wanted to protect him, it would be difficult. These people would not forgive Qin Wentian. As for the County King Pei Xianun, he was too lazy to care about such things. If these people wanted to deal with Che Yuan at his banquet, he would object, but dealing with Qin Wentian was free, and he would not interfere. Chapter 775 Arrogant Attitude. Qin Wentian looked at Han Dongjiang, Zhang Yan and other faces, with a hint of coldness in his calm eyes. Miss Pei Yu, you don't need to pay attention to these people, just go on your own. Qin Wentian first said to Pei Yu, then glanced at Pei Xianun and said lightly, although this place has beautiful scenery, good wine, and beautiful legends, these people are the only ones who ruin the scenery. People with different beliefs cannot work together. Goodbye. After saying that, Qin Wentian's figure flashed towards the void, as fast as a flash of lightning. Want to leave? Zhou Zingshan of Xianshan Immortal Mansion looked cold, with terrible murderous intent and fighting spirit rolling out, fierce and incomparable. He raised his fist and blasted towards the void. Suddenly, it seemed as if a terrible war beast appeared, roaring above the sky, and crashed towards Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian's figure flashed, transformed into many afterimages, and the whole person was like a stream of light. The rumbling terrifying attack landed in the void, shaking the earth slightly. Zhou Zingshan narrowed his eyes. He saw that Qin Wentian did not stop at all and continued to move forward. He snorted coldly, stepped directly into the void, and chased Qin Wentian. There was a faint terrifying momentum rushing out of his body, and the strong rebound force made the ground emit a rumbling humming sound. A little cold light shot out of Nifeng's pupils. She stepped on the sword, unsheathed it, and flew forward to chase. Can you get away? Zhang Yanchu, Lu Yao and others flashed one after another. In just a blink of an eye, many figures flew in the air at the same time. At the banquet, less than half of the people were left. This scene made everyone look interesting. The prince held a banquet, but he didn't expect these frictions to occur. The banquet had just begun, and conflicts and battles broke out. The strong men left. However, Qin Wentian's cultivation was at the third level of the celestial phenomenon, and he might be killed soon. It probably won't take long for those people to return to the banquet. They secretly sympathized with Qin Wentian. Although he was extraordinary, he was somewhat ungrateful. Just as Han Dongjiang said, if Qin Wentian was a disciple of Qin Xianfu and had the same background as Che Yuan, he could have confronted these people head-on, and it would not have mattered if he had even started fighting. However, he had no power or background, but he was so ignorant of the situation that he was courting death. He could only blame himself for not knowing how to restrain himself. In the immortal realm, such a person would still die early even if you had extraordinary talent. This kind of thing was common in the immortal realm, and Pei Xianyun had seen a lot of it. He had seen countless geniuses fall, and he had a clear understanding of the rules of the immortal realm. Pei Xianyun looked very calm at this time. He just picked up the wine glass casually and raised the glass to Ji Kong, the master of Yanlao Saint Gate. The two drank a glass. Then Pei Xianyun looked at everyone and smiled. It's just a little thing. Don't disturb your interest. Let's drink a glass first and chat after they come back. You are polite, Prince. Thank you, Prince and Ji Kong, for your hospitality. Everyone said politely, showing respect. Only Pei Yu next to him was so angry that his face turned pale, which was not very good. At this time, Qin Wentian was flying in the void. The snow scene below is magnificent, like a fairyland on earth. Unfortunately, Qin Wentian had no mind to appreciate it at this moment. His speed was as fast as lightning. He stepped on the magic weapon and flew through the void like a stream of light. In a short moment, he passed through the range of Piaoxu Tower and went straight to Piaoxu City. The mighty army behind him closely followed Qin Wentian. Those people looked a little cold and unfriendly. They all used their magic weapons, which were like lightning and thunder, so fast that it was unbelievable. Most of these strong men were descendants of famous families, with strong strength and terrible speed. Che Yuan, we will not bother with you today. Don't worry about this matter. Shu Luiao saw Che Yuan beside him following closely, and his speed was the fastest one. Che Yuan glanced at Shu Luiao coldly, with a bit of contempt on the corner of his mouth. Ghost Light Mu Yan also followed. He followed among the people slowly, with his hands behind his back. No one knew what he was thinking. In addition to many Xianjiao figures, their subordinates followed closely. Below Piaoxu City, occasionally someone looked up at the sky, only to see the roaring sound crushing the void, and they were all shocked. Who are these strong men, and what happened? Many strong men stepped out and followed them directly, wanting to see what happened. The crowd gathered more and more, and before long, the sky was filled with mighty troops, and the army passed by, shocking everyone. However, in fact, it had not been long since Qin Wentian left Piaoxu Tower. They were so fast that they seemed to have arrived at the 9 Immortal Bell in the blink of an eye. Qin Wentian flashed and stood directly in front of the terrifying 9 Immortal Bell, bathing in endless talisman light. His body stopped in the void, and a series of strong men from behind quickly chased him. The whistling wind continued, and in just a blink of an eye, all the strong men were in front of Qin Wentian. Do you think you can survive today? Nifeng stared at Qin Wentian with a cold and arrogant look. Her voice was still full of arrogance, and the sword energy on her body was whistling, faintly about to burst out. Her cold pupil seemed to have regarded Qin Wentian as a dead man. Che Yuan's body descended to the side of Qin Wentian. Standing in the void, he was also bathed in the talisman light. He stared at Nifeng in front of him and said coldly, "Do you dare to touch him today?" Nifeng looked extremely cold, staring at Che Yuan. This bastard actually protected Qin Wentian so much? I really must touch him today. Not only that, I will also decide his life. Zhou Xingshan of Xianshan Immortal Mansion said coldly. Behind them were powerful people like clouds. That's what I want to say, too. Shulu Iao said. Zheng Yan sneered and looked at Che Yuan. Che Yuan, you can't stop it, step back, otherwise you will get hurt. Brother Che Yuan, since it is their own grudge, let them solve it by themselves, why bother to get involved? Pei Zio, who came over, also spoke to persuade him, which made Che Yuan's eyes flash. He stared at Pei Zio and said coldly, "How dare you? As a member of the prince's mansion, you should be neutral. When did Brother Xianwen offend your prince's mansion that you even have the intention to kill him? If you flatter these people, you, Pei Zio, will be too contemptible. Brother Che Yuan, I'm just giving you good advice." Pei Zio's expression was cold. He was a proud figure in the prince's mansion and his strength was also very strong. It would be fine if Che Yuan didn't give him face, but he was so arrogant. Are you trying to use your numbers to bully the weak? Ghostblade Mu Yan walked up slowly and stood beside Che Yuan, causing the people on the opposite side to look indifferent. They stared at Che Yuan and Mu Yan. Qin Wentian was not a threat at all. In their eyes, he was a piece of cake and could be killed at will. However, Mu Yan was different from Che Yuan. These two were powerful and had backgrounds, so they were not so easy to deal with. Che Yuan, Mu Yan, I appreciate your kindness, but since they want to deal with me so much, let them do it. Qin Wentian spoke indifferently, causing Che Yuan and Mu Yan to be stunned. Then Mu Yan showed an interesting look, looked at Qin Wentian, and said with a smile, "Okay, since you said so, I, Mu Yan, will not interfere." Che Yuan looked at Qin Wentian deeply, then looked at the Nine Immortals bell, and said with a smile, "Okay, I believe Brother Xianwen." After that, Che Yuan's body also stepped aside, and the two seemed to become spectators. Only Qin Wentian was facing all the geniuses, and any one of them was stronger than him. But Qin Wentian didn't seem to care. He swept his eyes over the crowd in front of him, and there was a cold light in his eyes. He said, "A group of self-righteous guys, who only know how to bully the weak and think they are superior, but don't know how pathetic they are. You call yourself arrogant and high above others, but in my eyes, you are just a group of arrogant and incompetent trash. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant here? If I had your cultivation, I could kill you on the spot with a wave of my hand. How arrogant." Everyone heard Qin Wentian's arrogant words, and their faces were extremely cold. Nifeng couldn't help but step out, and her cold and arrogant eyes shot out a cold sword light. She waved her palm, and in an instant, sharp swords were arranged together, as if 7 swords were shaking at the same time. A buzzing sound came out, and the 7 swords whistled together and shot out. Each sword contained a terrible power, killing one after another, and the power of one sword was stronger than the other. When the first sword was shot at Qin Wentian felt the surging sword waves sweeping over him. His mind moved slightly, and endless runes danced wildly, wrapping around him. The runes between heaven and earth flowed quickly, turning into a terrifying palm print. Qin Wentian raised his palm and blasted forward. At the same time, the sword arrived, and with a loud bang, the sword and the palm print collided, shaking the void, but the sword failed to penetrate the palm print. But the second sword arrived, and it was another fierce attack, shaking the earth. The third and fourth swords came in succession, which was truly mighty and powerful. Although Nifeng was cold and arrogant, her strength was indeed strong. However, she saw that the endless runes around Qin Wentian flowed, turning into a starry sky wall, blocking him in front of him, allowing the world to collapse, but the sky wall was not broken. The 7 swords fell with a roar, and the void was shaking. The sky wall broke with a click. Qin Wentian still stood with his hands behind his back, standing in front of the 9 Immortals bell, looking at Nifeng in front of him with proud eyes. "Is this all your strength? I can easily mobilize the runes and be invincible. You want to kill me, but how?" Qin Wentian spoke arrogantly, his voice trembling. Nifeng and the others looked stiff, staring at Qin Wentian. This guy could actually mobilize the 9 Immortal Bell runes to attack. Is his attainment in this area so powerful? Thinking that you are high above others just because you join a certain force, although you fly higher, you are still no more than a sparrow. You can only compete with those who fly low. How can you know the ambition of Kunpen? Qin Wentian spoke coldly, and the endless runes shone again. Qin Wentian bathed in it, stood with his hands behind his back, and was extremely proud, like a god of war, staring at the front and said, "You can come together." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.